September 12th to October 19th, take part in the regional contest, open to all players. Step up and prove your strength.
Division finals will run from October 24 to November 2. The top 16 players in each division may advance to the next stage of MRS. Check your in-game mail for information. The S3 Finals group stage kicks off from November 8 to November 9. The top 6 players from each group will qualify for the S3 Finals semi-finals.
The semi-finals will be held on November 15. The highly anticipated grand final arrives on November 16. The champion will earn a direct qualification for the first MCDG World Championship. The battle is on and the world is watching.
W11 ကနေကြိုဆိုပါရစေအားသက်စရာစိမ်းနှုတ်ပြအားသက်စရာစတိုင်များဆုလက်ဆောင်ကြီးရိုက်လိုက်ပါအနေဆုံးစိတ်ပြအကောင်းမှုဆုံးအကျိုးခစားခွင့်များ
Welcome to MCGG Rising Stars. From September 12th to October 19th, take part in the regional contest, open to all players. Step up and prove your strength.
Division finals will run from October 24 to November 2. The top 16 players in each division may advance to the next stage of MRS. Check your in-game mail for information. The S3 Finals group stage kicks off from November 8 to November 9. The top 6 players from each group will qualify for the S3 Finals semi-finals.
The semi-finals will be held on November 15. The highly anticipated grand final arrives on November 16. The champion will earn a direct qualification for the first MCDG World Championship. The battle is on and the world is watching.
W11 ကနေကြိုဆိုပါရစေ စရာစိမ်းနှုတ်ဗျာအဲ့ဒါစရာစတိုင်များအခါတော့မဆုလက်ဆောင်ကြီးရိုက်လိုက်ပါအနေဆုံးစိမ်းများအကောင်းဆုံးအကျိုးခစားခွင့်များ
Welcome to MCGG Rising Stars. From September 12th to October 19th, take part in the regional contest, open to all players. Step up and prove your strength.
Division finals will run from October 24 to November 2. The top 16 players in each division may advance to the next stage of MRS. Check your in-game mail for information. The S3 Finals group stage kicks off from November 8 to November 9. The top 6 players from each group will qualify for the S3 Finals semi-finals.
The semi-finals will be held on November 15. The highly anticipated grand final arrives on November 16. The champion will earn a direct qualification for the first MCGG World Championship. The battle is on and the world is watching.
Double 11 ကနေကြိုဆိုပါရယ်အားသက်စရာစိမ်းနှုတ်ဗျာအားသက်စရာစတိုင်များမဆုလက်ဆောင်ကြီးရိုက်လိုက်ပါအနေဆုံးစိမ်းများအကောင်းဆုံးအကျိုးခစားခွင့်များ
Welcome to MCGG Rising Stars. From September 12th to October 19th, take part in the regional contest, open to all players. Step up and prove your strength.
Division finals will run from October 24 to November 2. The top 16 players in each division may advance to the next stage of MRS. Check your in-game mail for information. The S3 Finals group stage kicks off from November 8 to November 9. The top 6 players from each group will qualify for the S3 Finals semi-finals.
The semi-finals will be held on November 15. The highly anticipated grand final arrives on November 16. The champion will earn a direct qualification for the first MCGG World Championship. The battle is on and the world is watching.
Dabei 11 ကနေကြိုဆိုပါရယ်အားသစ်စရာစိမ်းတော့ဗျာအားသစ်စရာစတိုင်များဆူလက်ဆောင်ကြီးရိုက်လိုက်ပါအနေဆုံးစိတ်များအကောင်းဆုံးအကျိုးခစားခွင့်များ
Welcome to MCGG Rising Stars. From September 12th to October 19th, take part in the regional contest, open to all players. Step up and prove your strength.
Division finals will run from October 24 to November 2. The top 16 players in each division may advance to the next stage of MRS. Check your in-game mail for information. The S3 Finals group stage kicks off from November 8 to November 9. The top 6 players from each group will qualify for the S3 Finals semi-finals.
The semi-finals will be held on November 15. The highly anticipated grand final arrives on November 16. The champion will earn a direct qualification for the first MCGG World Championship. The battle is on and the world is watching.
Dabei 11 ကနေကြိုဆိုပါရယ် ဈေးနှုန်းပြအဲ့ဒါစစတိုင်များအခါတော့မဆုလက်ဆောင်ကြီးရိုက်လိုက်ပါအနေဆုံးဈေးများအကောင်းဆုံးအကျိုးခစားခွင့်များ
Welcome to MCGG Rising Stars. From September 12th to October 19th, take part in the regional contest, open to all players. Step up and prove your strength.
Division finals will run from October 24 to November 2. The top 16 players in each division may advance to the next stage of MRS. Check your in-game mail for information. The S3 Finals group stage kicks off from November 8 to November 9. The top 6 players from each group will qualify for the S3 Finals semi-finals.
The semi-finals will be held on November 15. The highly anticipated grand final arrives on November 16. The champion will earn a direct qualification for the first MCGG World Championship. The battle is on and the world is watching.
Tapi 11 ကနေကြိုးဆိုပါရယ်အားသစ်စရာစိမ်းနှုတ်ပြအားသစ်စရာစတိုင်များအခါတော့မဆုလက်ဆောင်ကြီးရိုက်လိုက်ပါအနေဆုံးဈေးများအကောင်းဆုံးအကျိုးခစားခွင့်များ
Welcome to MCGG Rising Stars. From September 12th to October 19th, take part in the regional contest, open to all players. Step up and prove your strength.
Division finals will run from October 24 to November 2. The top 16 players in each division may advance to the next stage of MRS. Check your in-game mail for information. The S3 Finals group stage kicks off from November 8 to November 9. The top 6 players from each group will qualify for the S3 Finals semi-finals.
The semi-finals will be held on November 15. The highly anticipated grand final arrives on November 16. The champion will earn a direct qualification for the first MCGG World Championship. The battle is on and the world is watching.
Debate 11 ကနေကြိုဆိုပါရယ်အားသစ်စရာစိမ်းလုံးပြအားသစ်စရာစတိုင်များဆုလက်ဆောင်ကြီးတွေရိုက်လိုက်ပါအနေဆုံးစိတ်များအကောင်းဆုံးအကျိုးခစားခွင့်များ
Welcome to MCGG Rising Stars. From September 12th to October 19th, take part in the regional contest, open to all players. Step up and prove your strength.
Division finals will run from October 24 to November 2. The top 16 players in each division may advance to the next stage of MRS. Check your in-game mail for information. The S3 Finals group stage kicks off from November 8 to November 9. The top 6 players from each group will qualify for the S3 Finals semi-finals.
The semi-finals will be held on November 15. The highly anticipated grand final arrives on November 16. The champion will earn a direct qualification for the first MCGG World Championship. The battle is on and the world is watching.
Debate 11ကနေကြိုဆိုပါရယ် စရာစိမ်းတော့ဗျာအဲ့ဒါစရာစတိုင်များအခါတော့မဆူလက်ဆောင်ကြီးတွေရိုက်လိုက်ပါအနေဆုံးစိမ်းများအကောင်းဆုံးအကျိုးခစားခွင့်များ
Welcome to MCGG Rising Stars. From September 12th to October 19th, take part in the regional contest, open to all players. Step up and prove your strength.
Division finals will run from October 24 to November 2. The top 16 players in each division may advance to the next stage of MRS. Check your in-game mail for information. The S3 Finals group stage kicks off from November 8 to November 9. The top 6 players from each group will qualify for the S3 Finals semi-finals.
The semi-finals will be held on November 15. The highly anticipated grand final arrives on November 16. The champion will earn a direct qualifications for the first MCGG World Championship. The battle is on and the world is watching.
Debate 11 ကနေကြိုဆိုပါရစေအားသစ်စရာစိမ်းတော့ဗျာအားသစ်စရာစတိုင်များအခါတော့မဆူလက်ဆောင်ကြီးတွေရိုက်လိုက်ပါအနေဆုံးစိမ်းများအကောင်းဆုံးအကျိုးခစားခွင့်များ
Welcome to MCGG Rising Stars. From September 12th to October 19th, take part in the regional contest, open to all players. Step up and prove your strength.
Division finals will run from October 24 to November 2. The top 16 players in each division may advance to the next stage of MRS. Check your in-game mail for information. The S3 Finals group stage kicks off from November 8 to November 9. The top 6 players from each group will qualify for the S3 Finals semi-finals.
The semi-finals will be held on November 15. The highly anticipated grand final arrives on November 16. The champion will earn a direct qualification for the first MCGG World Championship. The battle is on and the world is watching.
Double 11 ကနေကြိုဆိုပါရယ်အားသက်စရာစိမ်းလုံးပြအားသက်စရာစတိုင်များတော့မဆုလက်ဆောင်ကြီးရိုက်လိုက်ပါအနေဆုံးစိမြအကောင်းဆုံးအကျိုးခစားခွင့်များ
Welcome to MCGG Rising Stars. From September 12th to October 19th, take part in the regional contest, open to all players. Step up and prove your strength.
Division finals will run from October 24 to November 2. The top 16 players in each division may advance to the next stage of MRS. Check your in-game mail for information. The S3 Finals group stage kicks off from November 8 to November 9. The top 6 players from each group will qualify for the S3 Finals semi-finals.
The semi-finals will be held on November 15. The highly anticipated grand final arrives on November 16. The champion will earn a direct qualification for the first MCGG World Championship. The battle is on and the world is watching.
Double 11ကနေကြိုဆိုပါရယ် ဈေးနှုန်းပြအသစ်စရာစတိုင်များအခါတော့မဆုလက်ဆောင်ကြီးရိုက်လိုက်ပါအနေဆုံးဈေးပြအကောင်းဆုံးအကျိုးခစားခွင့်များ
Welcome to MCGG Rising Stars. From September 12th to October 19th, take part in the regional contest, open to all players. Step up and prove your strength.
Division finals will run from October 24 to November 2. The top 16 players in each division may advance to the next stage of MRS. Check your in-game mail for information. The S3 Finals group stage kicks off from November 8 to November 9. The top 6 players from each group will qualify for the S3 Finals semi-finals.
The semi-finals will be held on November 15. The highly anticipated grand final arrives on November 16. The champion will earn a direct qualification for the first MCGG World Championship. The battle is on and the world is watching.
Double 11 ကနေကြိုဆိုပါရယ်အသစ်စရာဈေးနှုန်းပြအသစ်စရာစတိုင်များမဆုလက်ဆောင်ကြီးရိုက်လိုက်ပါအနေဆုံးဈေးပြအကောင်းဆုံးအကျိုးခစားခွင့်များ
Welcome to MCGG Rising Stars. From September 12th to October 19th, take part in the regional contest, open to all players. Step up and prove your strength.
Division finals will run from October 24 to November 2. The top 16 players in each division may advance to the next stage of MRS. Check your in-game mail for information. The S3 Finals group stage kicks off from November 8 to November 9. The top 6 players from each group will qualify for the S3 Finals semi-finals.
The semi-finals will be held on November 15. The highly anticipated grand final arrives on November 16. The champion will earn a direct qualification for the first MCGG World Championship. The battle is on and the world is watching.
Debate 11 ကနေကြိုဆိုပါရစေအားသစ်စရာစိမ်းလုံးပြအားသစ်စရာစတိုင်များမဆူလို့ဆောင်ချီရရိုက်လိုက်ပါအနေဆုံးစိတ်မြအကောင်းဆုံးအကျိုးခစားခွင့်များ
Welcome to MCGG Rising Stars. From September 12th to October 19th, take part in the regional contest, open to all players. Step up and prove your strength.
Division finals will run from October 24 to November 2. The top 16 players in each division may advance to the next stage of MRS. Check your in-game mail for information. The S3 Finals group stage kicks off from November 8 to November 9. The top 6 players from each group will qualify for the S3 Finals semi-finals.
The semi-finals will be held on November 15. The highly anticipated grand final arrives on November 16. The champion will earn a direct qualification for the first MCGG World Championship. The battle is on and the world is watching.
Debate 11ကနေကြိုဆိုပါရစေ ဆရာစိမ်းလုံးဗျာအဲ့ဒါဆရာစတိုင်များအခါတော့မဆုလက်ဆောင်ကြီးရရိုက်လိုက်ပါအနေဆုံးစိမ်းများအကောင်းဆုံးအကျိုးခစားခွင့်များ
Welcome to MCGG Rising Stars. From September 12th to October 19th, take part in the regional contest, open to all players. Step up and prove your strength.
Division finals will run from October 24 to November 2. The top 16 players in each division may advance to the next stage of MRS. Check your in-game mail for information. The S3 Finals group stage kicks off from November 8 to November 9. The top 6 players from each group will qualify for the S3 Finals semi-finals.
The semi-finals will be held on November 15. The highly anticipated grand final arrives on November 16. The champion will earn a direct qualification for the first MCGG World Championship. The battle is on and the world is watching.
Dabei 11 ကနေကြိုးဆိုပါရယ်အားသက်ဆရာစိမ်းလုံးဗျာအားသက်ဆရာစတိုင်များမဆုလက်ဆောင်ကြီးရရိုက်လိုက်ပါအနေဆုံးစိမ်းများအကောင်းဆုံးအကျိုးခစားခွင့်များ
Welcome to MCGG Rising Stars. From September 12th to October 19th, take part in the regional contest, open to all players. Step up and prove your strength.
Division finals will run from October 24 to November 2. The top 16 players in each division may advance to the next stage of MRS. Check your in-game mail for information. The S3 Finals group stage kicks off from November 8 to November 9. The top 6 players from each group will qualify for the S3 Finals semi-finals.
The semi-finals will be held on November 15. The highly anticipated grand final arrives on November 16. The champion will earn a direct qualification for the first MCGG World Championship. The battle is on and the world is watching.
Double 11 ကနေကြိုဆိုပါရယ်အားသစ်စရာစိမ်းလုံးပြအားသစ်စရာစတိုင်များတော့မဆူလက်ဆောင်ကြီးရိုက်လိုက်ပါအနေဆုံးစိမြအကောင်းဆုံးအကျိုးခစားခွင့်များ
Welcome to MCGG Rising Stars. From September 12th to October 19th, take part in the regional contest, open to all players. Step up and prove your strength.
Division finals will run from October 24 to November 2. The top 16 players in each division may advance to the next stage of MRS. Check your in-game mail for information. The S3 Finals group stage kicks off from November 8 to November 9. The top 6 players from each group will qualify for the S3 Finals semi-finals.
The semi-finals will be held on November 15. The highly anticipated grand final arrives on November 16. The champion will earn a direct qualification for the first MCGG World Championship. The battle is on and the world is watching.
Double 11ကနေကြိုဆိုပါရယ် စရာစိမ်းတော့ဗျာအဲ့ဒါစရာစတိုင်များအခါတော့မဆူလက်ဆောင်ကြီးရရိုက်လိုက်ပါအနေဆုံးစိမ်းများအကောင်းဆုံးအကျိုးခစားခွင့်များ
Live from MSL Myanmar. Season 2 is powered by Moonton. Official gaming phone by Infinix. Official beverage partner by VCode. Official ISP partner by AGB Communication. Authorized by Myanmar Esports Federation.
Welcome to the playoff stage of the MSL Myanmar. Ladies and gentlemen, it's us at your service, Leo and Mirko, bringing you the remaining matches in order to find out who goes to M7 to represent the Burmese. Mirko, how you doing?
Hey, I'm doing great, Leo. Thanks for asking, man. Again, MSL MM, yeah, it's really been super interesting, right? The defending champions even got knocked out just a few days ago. And I think it's already really crazy that we get to see some of those rising stars like Team 7 from the regular season make it this far.
Yep. 4 teams remain out of the 10 that we started with. And sadly, Mythic Seal did not make it past the play-ins. They were eliminated by AI Esports, who is currently sitting in the upper bracket finals, waiting for their matchup against Yangon Galacticos later on today. We are opening up with a lower bracket semis between Team 7 and FCON Esports. Already some very big names when you talk about the teams. When you talk about the players, that's where things get a little more interesting. Because if you all know, Mirko, you called the last MSL Myanmar playoffs and finals too, right? You know that some of these names, some of them they just go around teams.
Yeah, man. I mean, a lot of the players that you see here, that you'll be seeing here today, they've been playing for a lot of the different organizations in MSL before MPL Myanmar even, right? Back in the day. So don't be too surprised to see some of these old names, like even Benny role swapping from gold to the mid lane for Team Falcon here. Yeah, I think a lot of their players, like even Yangon Galacticos, I think you see a lot of the same guys like Stitch Blink from the previous iteration of Burmese Ghouls that made it to the MSC 2024. You also see a few swaps here and there for AI Esports' players like Lina moving over to Yangon Galacticos and doing really well there.
Yep, and just as the players still remain and that Burmese playstyle, it seems to be very proactive. I like how when you look at their metagame, again, I'm just watching from the outside, you know, I'm glad that as fans of Burmese MLBB were able to be part of this, to watch them in their pursuit to seize the throne. It's still that same aggressive yet kind of macro injected play style, because a lot of their games last between 10 to under 20. So nothing gets past the Burmese playstyle. On the scale of like micro to macro, in your opinion, like especially in comparison to season 1, where do you think the Burmese playstyle falls upon now?
Although I think there are a lot more improvements here this time around in terms of the macro gameplay, I will have to lean more towards micro, man. I still think as a region, the Burmese, they just love going at it, brawling it out. I mean, Mythic Seal were able to just brawl it out completely, winning it out for that MSC qualification, right? And it was mainly through those assassin picks for Ken. Now that Ken's not in the lineup, they are struggling to adapt how to brawl, how to coordinate the team fights up against the rest, who again have that synergy, have that coordination that was everything previously lacking in the last season. So Micro still above everything. AI Esports getting this far, I think it's their mechanics that really carried them in the play-in stage to make it to the playoffs.
Yep, you're talking about AI Esports, who is, again, as mentioned, on top of the standings right now, sharing that upper bracket spot, at least just one game away from the grand finals, one series win away from the grand finals, with Yangon Galacticos standing in their way. The play-ins MVP amongst the ranks, the gold laner Alita. I've heard of this name for a long time now. Watching from the outside, is like this young man, 20 years old, has the veterancy of even most MPL champions. If you're gonna take, the perspective of being a Burmese player, and then comparing that to what if you take it from one of the bigger regions like ours, MPLPH, MPLID. I think Alita is someone to watch out for. And I don't know, this is just me, all right? This is just me. AI, after what happened to them in the play-ins against Falcons, they went deep. They went close, right? 5 games.
Yep.
Galacticos went 3-1. That might have woken up something in AI. I think of all the teams that are in the upper run, well, there's 2 of them, but between AI and Yangon, I think the team that had the struggle might have improved more. What do you think?
I agree. I think, again, with the competition being much closer in the second bracket for the play-ins, it definitely looks like AI Esports were tested a bit more, right? And they had a few days of break to, again, look at those games, come back, fix those mistakes that they made, and again, hopefully have a good show today, later on up against Yangon Galacticos. I love that you brought up Alita, man, because if we're casting for the Mobile Legends Super League, this is the Burmese super carry. Alita, he's been a force to be reckoned with for so long. I remember seeing AI Esports back in the SPS days and seeing the same name, Alita, and also the roamer Black. Both these guys, man, they have that synergy in them, and it just shows you that even when AI Esports had to rebuild, they wanted to rebuild around these 2 pillars who've been phenomenal. You get this guy on a carry pick, and he'll perform. Now, that also raises a lot of concerns, Leo. The fighter meta in the gold lane is currently happening. Even in MPL Malaysia, we're seeing just no MMs, man, aside from Harith and Grangers, maybe. In Cambodia, we're still seeing more Grangers, but still, I think when it comes to securing those early game objectives, you want to go on the fighter golds, and that just doesn't fit AI Esports.
Yep, Alita did sneak in a Cho and an Esmeralda, one with neither. Only really one with the 1-1, the Granger, and the Harith. So you're right, he is still one of those more orthodox style gold laners. Very similar to the likes of Kelra. Kelra is very similar.
Yes, sir.
On PH, like, he tried to make that CC gold lane work early on, but maybe Alita is of the same thread, which means good things in the long run for AI Esports. Their opponents, though, Yangon Galacticos, again, I don't want to say stomp, but went through relatively an easier path against Team 7, who's sitting in the lower bracket of this playoffs. 3-1 against Team 7. Their lineup mainly consists of relatively newer players. I'll be honest with you. CK, Lucky, Cian, OP Tempest, Tanpok, like, these are newer guys, at least to a fan from the outside like me.
Yangon Galacticos, well, they were the favorites coming into even last season, right? Over Mythic Seal. They were doing an amazing job in the regular season. It's just they lack that clutch factor in the end. The team synergy, I would say, as well, just because, again, it's kind of, you're right, it's a newly formed team for Yangon Galacticos up against teams who've already been playing together for so long. Again, some of these teams playing together since MPL Myanmar days. And for YG here, it's kind of the same story, no, right? For Stitch, right? He's the guy that you would want to see on Marksman, on Granger, just carrying the game. And that was also what was respected last season. So coming into this season, there were a few doubts, especially after the regular season patch, where, again, the fighter golds came up, the passive gold got increased. How is Stitch going to perform? I think so far he's actually been one of the ones that adapted quite well compared to the rest of the pack, right? But if I'm talking about fighter golds, though, I am looking more towards Falcon Esports. I think their new gold laner, Sanji, that versatility that he brings to the table is something they can utilize in the playoff stage that maybe they were keeping a few of those strats hidden in the play-in stage.
Yep, Sanji here, in the play-ins, did not get to play many of those gold lane fighters, but that, as you mentioned, the mystery might be enough. The fact that maybe, just maybe, Coach Nyo Chow, who is himself a OG when it comes to Burmese esports, went through Falcon, Phoenix, now Falcon again. I think, their opponents in Team 7 should watch out. So are we saying, am I reading the room right? Between you and me, are we thinking that, toss up between AI and Yangon, that's a coin flip in the upper bracket, and then Falcons might have the lead over Team 7?
I think so. I agree with that. I think Falcon are the stronger team compared to Team 7. But I think for Yangon Galacticos versus AI, I don't know. I've seen Ken's prediction, but I don't know if you've seen the MSL MM prediction for Ken.
What did the Candyman say?
He predicted AI Esports to win the whole thing, to make it to M7 for the first time ever. So he's expecting a lot from AI.
That's what I'm saying. Again, the fact that they went hard against Falcons, again, they went down the path of most resistance. And I'm looking at it, I think you're right. I agree. From a narrative perspective, I think it's time for AI Esports after, hauling butt all these years, putting Burmese MLBB up on top like that. I think it's time for them to get their flowers. I do agree that these gentlemen that built their lineup against Alita in Black, around Alita in Black, I think it's time for them to get that lineup. But still, Yangon Galacticos standing in their way. I'd love to talk more about the Burmese meta game. Again, you mentioned how, for the most part, all right, a good chunk of them, 3 out of the 4 teams now, on paper, do not really play the fighter gold lane meta, which makes sense. If you're looking at their most played heroes, they're still on that Granger, fam. Granger is still their number 1 hero.
Yeah, they really love to play those hyper carries in the gold lane, and mainly it's because of the talent that they have in the gold lane, right? It's kind of again, a Kelra situation, like you mentioned. It's just weird to see him on a pick like a Ruby, someone that plays utility to enable the rest of the team. When you have someone of that caliber, you want to just try to utilize the most out of that guy, right? The mechanics on that kid. And it's the same here for MSL. They know how good their gold laners are, especially for AI, a team that literally just rebuilt their whole lineup to fit Alita. It would be a shame to see him play on the fighter goals. Now, with that being said, though, I think in some of these clutch games, especially like some game 1, some game 2s, the early parts of the series, I think we might be seeing a little bit more of that come through, especially with the patch here. Again, still favoring the fighter goals that we will get to see in the patch update. Freya also revamped, by the way. We got some hero adjustments here and there. Let's not care about the Layla too much there. That's just kind of like it's a casual buff.
Yeah, it's a rank game adjustment. But hey, about a year earlier, if you'll remember in M6, she was a legit answer to a legit Burmese threat. If you'll remember, Benny, who again is now a mid laner, was a total menace on the Bruno. And then what did the gold standard do? What did the guy in the gold lane do to win his first M series, right? He started picking Layla. But regardless, good amount of changes, and I think a chunk of them came in through the items. How do you like that chastised pauldron, man?
Honestly, I think it's kind of overrated. Like right now, I've seen a lot of people build it in MPL Malaysia as well, which kind of confuses me because, again, we're not really seeing a lot of those attack speed heroes come anyways right now. Like there's no Claude. Very rarely do we see Claude. Very rarely do we see the 3-item attack speed heroes nowadays. So I think the big change here is the Guardian helmet. I think this is going to be such a big pickup for a lot of the tanks, and it'll certainly help them. Obviously, the Dominance Ice is going to help everyone as well, man. Just the anti-regen by itself means that you're probably going to pick it up, right? You need that anti-regen. But it's the hybrid defense that you get now. You get so much more value. And I think a lot of players, even if they don't need the anti-regen straight away, just go for the Black Ice Shield for the hybrid defense, and then they build into the other components or full items of like the magic defense, going for a full Athena after the Black Ice Shield. It definitely gives you more variety as a roamer to itemize, and instead of the classic template of you go Dreadnought armor first, Steel Light plates, and then Dominance Ice, stuff like that, right? Like now you have more ways to mix and mash a lot of different things. But I do want to talk about one thing, Leo, and it's the Yi Sun Shin nerf. Now, personally for me, I think that nerf was kind of like an opening for a lot of the good Yi Sun Shin players, because the nerfs were just, I mean, it's all right. It definitely hurts him a bit as a hero. It's no longer as prio, but the good Yi Sun Shins can still get value out of it. And it might actually be more value because we're seeing it banned less and less throughout the different regions, which means the good Yu Shins get it even more.
Yep. It was, how do you say, an image problem. The fact that it did so much to the ranked game players, like, oh no, it's less forgiving for my traceless. And then, oh no, the map is less open. Yeah, you're right. If you're a skilled Yusenshin player, it doesn't matter. Like, you will still be able to use that smaller window of vision, and your traceless will still act the same way. But there is one thing that makes me sad, though. As a Bane connoisseur, it's clear that the extra 50% you lose out of the max charged ale,
yeah,
it changes in the late game. Like, early to mid, you're fine. You're still solid in lane. You're still good when it comes to like your first 2 item power spikes, but you're bursting people less. So maybe this opens up the whole possibility of Sky Piercer Bane when you get really greedy. But again, you need to be winning anyways, and Myanmar might not be the place to ask for that, because again, he is technically still a fighter despite being a mage. Looking at the maps, we played a lot of broken walls, y'all. A lot of broken walls coming in through the playoffs, through a huge part of the last chance qualifiers and the regular season. As mentioned, the number 1 hero here in MSL is Granger. Win rate's pretty decent at 66%, and we really don't like Angela here.
Yeah. The Angela, I don't know though. Like, it has fallen off quite a bit. I don't know if this is just purely regular season that we saw, but because games played 29 means that it might be the regular season. It might also be like the half point. But yeah, I mean, I've spoken to a lot of different coaches here and there, and most of them don't really take into account the maps aside from like Dangerous Grass when they want to draft, right? So you will be seeing, I think, some crazy picks when you get into Dangerous Grass, like maybe a Hellcurt in Rome if they're feeling feisty with it. But for the most part, on the other games or on the other maps, there's not really much to talk about in terms of like, oh, what specific picks are going to come out in different maps, right? It's just Dangerous Grass. But yeah, it seems to just be the case for all the maps. They just really don't like Angela. I think this might just be a regular season thing, right? Because again, even MPL Malaysia, I don't know. I don't remember seeing an MPL Philippines Angela pick or prioritize at all as well. So yeah, might be a Burmese thing.
It only happened, the whole Angela pandemic for MPLPH only happened
early
in the first 2 weeks or something. And then it kind of course corrected, and the better teams just understood after the Angela ult, after Hearthguard, you just let it time out. And then she's like just left there with her pants down. But yeah, no, that was map to map. And you're right. In Dangerous Grass, their number 1 hero, Granger, just drops from a 66% win rate to 36, like down the middle, just gets cut in half. He just can't check anymore. It's just not safe for a Granger to just throw random rhapsodies into a bush. He'll still die.
Yeah, there's so many ways to ambush you again, and also it's not just about the ambush, it's also about the picks, right? Like the Hilda that's just recently been buffed on the Dangerous Grass gets even more value. It's already kind of a counter to the Kimi and Grangers, so if you're playing front to back in the Dangerous Grass map, you have to be very, very careful. But just a fun fact for y'all, Leo hates Valentina, loves Bane.
That's just how it is. Valentina did not get touched at all in the recent patch. We'll see if the Burmese like to play it. But you're right. You mentioned Hilda. Literally one of MLB esports' up and coming greats. I don't think anyone can deny that JP deserves that title. He is the daddy.
It's his fault.
It's his fault. I don't know where Mutan is coming from. Why did Hilda get adjusted and some might argue get buffed this way? Like, she's already very good. Where did this come from?
Hey, sometimes they just do whatever they want, Leo, right? I mean, they bumped Layla. Okay, the Layla makes sense for the skin that's been released, you know, the legend skin.
Yes.
But yeah, I agree with that. Like, it's a very confusing buff to a hero that really, by all means, should have been nerfed after the Dangerous Grass got the Hilda to skyrocket over and win in win rates over an MPL ID. Again, MPL Philippines, not even in Dangerous Grass. Like, JP just played that every time he got a chance to, right? It was even first phase a lot of times. So yeah, dude, I don't know if you've played against the Hilda recently, but it is super annoying. It's on my ban list right now. Usually I go for, like, in ranked games, Angela Diggy ban, plus like Uranus. But now, dude, I gotta get rid of the Hilda. It's way too annoying, especially on dangerous grass. That makes it even more annoying. But we're gonna take a look at the GPM ranking here, Leo.
Yep, look at this. Dax, one of the most promising players out of Falcon Esports when they had their outing in M6, is currently number 1 in average GPM as a jungler. He is the only jungler, the only other jungler actually after King Flash out of Mythic Seal, who's number 5. He's farming against gold laners, man. He's number 1.
Wow. That's, again, like, shows you the caliber of player he is. I remember being super, like, impressed by his performance at MSC 2024. When they made it, dude. Oh, sorry, M6, my bad. M6, when they almost beat Onyx Philippines. And that was prime for Onyx Philippines. That was Fnatic Onyx Philippines, you know?
That's right.
Yeah, I don't know. For Dax, I would love to see him back on just Assassins, but if the box is open, it might just be a strat for a lot of teams to let it go up against Falcon Esports. Again, to stop that carry potential from being in the jungle, forcing him on utility.
That's right. Here you'll see the Baksha, as you mentioned, is number 2 out of the most banned heroes in the regular season here in MSL Myanmar. But yeah, even as far back as M6, Dax was one of the few players to actually play a Fredrin. Imagine that, a Fredrin that early on in the game. But we'll talk about Falcons later on because they're facing off against Team 7. As mentioned, these are fresh faces out of Burmese MLBB, CK, Lucky, CN, Tanpok, and OP.
Yeah, and a very young lineup, a lineup that we haven't seen that much or at all actually in the international scene, doing a phenomenal job in the regular season, climbing and beating a lot of the teams that we were expecting to come into MSL to dominate. Falcon Esports, Yangon Galacticos, AI Esports, they were the ones that I think coming into the season were the favorites with Mythic Seal, but Team 7 really, I would say, subverted our expectations all around. But they're up against heavy favorites in the regular season, 9-0. And yeah, they did drop in the play-ins, but something in me feels kind of like, it feels weird that Falcon Esports dropped against AI. It almost felt like they were hiding a few strats with Benny in the mid lane now, no longer the gold lane. It's still the same lineup though everywhere else. Even Royal Milk here deployed over their XP lane that we've been seeing in the regular season.
That's right. Royal Milk has been playing professional MLBB for what seems to be half a decade, maybe even more. That's how much the Burmese love MLBB, that when they find a talent like Royal Milk, even World Championship coaches like Coach... World Cup. MSC champion coaches like Coach RC still love Royal Milk. I think it's an attitude thing. The reason why Royal Milk is put on such a pedestal is because this young man is used to taking a beating, not in real life, but like in game. He knows that people are gonna blame him, and he's fine with it. Like that was his character even as far back as MSC 2023. Like people will look at him and say, "Yo, this guy ain't much," but look, he's still here.
Yeah, in the Phoenix lineup, and really got to shine at M6, man. Again, I remember the Phobius games, him just taking over games and really taking control, getting the love of the Burmese crowd and even the international crowd. And we get to see, again, the player head-to-head here, this time for Sanji and OP. Both making it to the top 5 of GPMs, and this is certainly going to be a very interesting matchup, knowing that in Myanmar, it is still mainly the classic, the orthodox gold laners, the Harris, the Grangers. It's definitely going to be a big contest for both of them, big contention point. Who gets the Granger, who gets the Harith, who outplays each other in the team fights. So far, though, does look like T7's OP has a bit of the edge.
Yep. On paper, we do give the edge to Falcon as a team, as a likely lower bracket finalist. But look at this, lane to lane. T7, maybe if we isolate the gold lane, he can use his superior stats and use that to kind of win the map against Falcons. Looking at how Team 7 performed, though, in the play-ins, those games lasted a while. So he got his hands on good heroes, too. Like, he played a Harith, he played Granger twice, he played a Lapu Lapu once. And those games, 3 out of 4, went past 20 minutes. So maybe that's something that they needed to tighten up on. That might be something Falcons decides to attack going into this best of 5.
Yeah, winning in the early game is still definitely the most optimal strat in the current meta. You get so much value just through the passive gold and the reduced minion gold. It's very difficult. If you fall behind early, like especially if you lose out on a team fight plus the neutral objectives, first two, you're done. 3,000 gold lead feels more like a 6,000 gold lead at this point in the current meta. So for Team 7, for Falcon, they're definitely going to have to find a way to win out that early game. I've seen a lot of Cambodian teams, a lot of Malaysian teams as well, just double down on early game.
Okay, rewind. 2 or 3 statements back. You mentioned how 3,000 gold feels like 6. Are we at that point in the metagame now? Because if I recall, a good friend of ours, a man named Renmar Santa Cruz, would have this magic number, 5,000 gold. If you're within 5,000, you can still turn it around. Are we at the point in the metagame now? 2.1.30, if I'm not mistaken? In this point in the patch, is 3,000 the new magic number?
I think it really depends on the region. I think for Myanmar, how micro-based they are, I think so. It's kind of, I would say, very similar to ID, right? Like, we're very micro-based, way more than the Philippines. I think in the Philippines, those 5,000 gold leads, 6,000 gold leads should still be the standard of, like, if the game is comebackable. But for the majority of other regions who are more team fight-based, yeah, 3K feels like a lot.
Yeah, looking back now, teams like Falcons PH, teams like Aurora have come around from a 12,000, 13,000 deficit and
that's just
made
you,
it
man.
work. That's just them. Like, they're
that's just
the
them,
only
man.
two teams to do that. So let's see now if Team 7 is ready and have prepared much more to face those kinds of odds. Because again, you lose a 22-minute game with a Granger that infinitely scales up against the... All right, to be fair, Yangon did play a... Oh, wait, no, they won. Never mind. To lose a 22-minute game on a Harith with a... All right, so I'm seeing it now. In hindsight, if there is something that Team 7 can work on, so Coach Gina, a lot on your shoulders, sir. I think they need to work on their drafting. Something about the way that they make comps work or put together these comps, there's like 1 or 2 things missing all the time.
I agree.
Just to make things just come together.
Yeah, I agree with that analysis there. I think a lot of times when we look at these, when we look at Burmese teams in general, it's always kind of like the draft that we can point out as a mistake, as a big like a weakness point for them. Because yeah, it's either the draft is purely made to counter the enemy team, or they go for pure prio picks, and they're very tunnel vision on what they want to do. Like, again, it's just either they want to counterpick all the matchups. If they want to build for a lineup, like build for a Granger, they go for Granger into full Peel composition. I think you're talking about game number 3, right? Is that game number 3 against Yangon and Galacticos, where they won with the Granger, with a Khalid, Jusin, Akai, and Sisi? That was a pure front to back that they were really just relying on the Granger with. So yeah, I think the only time that I watched, a Burmese team compete in the international stage where I was like, damn, these drafts are good, was the time of RC. When he was coaching Falcon Esports, I enjoyed his draft all the way to, again, today when he's doing the drafts for TLPH. I think it's always amazing. It always fits the meta really well. But we are going to be taking a look at the annual map change random map draw for game number 1 in our first match.
That's right. It's Team 7 versus Team Falcons. Loving the body language from both squads. And we are going in a dangerous grass again. Possibly the one map enhancement that the Burmese have to consider. For ID, if I'm not mistaken, it's what's the least affecting map enhancement? That's broken walls, right? Y'all don't care about broken walls.
It's neutral.
It's a totally neutral map, but this might be the opposite. Dangerous grass might be the 180 when it comes to map gameplay. We're going into this one for game 1. Let's see what's the record for these squads. Dangerous grass. All right. Team 7 played 1 against Yangon.
Yep.
And then Falcons did not play any against AI in their play-ins finals. So we're starting off on a great map.
Yeah, this is a map that's a wild card really for a lot of the teams as well, because a lot of the preparations, like we mentioned for Team 7, where they really rely on normal goal laners like the Grangers, it'll be tough. You saw the win rates earlier for the dangerous grass, particularly for the Granger, 36% it was. a big drop from the normal 68, 60% plus win rate of the other maps. It goes to show you how much more vulnerable you are on any pick, not just the Granger, right? Even if you go for the Joy, you go for any of the Assassins, it's very easy for a team to just go for the Kalea, wait in a bush, and instead of like looking for these very aggressive openings, ambush you, pick you off. This is something that both of them have to take into account for, and it seems like they've done already. Look at Team 7. They're really just building for the Granger comp. It doesn't matter that they're on dangerous grass. They feel if we get rid of the Assassins, those ambushes won't be as lethal.
Yep, they know that with these two bans, the Granger should be safe. But question is, will Coach Nyochao let it through? Again, he's on blue. Blue side is the dominant force in Myanmar. Like, it's what's the win rate? 60 to 40? That is, I want to say it's unhealthy, but it's been a while since in the big three regions, ID, MY, and PH, we've seen such a huge jump. It's come close to 50-50 in recent history, but here it's still 60. Look, it's all tanks that Falcon's banning.
Wow. Now that's quite interesting, right, for Falcon Esports. It makes sense because they would also want to go for the carries. Yeah, I think it's just a big setup for the Assassin in the jungle. They really want to set up for Dax, but again, Team 7 sees right through it. They want to go for the Hayabusa ban, and now the only jungle that you would expect in the Assassin pool is probably just the Joy. If they want, they can pick a Bisun Shin as well. Both of them going to be highly contested, but Falcon Esports, I don't know if this is going to follow like the Malaysian trend, where we just see mostly like Jusins ignored. I guess it is. Right now, it's because CC is up for grabs, but Team 7, are they going to ignore it as well? Are they going to rely on just the carry mid laners like we've seen, again, from Malaysia, from Cambodia, where it's even Farsa?
Or Kimmy. Kimmy's in the in the open. Yeah, and they do pick one part of the formula that will allow a Kimmy to flourish. There's the Yisun Shin, second most picked hero out of MSL Myanmar. I like the CC though. It's course correction for MSL Myanmar because CC is very low. In comparison to the rest of the world, she's like what, 8th or 9th most picked hero here? But wait, this is hey. It's been a while. What's up with this early Uranus?
Yeah, I don't know if they're utilizing the Uranus pick the way Alter Ego are, but I would have definitely wanted Gatot Kacha to be picked up first. Now they've given over the CC Gatot combination. They've let go of the Joy that we expected. That was going to be the trade. But the Uranus pick, the way Alter Ego did it in Indonesia, it would be picked very early on as well. But it was going to be, well, it was utilized as a flex pick in a gold lane, in the XP lane as well. It just mirrored wherever the CC is going to go. So if Team 7 wants to do that, they're going to have to take the risk of not picking up a gold lane now, right? And that's definitely going to hurt them because, again, when you see this kind of composition with a Joy on the other side, you just expect the Harith instantly for OP.
And then if OP doesn't pick it here, Falcons just bans it out. Exactly. So all the more, that gives Team 7 a problem. Suddenly they have to find out where to get reliable damage. This is the one last chance to get that Harith. They don't budge. Whoa. They get that Kalia. I still don't know how this damage profile is looking like. Again, we're seeing usual trends, Miracle, like old wounds getting reopened because right now, there is no combo for the Kalia.
No, not at all. I'm guessing the Lunox is something that Falcon Esports are definitely going to be thinking about here, but even then, right, even if you have an insta-kill button, just going up against the Gatot Kacha on the Kalea is tough. You go for these ambushes, you go for those pickoffs, even on dangerous grass, as long as the Gatot Kacha reacts to it, it's good enough. And it seems like Team 7 are just going to be setting up for the Lunox pick. They've banned out the Eve, Falcon Esports, as expected. With the Joy pick, they will respect the Harith. They will ban it away. They would much rather go up against the Granger over the Harith. But the Farsa gets taken out as well. Two long-range artillery heroes taken out to set up the Lunox to be, again, safe in lane, to rotate around with the Kalea later on.
Yep. The Kimmy, though, is still at large. So, yes, mid-lane choices are dwindling, but you're not at 0 just yet. I think both teams are just going to ignore the Zushin. I don't think either of them would like the Zushin anymore. But there is some room for Falcons, though. I think Falcons can still afford it.
Yeah, I think they have enough damage already in their lineup with the Joy, with the CC as well. That's a great ban on the Ruby, man. Something that definitely would also benefit composition that would go for like the Granger here, right? Or if the Yisun Shin, sorry, with the Ruby to just peel in the back. But they end up going for the Granger in the end. It's a comfort pick for OP, taking it away from Falcon Esports. Now, the big question is, will the CC go gold or will they pick up another gold laner? Doesn't seem like there's like a lot of gold laners left. And if they do want to go for fighter, I think they have to pick up Kimmy then.
So they go Kimmy, and then they can throw like an Arlot or a Lapu Lapu on either side.
I think that's I think that's the angle.
Yep, and then you still don't know if you're gonna go with the alter ego, run that Uranus into the CC, because that's gonna be quite the coin flip. Coach Nyo Chow throws his hands up, confirms the Zushin, and then the Esmeralda. Okay,
Yeah.
so it's a cat and mouse situation here.
Whoa! Team 7, a greedy last pick Kimmy. That makes it 3 marksmen in the composition with...
It's a
Alright.
triple.
It is a triple marksman setup here. Bro, Uranus, I don't think Uranus is enough to peel for 3. Like, they have a
No,
Kalea,
sir.
sure. Oh, man. I think, like, Falcon Esports, they are lacking range. I thought the Kimmy would come through for them. Team 7 overloaded with range.
Yeah.
I don't know who to choose. I think between the two, I think I would still go for Falcon Esports. I still think they have like the better composition to control the early game. Man, I would have loved to see a Lunox pick on Team 7. Just a bit more survivability. But yeah, what do you think about this, Leo?
It's gonna be tough for the mid do. Wait, no, I think even Falcons has a good mid trio to rotate. Because look, there's so many targets for Dax to just jump. What
There
is T7
are.
thinking here?
I don't know. They're thinking they would win.
Coach Gina wants to put his foot forward and say, hey, if this works game 1, we can risk it for the biscuit. All right, going into the Land of Dawn here, a best of 5. This is a marathon, folks. This is it's not a triathlon though. That's for the finals. That's the best of 7 tomorrow. But here it's a marathon, and I think they're just seeing what sticks. You know what I mean? Like, if we can make this MSC wildcard 6 months ago meta work, then who's to say?
If there's a time to experiment, if there's a time to, test out different picks, it would be a game 1 in a best of 5, right? You want to try to test your limits. If you can get a win, big morale boost, big confidence. I would punch in the face towards Falcon for sure. If they stick to the book, it's just going to be very difficult for Team 7 to utilize that early game. Yeah, like you said, early rotations are going to be good. The Granger's not going to be able to rotate as fast as a CC. The Esmeralda in lane against Uranus, that's kind of like a non-lane, whatever. But the setup should already be good up against the 3 marksmen. The Joy is going to have a field day if played right here. And it just seems like for Team 7, they're grasping at straws. They're just looking for, again, either comfort picks or, like you said, a big curveball, right? Play for the late game. Something that they technically have done. Even in the games that they've lost, they've been able to bring it out to 20 minutes, which is surprising because of the fact of the big 3,000 gold lead benchmark we were talking about in the early game.
Yeah, to be fair, if Tanpok plays his cards right, he could serve up easy kills to possibly 2 Skypiercer holding heroes, right? Like, if his Kalia is on fire today, an early Tsunami Slam combo into like a Kimmy or a Granger just randomly standing around could snowball T7 into a victory. It could happen. We've seen it happen, but against a team like Falcons, especially if they keep their cool and, they wait for their level 4 power spikes, because again, that's what you're waiting for here, to have your full kit to ruin T7's early game hopes to have that early and quiet ramp up as they are playing with 3 cores. Then maybe that's the window T7 is looking for. It's doable. Again, the Uranus is not gonna do enough to tank, but maybe he doesn't want to tank. Maybe he just wants to just run around and just mess with the front line of Falcons.
It is dangerous grass, If you do want to run around and dodge bullets or dodge damage, it should be on this map. But yeah, I don't know about the back line, right? If you do that, the front line is basically non-existent. Then it almost acts like a platform for Joy to just get into the back line, right? There's no CC at all. The Joy just gets free stacks, gets the free electrifying beats 3, and then dives towards the Granger, Kimmy, and Eason Shin. So far on paper, it's just a really greedy draft, right? I don't know if the motto for Team 7 right now is it's only greedy if we lose early game, because technically, if you snowball, the greed will pay off. If you get that snowball, if you get the 3,000 gold lead, oh man, you're set. As long as all 3 of them don't build Sky Piercer like in my ranked games.
Yeah. To be fair, the only problem is if somebody gets to the marksman, right? But here's the thing: what if those guys die before they even get to the marksman?
What if they get shot?
That's also Team 7's mindset. It's dive versus poke. And we're poking at you 3 ways. How are you going to get through? So that's the kind of dynamic we're looking at here. Falcons Team 7. Here's the thing. If T7 loses this, then that's definitely a shot to their momentum, right? Like if they lose this like in this fashion, as expected, we might be looking at a 3-1 or a 3-0.
For sure, yeah. If we're talking about poke though, Leo, I think that, yes, you have the range, but it doesn't seem like the 3 marksmen that they have are built for poke. Aside from the Death Sonata, I guess. Even then, you want to try to utilize it to like execute your the enemy team, right? So, like the poke that they have is very conditional. It's only if Falcon decide to stand in front of them without doing anything. It's not like a Farsa or Yi where you can poke in the safe distance and you have these abilities to actually chunk out your opponents. You have to get the full red stacks on the Kimmy. On the Granger, sure, but that's not really like poke that will fully push them back. Looking at the composition, they're all tanky, dude. They got an Esmeralda CC, so I really don't think, especially after the War Axe, they would care about the poke at all, just because it's 3 marksmen poking. It's no mages. There's no burst at all from the team. And who's gonna kill the Esme?
Yeah, I think that is one keyword we were looking for: the lack of burst. If anything, the CC is more bursty than any of those other heroes on Team 7's lineup. So I love how that CC acted as maybe the psycho pick. That might have been the one that forced Team 7 to make these series of decisions that put them where they are now. You know how like, oh, we have to run the Uranus into it. Oh, never mind, it might be in the gold lane. Oh, it's like that's kind of what overloaded Coach Gina.
A full flex, yeah. The Uranus pick ended up not being too good for them, I would say, in the end. I really think the Gatakashi should have just been picked up there. The Uranus could have been a red 3 pick anyways, if they really wanted to have a counter against a CC. I really just wonder if it's actually a deny pick. Did they try to take away the Uranus because Team Falcon could pick it up for themselves with the CC already?
Oh yeah. Is that the case? Are they trying to take away a solid pick from Royal Milk? That's something to mention as well. But he still got his hands on a CC. Wait, no, it's switched. It's a switcheroo, no? It's the Esme, right? It's still an Esme. Like that you're still getting the other half of the coin. It really wasn't much of a stopper.
Exactly. And I think for me, like the only reason you would pick up Uranus against the CC is to give the matchup to the Uranus, right? To actually put wherever the Uranus is into the CC lane. But the fact that they revealed the Granger so early means that they couldn't. They had to just accept the fact that Falcon denied the matchup. They went for the Esmeralda, put an XP, put the CC now in a great matchup against the Granger, where he can shove, he can zone, he can do whatever he wants in the lane. And I'm really just struggling to find an angle where Team 7 actually wins out the early game. They might have to just play for mid to late all the way from the start. They might have to trade turrets, which is already very difficult to do, by the way, because the CC is such a good weak side pick. There's not much you can do. You dive him, it might be a turnaround. The AOG comes through as well. That's a combo. You're just going to have to turtle in your own, like under your own turret, inside of your own base when it gets that bad enough.
Yeah, basically play as if you're losing right now. Play not to lose.
Play from behind.
To win. Yeah, you can't play to win right now up until like the 14-minute mark, realistically. But if you have a good mid game, 10-12, that's when you get all these items on these cores. Folks, quick update live from the Myanmar Expo Hall, Fortune Plaza in Myanmar. We are working on a few kinks right now. As you can see, Team 7 and Team Falcons, they are excited to play for you guys. So hold out real quick. We will be jumping in. Again, these are four of the best teams out of MSL Myanmar Season 2. There were 10, now there's just 4. They're fighting for the lion's share of $20,000, about 20,000, with the winner taking home almost $10,000 and a ticket to M7. So they're going to be flying out to Jakarta if they win this weekend, but it starts now, all right? These two teams, Team 7 and Falcons Esports, this is their chance. They are in the lower bracket. Whoever loses goes home.
They got to lock in, man. Both these teams failed to qualify through the play-ins with a win in their final match and to get it to upper bracket. So they have to go all out now. And it's just tough to see if this is all out for Team 7. It may be all out in regards of like a desperate move for the 3 marksmen. But I really hope it works out for them, man. But in a way, you know, I want Falcon to also do really well. It's just really tough to see these two teams, man. A team like Team 7, who's risen from a lot of these, from the regular season, doing so well against teams who you would favor to win MSL from the start, going number 2 in the regular season, to now possibly one of these teams, Falcon or Team 7, number 1 and number 2, by the way, in the regular season, going home today. One of them who's done so well, Leo, who's been so consistent, so stable throughout the whole season, will be going home on day 1 of playoffs.
What a plot twist, man. Imagine that, being the best before the play-ins and then just dropping on day 1. That's the sad truth for one of these teams.
Sounds like
tonight.
a BTR.
Hey, too soon.
Too soon? Okay.
That's what you say. That's what you should say. But
yeah,
again, Team 7, I'm looking at it again. I hate to look back and bring up their play-ins history, but all of their drafts are similar to this. All of their drafts are like, wait, how do you plan to make this work? I'm looking at game 1. This one is a very fighty lineup. I'm looking at game 2. No combo for that Kalia. Very similar to their draft here now. Game 4, another loss for them. There isn't much of a hold for their cores to work out. But hey, we don't have to speculate anymore. We're going into game number 1. Finally, a best-of-5 lower bracket bout between Falcon Esports and Team 7.
Let's see what they can do on the 3 marksman pick that deem to be very, very greedy. It is very, very greedy, but they can make it work here. Dax on the Joy, Lucky on the Yi Sun Shin, and it will be Tan Poke who's going to help out early on around the purple buff. Securing Lethal Wanderer seems to be the prio. Actually, just getting mid prio first, rotating over, clearing it out, and it should be a lethal pick, but Dax is going to rotate as well. It's going to be a taunt over. Good immobilization. Whoa, the knock of Dax taken low. Woo! Good revitalize from Kid X as Royal Milk rotates from bottom lane, and because of the flicker, Tan Poke will be first blood. CK picking up the trade again, though, with Lucky, who takes the kill.
That's a winning trade for Falcons. Again, they were first movers. They had the initiative. Quick rotation from Royal Milk, and then at the end of the day, they just trade out a roamer. They can afford to do that. There is one thing that I think Team 7 is happy with, is the fact that who got the kill? It's Lucky. Their core, their jungler, the Yi Sun Shin. So this should help, but again, all they got was a 200 gold lead. Now it's gone almost. And here's the thing, Tan Poke also spent his flicker. So that's about a minute that you don't get that combo.
Versus the Revitalize, it's only down for way, way less. And the fact that Royal Milk gets the kill here, yes, on paper you would definitely want it to be on the jungle, but giving it over to Royal Milk as well, it's great for Falcon. This is the guy that will be tasked to zone Lucky around first neutral objective. So Falcon can get their mid-trio and Royal Milk to level 4. If Dax still is able to get level 4 before the turtle, which seems to be the case here, it should still be good for them. Again, up against a 3 marksman composition. Mid-prio, though, will be for T7. They rotate earlier.
Yep. Here at the turtle pit first. But yeah, as mentioned and as expected, Royal Milk is going to be winning that. Oh, stops him.
Doing a good job there. CK will be able to regen. Royal Milk doing the same thing as Lucky marches forward onto the turtle. Royal Milk on zoning duty. Tan Poke with the jump. Oh, it's short. Traction pulse will land on Kid X, but it's just Kid X that Dax is able to run around. That's a red tree window for Lucky. Traded with just a kill. Royal Milk gun down as well. Team 7 with the greedy lineup finds the snowball early.
That's not lucky. That's skill. They're using damage as a way to clap back at Falcon's superior crowd control and just presence in the pit. And it's at the point where Benny isn't ready. Benny can't punish these softies just yet. He himself doesn't have the damage output on that Joy. Tsunami Slam on one!
Oh, three-man taunt into the AOG just to escape there. But you can definitely see the damage and that insta-kill button that we doubted early on. But with the snowball, it works. They will be able to get a trade over to CK though, however. Oh, flickers out. The falling side one was a bit short. They have to commit so many resources in the end, but it will be given over to Dax.
That's triple ult spent to try and take down that Uranus. So again, our theory checks out. That was a thesis statement. He wasn't going to tank anything. He was just really going to bother Falcons up until a point where his teammates can rain down the damage. And Team 7, up by 1,000 gold, are doing just that. I did not expect for this to be happening at 3.5 minutes. Royal Milk, oh!
Me neither. Royal Milk caught all alone. Is able to go for the side steps, but Shan's putting the bullets on him, and Tanpoke gets the kill on the Kalea. This makes it even again for Team 7, like in terms of the trades, and that's good, right? As long as Team 7 are able to stay away from the 3,000 gold lead, they're good. If they're down by 2k, I would still say it's good right now. The fact that they're up, Leo, means it's so good. Gold leaders, all of the marksmen.
Oh, the three musketeers. They're all up. What is Falcons gonna do here? They can't take this line down. They can't allow this Granger, Kimmy, and Yisun Shin trio to just run roughshod. Like, this is unacceptable. Falcons, you gotta do something. Second turtle spawning, same spot. Kid X and Dax first. Oh no, Benny!
Very, very low, so able to escape. Uh-oh, Tsunami Slam onto this. What is that damage? They bursted him down without the Mountain Shocker. A good taunt to zone him away. Lucky's able to play. Goes in with the Traceless, but won't be able to win out the Red Tree battle. Kid X, very, very low. Gets away with the AOG in time. Royal Milk gets out as well. But the damage output from Team 7 is starting to get lethal.
Yep, just sheer focused firepower onto these soft targets early on. 5 minutes in, and this Team 7 are making it work. 2,000 up. Sure, they lost a second turtle, but they're already in a position where Falcons have to think, is it even worth it to bully these guys? They're about to take tier 1 down bottom. We thought Royal Milk was the one winning that lane, and he's been taking too many 2v3s, 3v1s, 1v3s, and another kill here on Dax.
Unstoppable Lucky. 5-0-1. The Kalea, so good at locking down the prio targets, and sometimes not even the prio targets. You go and got the Kacha and they just have enough damage. It was CC earlier with a Vengeance that they caught in the mid lane, and he got bursted down with the Vengeance through the magic damage and the physical damage of the two MMs. We get to see the goal difference, and man, is it a big diff in the jungle. 1,900 building constantly here as we get into Turtle 3. That's going to be spawning in 40 seconds. Team 7 have the snowball exactly where they want it. It's a 3,000 gold lead for them. And this is the benchmark that Falcon should be looking to achieve at this point, but it's on 7.
Yep, here we go. They got eyes on Sanji. 4 chasing him. Oh, no one can stop this push. That's 2 sides of the map made vulnerable.
Uh-oh, Tsunami Slam for the Kid X. Has to revitalize. Gets the AOG out as well, but that means it's just going to be a traded resource. Tsunami Slam for AOG and revitalize. And Team 7, very happy to trade things out now. They'll have way more pressure to play with around Turtle number 3.
And it looks like it has their name on it. Literally just put a Team 7 jersey on this final Turtle. Royal Milk trying to find equilibrium in this bottom lane. Trying to push it back out. Team 7 finds Benny, forces an ult out.
That's big, man. Traction pulse baits out the Crimson Beacon that should be utilized to control the neutral objective, but he doesn't have it already. Royal Milk doing the best he can to try to zone in the back, but CK is doing a good job as well. Lucky pops in a Mountain Shocker. That's a Tsunami Slam. Lockdax down. Good electrifying beats, but the Red Tree is on point for Lucky. Benny able to get the kill now. It's the 3 marksmen on kiting duty. Good Mountain Shocker answered by the Purify as Team 7 walks away.
All right. Signs of life from Falcons here. Oh my god, AOG on 2!
That's the Gat.cc combo, and Shan gets punished for it. Locked down. CK still able to sustain now. That's a full stack Lantern Flare, but they just don't have the damage to back it up. And Team 7, despite that trade, are still comfortably in the lead.
Yep, they did lose about 300, 400 gold on the clapback. Sanji pops the vengeance. OP, not taking any of it. Oh no, Royal Milk, it's another 3v1.
Oh, there's no turret there. Mountain Shocker, Tanpoke doesn't even need the Tsunami Slam. Goes for the knock up in the end, and it's enough for Lucky to get a monster kill on the Eastern Shin.
All right, there are situations where that would matter, right? Wherein you're pushing the opposite lane, you're trying to take the Lord. A Purify forced out of Benny, he'll be fine. But what happened now? Twice or thrice? Royal Milk just died because he overstayed.
And the sustain from Kalea is what really is making the team fights really good for Team 7. The constant heals. Royal Milk, he's tanky, like you said, but against 3 members when they all have constant healing, it's just really tough. He needs to rely on like Kid X getting revitalized for them to actually, oh man, that's a thrown out current call without an AOG. They're gonna have to be way more clinical with these resources, man, because they gotta get that combo on the marksman.
Yeah, but luckily, it's not over just yet. 9 minutes in, about Falcons have done well to, I don't know, keep it under that 3K threshold, which is again the magic number for micro-centric gameplay that like we're seeing here. Oh my god, the jump!
No Purify on Betty, gets away the Crimson Beacon, Dax in the back line, zoning the 3 marksmen. Tanpoke all alone, taken down by Betty. The AOG gets Kid X out, but Sanji gets gunned down by Shen in the mid. Like, what, Kid X? A greedy recall, almost getting himself killed.
All right, Royal Milk holding out from the flank. Did not want to jump in when it was too late. Just holding his ground here. Tanpoke, nowhere to be found just yet. Not spawning. Not until about now. So this did kind of delay the pushback, and it saved Falcons from a full-on Team 7 Lord conversion. They will be able to contest, but the question is, should they? About 3,000 gold still Team 7 has, and OP just built his Malefic Roar. This is gonna hurt.
They can play as slow as they want. That's a traction pulse. Oh my lord, a 2-man knockup. Dax looking for the angle, but just won't be able to find it. Not against the clumped up Team 7. Lucky with an endless battle at 10 minutes. This should be a Lord given over. There's not much they can do here with Dax already zoned away. Tanpoke having that angle. Free Lord to Team 7.
Well done,
Nothing to contest. Falcon can't say anything to Team 7 snowball this early. I'll tell you now, Team 7 could have still won, even if it was close, as long as they're not completely losing. But here, they are completely winning. They've pushed in all tier 1s. They have so much farm on Lucky, a respectable amount of farm on Shan and OP. And the only one who's been really dying is Tanpoke. And that's Tanpoke's job.
He's all right, man, throwing his body at people. As long as Shan, OP, and Lucky stay alive. And even when Tanpoke dies, there's a second layer of sustain for CK. So that's the angle, right? We were thinking about the front lines not just not being enough to deal with Falcon, but it turns out it's exactly as planned as long as they layer their front line with Tanpoke first and then Uranus to follow once a lot of those resources have been burnt out. Ooh, that's gonna be the knock up. Mountain Shocker as well. The Purify baited out. Tsunami Slam for Purify. I'll take that trade any day, and I think for Team 7 they'll be doing the same. CK knocked up on the Uranus. Doesn't care, has the consecration. Lord gonna be going for the charge. Last one in, the Holy Shield. Not quick enough to stop the charge from happening.
Mirko, we kept asking, how is Team 7 going to deal with Falcon's front line? But we never asked, how will Falcon's front line deal with Team 7's damage? Look at the trio of items on Lucky. He's on his way to, what is this, a Malefic Roar? Rather, sorry, a Sea Halberd? Is he really going to go through all the extra shields that Falcons makes? Because that seems to be where we're going here. I think he can afford it.
I think so. He's already very comfortably ahead of the Joy right now. So, full glass cannon makes sense. If you can burst them down, well, yep, Malefic Roar.
Oh, it's Malefic Roar, actually. Just the sheer penetration. They want to go for the win. They don't want us to go past 20 minutes.
Oh man, good Falling Star Moon, yeah, to get away there. But it's still going to be Tsunami Slam and a free kill over for the Sky Piercer. Kid X goes for the AOG defensively again. And just seems like there's no answer, Leo. To your question, who's going to deal with the damage, or how does the front line deal with the damage of Team 7? It's overwhelming. And now the Sea Halberd built up by OP. So Lucky just given the task of going full damage while the utility gets put on the rest.
Yep, just spread it out. He's the one who snowballed first, so he's the one who gets dibs on the pure damage output.
Oh,
So
man.
Dax has been farming up. Like, Dax has been doing well to keep up with the gold lead. He's number 3 right now, only behind Lucky and OP. But that, I wouldn't even call that a silver lining, because sure, you have damage, sure you have items, but what do you do with it? How do you even get it locked in? How does he find these softies? Tsunami Slam on one.
They burst him down just like that with a Tsunami Slam. Insta kill onto the AOG, man. That's gonna be Royal Bill taking a lot of damage. Traction post Lucky. Going through everyone's HP, even through OP Sky Piercer. That's how much damage he's dealing.
It's too much. Team 7 are up 7,000 gold. They're inside the base.
Oh
They have their
my
eyes on the
lord.
Lord. This is the second Lord. Not your Lord, Mirko. 7's Lord.
7's Lord, man. And it's their Lord to take, for sure. There's no chance Falcon even get close towards this Lord. Now, the big question is, how can they defend? Because they have a good brawling composition. They have a good composition to look for a snowball early. But their wave clear is horrible.
This is possibly the worst wave clear I've seen in an MOBB sports lineup in years. Like, literally, they have to punch almost every single minion coming their way.
That's not a good approach, man. Not to the Lord that's going to be marching down, and it's basically a third frontliner for Team 7, something they desperately needed if they were behind, but they're ahead. This is a bonus that they'll find a lot of value with. Bottom lane already pushing in. Oh my lord! Tsunami Slam again! It doesn't matter who they target at this point. Dax in the back line, electrifying beats. OP flickers out, gets the Death Sonata, and finally he gets those stacks going on the Sky Piercer.
They made it work. They're still standing, but the base is gonna be up next. Ladies and gentlemen, game 1 goes over the Team 7.
Despite the greedy composition that we both agreed would have to rely on a snowball to make work, they said, yeah, I mean, that's what we were looking for. We tunnel vision on early game. We tunnel vision on the snowball, and we can do it. We can get it. We didn't even have to react to Falcon. We were the ones making the moves. Mid lane prio seems to just be that important in this matchup. Team 7, with the early rotation, they got the poke that was necessary. And even though later on in the game, we also expected that Esmeralda, the CC, would be able to take that damage, in the early game, they were nothing. It was so easy to go through these front lines.
You know how we say it's so easy to win MLBB? It's so easy to win a world championship, just break the base. For Team 7, all they said was, we just need a snowball. Okay, we snowball. It's just literally, yeah, you see that turtle? Just point all your damage. Yeah, just point all your damage at it, press that little claw button, and then do that 3 or 4 times. Like, that's literally what they did here. And Falcons, sure, they had good coverage. Sure, they had a solid approach and a good answer to most things, but they couldn't answer that one thing that Team 7 had in spades early on. Just damage. Like, the damage that they were bringing out at 2 or 3 minutes was too much.
Dude, I can't fathom the amount of damage they were doing. Like, Turtle 2 onwards as well. I think it was a CC that got picked up in Turtle 2, right? Mid lane, I remember that. Tsunami Slam into a full-blown 3 MM just going at it. It was, like, they didn't use any ults. The Mountain Chakra was saved. And he still got destroyed with the Vengeance. Through the Vengeance. Bro, Yusunchin was doing more damage than the Sky Piercer Granger. Like, Granger, by all means, should be the one getting kills, should be the one getting stacks, but even when he was trying to last hit, he just couldn't last hit better than Yusunchin, who was critting for like 700 damage in the mid game.
As a basic attack, as a part of his passive. This is what we were talking about, how good Yusunchin players, again, impressive work by Lucky here, 18-year-old upstart jungler from Team 7, put on display. Like, it didn't matter that Traceless got nerfed, that it's a smaller time frame for vision on that Mountain Shocker. He got what he needed. He made it work, and if you're ever looking for a utility or support Granger, this is what it looks like. OP Tempest had to put on his big boy pants and say, yeah, I'll build the Sea Halberd, sir. All right, yeah. You got it.
You go for the gun, sir. Go for the Malefic Roar. Go for the BOD. No defensive items at all, by the way, towards the end as well. I think if Lucky picked up a second BOD, I wouldn't be surprised. At that point, with them leading that far, with them getting 10 kills on the board, would love to see, again, later on the item builds here. As again, I don't know what item he went for in the end. Usually, as Yusunchin, you would have a little bit more defense, but with a composition like this, with you being so safe in the back, I don't think there was any need for him to go for defensive items, man. The Uranus and Kalea that we doubted as the main frontliners here turns out to be great. Like, they just had to layer who was in front taking damage first, and it's like back to back, right? They don't go in together. They don't take the damage together. It's just Kalea goes in first, it's fine, then Uranus is the second wall.
Yep, and then the Uranus was always around the other cores just in case, like, Dax got close. So
yeah,
it's a solid approach. Team 7 knew what they were doing here. In just a bit, I think we should be seeing the post-game stats here alongside naming our MVP, who again is most likely Lucky. Yeah, what is that final item? We never really got to take a peek because he had the trio.
Maybe he ended without it.
Yeah, BOD, with the amount of farm he was making, I'm sure he could have finished it. But yeah, BOD, Hunter Strike, Endless Battle, and then Malefic Roar. Yeah, what was that 6th item?
If he's a Chad, it's a second BOD. If not, then
Yeah.
probably
Right,
if it's safe,
what
it's
else?
probably War Axe.
Uh-huh.
It's a boring choice. It's like the template choice, usually War Axe. If you want extra safety, Immortality, but hell no, Lucky doesn't need that, man. He already has luck on his side.
Didn't need it. And like the way the lineup was built for Falcon, he had no incentive to build like a Wind of Nature. Like just that was not happening. Like again, 0 defense.
Yeah.
All gas, no brakes.
Even a Rose Gold Meteor, unnecessary at that point, right? So it would just be strange to see anything else in damage. If they, what else? Do you want to go Heptaseas? Is that the verse that you're looking for? Technically,
Maybe.
I think it like Sea Halberd makes more sense, but they already have enough anti-regen with OP on it, with even Tan on the Kalea building dominance.
Winter Crown. That would have been the only other. Yeah, but again, that's a defense. You consider that a defensive response. So maybe Lucky done roll like that. Now with the win that they got here, amazing work. Again, they finished what 15, 16 minutes.
Yeah, that was
maybe less.
I think the time frame of when you would expect their composition to start popping off, right? That's 16, 15 minutes. They're like, okay, on a 3 marksman comp, that's when you should get the game turned around to your favor. But that's when they ended the game. They got it so early on. And I would love to see the replay again. Like, how did that happen? Turtle 1 just seemed so botched by Falcon Esport. Mainly, I think it was through Royal Milk. Getting the advantage in the XP, but not being able to utilize that advantage to convert on the objective, right? He stayed in lane way too long to just poke the Uranus when the vision, I think, for the team was for the Esmeralda to zone Kimi and Yi Sun-shin Turtle 1 for them to create that snowball for themselves.
Yep, and they eventually lost out. Like, that lead they had in the XP lane turned into a lane that Team 7 farmed out of. What was that? 3 kills, 4 kills on Royal Milk that led to nothing. I'm pretty sure that was a feather in the cap of Lucky that gave him the extra damage boost that he was looking for. Confirmed he is our MVP. And
DHS!
of course! How could we miss out on that? Yeah, the final item was the Demon Hunter Sword.
There you go. Demon Hunter Sword, last item to go through the frontliners even more, man. Having the Esmeralda, having a full fighter comp, yeah, makes a lot of sense. Kill participation at 100%, by the way. Lucky was everywhere on the map. And technically on the Yi Sun-shin, you don't need to be everywhere. You pop in the ultimate, you get vision, you get that assist as well. Yeah, it's 14 minutes, even quicker than the 15, 16 minute that we expected here for the team.
That's all it took. And look at how the rest of Team 7 built up. Didn't even give Shan the chance to finish his item build, nor OP. He just went so fast. This is what a snowball looks like. Going into game 2, if Falcons want to go far, steal or ban out the Yi Sun-shin. Take it away from Lucky.
I think they need to do it. But the thing is, I don't know how good Dax is on a pick like Yi Sun-shin, right? We know him for the Hayabusas, the Lancelots, the Fannies as well. All 3 were banned away. Put him on a pick that is still in the meta, but is very easily countered. Very easily, I wouldn't even say countered. Like, even when the Kalea didn't get the Tsunami Slams, it was so easy to kite away from, with them all just dispersing or them actually working together, soaking in the damage fine, but getting the immobilization, bursting him through. Dax just couldn't take the damage of 3 marksmen on him. And again, if you take a look at Tanpoke's item, that's something we did mention in the patch adjustment, the new patch with Dominus Ice. getting a hybrid defense. You don't need to build it all the way. You can just go for the component, and
Black
Tan
Ice.
Folk did it. Yeah, he just went for Black Ice, and then straight into the core items that he needed to soak in the damage against Falcon. And it's just, wow, full everywhere. The carry rich guy, it's just a sandbag that was given over to Royal Milk. And I think this is also something that a lot of Esmeralda's, Uranus's IC and MPL ID struggle with, Leo. They're too confident. They're too confident when they get ahead early. They think they're unkillable. They think there's no one who can touch them. And they ended up just dying for fun. I think there was so many times that we could just go through again, Royal Milk standing alone or just laning without a turret down below.
You know what? Dying is not fun. So I think at some point Royal Milk was like, I gotta stop doing this. Like, this is not worth it. I should not be doing this. I should not be partaking in these kinds of activities. But again, that's something among the many things that Falcon Esports have to go back to the drawing board for to figure out exactly where it went wrong. But yeah, again, this is Burmese MVB. We're in Myanmar now, fam. Maybe we have to reconsider that some things that we expect to work in our regions or elsewhere in the world works different. So
It does.
yeah, you're right. I think one thing that we have to consider is Haxadax is legit. So maybe by taking out these heroes, you already nerf Team Falcon Esports a certain way. Coach Gina really knocked it out of the park there. We should expect he should do that again in game 2.
Yeah, a really phenomenal job here. The no MM comp versus the 3 MM comp is someone mentioned in the chat. Shout outs to him, man, for saying no MM versus 3 MM, because that's true. Having no MM here was, in a way, also kind of greedy for Falcons, right? They do not have a late game insurance. It's all in on the early game. If they win it out, then it would be similar to how Team 7 were able to control the game. But if they didn't, then it would just be what we saw, and we were able to see a full snowball. Towards the end, Tanpok didn't even need to be picky with who he wants to go for, right? In the early game, you need to be very careful as to who you go on. But here, every time, just on the Gatot Kacha, Kid X stood no chance to take that damage because there's so much of hybrid damage coming at you. The Kimmy, the Granger with physical, and a very underrated part of the Endless Battle picked up that early. True damage from the Yi Sun Shin.
Yeah, so I think that is something to expect. We're gonna see in game number 2, Haxadax, maybe more prio on marksman, because now, yeah, in hindsight, maybe Team Falcon Esports should have maybe prioritized the Granger. We were looking for the whole Harith situation, but maybe it was them who was supposed to, consider, hey, this might be too greedy. The CC Gambit is working too well for us. Maybe we should have eased it out. Maybe that should have been the EXP pick, and then we picked the Granger. But yeah, the Uranus was already standing in their way. Maybe something that Coach Nyo Chow should reconsider as well, going into game number 2. Sidewise, Team 7 should be on the pick now. They could go blue. Like, Team 7 go blue, and then all the more step down on Dax's neck when it comes down to hero picks.
Yeah, they tried to avoid the CC bad matchup, and they ended up having to put a bad matchup on the rest of the team, right? Through, again, the Uranus pick that ended up being really, really good as a first phase pick. And now Coach Nyan Chao, definitely something that he's going to have to take into account as well. Because he already banned out the Baksha. What else was banned out? The Baksha, the Grok, and there was one more, I believe it was... Okay.
Hilda.
The Hilda pick around Dangerous Grass. And that's honestly a really good start. I think, looking at the way they're playing the game right now, I think the CC first pick is too much of a gamble. Like, if you don't have a composition that's ready to snowball, if you don't have a composition that can coordinate well around first turtle with the CC, it's okay to forget about it. It's okay to go for just, the juice in early if they want to go for it. They ended up going for it. I think at this point, the Granger first pick isn't something too crazy. We saw it, I think, a couple of times for Aurora, for Domeng, and we saw it as well in MPL Indonesia for Erlan. So if you have a player that's just that good on Granger, and if you want to deny it away from an already amazing Granger performance from OP, it's something that you can consider. But if you want to take the safe route, Yi Sun Shin. I don't know how safe that is though, Leo. Again, Dax, known for like the mobile assassins, mobile junglers. I don't know how he fares on the Yi Sun Shin.
No, here's the thing. I don't think that's even going to be a problem. I think the only reasonable or logical move for Falcons, knowing what we know now, is they will get their hands on the Granger.
Okay.
And Dax will not get his hands on the prio assassin. So no Lance, no Haya, no Fanny. I expect
Yep.
even in blue, Team 7 should be banning those three still. So Yusen Shin opener for Team 7, unless some way somehow Falcons ban that, and then we go from there. Like that's where we are. I don't think Dax is gonna get his hands on the Yusen Shin.
Okay. So no Yi Sun Shin for Dax. That's going to be taken away. He might have to just go for Joy again? I don't know. Like, I think at that point, the Fredrin might have... Yeah. If they want to control Turtle 1, you need to have Royal Milk on a signature pick as well, dude. I'm not a fan of him on an Esmeralda on a Uranus. He needs to be the guy making these plays, going for damage as well as just zoning. So I would love to see him on something more aggressive. Even a Phoveus, I would like to see more, right? When he's a lot more active around the team fights instead of just dancing around on the Esmeralda. Lapu Lapu comes through as well against the Eastern Shin, right? Would have been a great pick to go for.
How about, what if the timing is right and Team 7 go for this weird, like, heavy core but soft type of hero lineup? What if we see the Burmese Dragon? What if Royal Milk brings out the Yu Zhong?
I think for me, that would have been the best choice up against the Eastern Shin. In MPL ID and MPL Philippines, we've seen a lot of that, right? Whenever you see the Eastern Shin, you just pick it up. But I think it's an overrated pick, Leo. I think it's very, like, it looks good on some players specifically. Like, these players are the ones that can really bring out the best out of the Yu Zhong. And Indo, we have Lutpi. In Philippines, obviously, it's Sanford. And for the rest who pick up Yu Zhong, it's kind of been underwhelming in ID. And I would say even in the Philippines, right? A lot of teams just bat it out against Sanford. They don't even want to deny it away because it's a very difficult hero to play. And it requires a crazy level of coordination. That's also what led to BTR losing and the GOAT laughing at them while playing the Yu Zhong.
So, yeah, what if, I don't want to knock it till we try it. What if Royal Milk can? What if he's one of those players that just make it work? Because again, we know Team 7 has this one solid weapon, right? Even in their play-ins round, I'm looking at their match against Yangon, right? Their one win in that best of 5 was a 23-minute slobber knocker. They had to work for that win. So here in the playoffs, this is the most confident and most powerful we've seen him. That game looked like a ranked game stomp.
It did.
So what if they rely on that same strat again, right? So this is one thing Royal Milk now suddenly has to bring out. Coach Nyochao, if you can, motivate him to play the Yu Zhong. Make him believe he can do it. Nothing is impossible.
We haven't seen it at all, though. That's the thing. Even in the play-in stage, it was mainly Lapu Lapu, Alice. So
Nothing.
I would much rather have the Alice over for
Royal Milk?
For Royal Milk, like compared to the Esmeralda, because at least for the Alice, you're a Uranus that can stun. You're a Uranus that can set, right? That's something more that you can utilize playmaking.
Uranus.
It's a sexier Uranus. Yeah, as you really like to put. Even Lapu Lapu, I understand why they didn't go for the Lapu Lapu just because it gets countered by the Uranus. But if you're purely playing for out of lane, I think you shouldn't really care about the individual matchups here, right? Like, again, they were put into a tough matchup. Completely losing out in the XP lane for the Uranus against the Esmeralda, even in the gold lane not really winning. But in the end, it's all about the trio mid. It's all about elevating their game and enabling them to perform, especially when your gameplay right now is very reliant on Dax. I think you need to go for more of those playmaking picks for Royal Milk.
Royal Milk. What's in his arsenal here? He does play an Alice, played it twice in the play-ins.
Lapu Lapu.
Has a Lapu Lapu, has a Hilda. Yeah, the Esmeralda confirmed not very good. Something that he shouldn't be forcing here. But yeah, back on the Yu Zhong, right? There was a record 2 Yu Zhong in all of the post-regular season outings of MSL Myanmar. Literally, there was one on Mythic Seal and then another on Paladins. And both teams are no longer here. So those are the only showings of a Yu Zhong. Neither worked.
Yikes.
It might not be a Burmese thing. It might not be an MSL Myanmar pick.
Might not just, I mean, it's fine, you know? It's fine if we don't have those kind of picks. They've, in the past, created their own meta picks, you know? And I think that's something that they need to try to innovate here. Something that can really catch their opponents off guard, because Team 7 looks like they just got the fundamentals down way better than Team Falcon. Falcon, a team that I think before coming into the playoffs, especially in the play-ins, we definitely thought going 9-0 in the regular season would have the grasp on the fundamentals of the current patch. But it just seems like right now, Team 7 have the hold on comfort picks. They have the hold on how to play their best possible lineup, their strengths, right? Everything was elevated in that game. It wasn't them trying to play in the meta. It was them trying to just stick into their own strengths and not try to force some things that just don't fit them.
Mirko, what I'm hearing is old dog, new tricks. Are you asking Falcons to now show us something we haven't seen from them before? Because I think we're on the same page. If I'm reading you right, Team 7 know who they are. And as funny as it looks, again, as much as we slammed that triple marksman lineup game 1, they won with it. So now it's Falcons' turn to show us who they really are, who they can be. And that's a scary proposition. You know what I mean? Like, that's an identity crisis on a grand stage like this.
It's either that or they go full comfort, right? They either start to get like really, they start to lock in, or they go for a full comfort pick, comfort draft, just like we saw from Team 7. Again, yeah, I agree with you. It's just Team 7 knowing themselves a lot better here, knowing how to play around themselves, and knowing, I think, even the weaknesses from Falcon. A lot of teams in playoffs or on the big stage, when they are given full fighter comps, just lack the confidence to pull off those aggressive moves. They're scared, they're hesitant, they doubt themselves, and that is what leads up to like teams who play for like scaling comps to take over. I think we've seen this as well in MPO Indonesia, man. A lot of the teams that just play scaling comps, they get the benefit of doing nothing, staying in their lanes, and getting the advantage of the enemy team not wanting to push in forward with a fighter comp. This is, again, something that we didn't see from Team 7 because they played the early game like a fighter comp. They were just going at it. And it was the opposite for the fighter comp. They were so scared. Falcon, the loss in the play-ins that we thought maybe could be, as again, assuming them hiding their strat, could also just be the jitters on stage, Leo. They are experienced, but some of them are playing new roles now.
Yep. Again, you're looking at Ben, who's now a mid laner. But I think even far removed from what the other teams in the playoffs look like. You know, we'll talk about Yangon and AI later on, but Team 7 Falcon Esports, you're talking about comfort. You're talking about that uneasy approach to MLBB as a, you know, mostly fighter-centric draft. Maybe we can just chalk it up to one short statement and say Myanmar is marksman. Like, they just really still love their marksman. And there was none for Falcons in game 1 that made him play weird, that made him play that way.
Nothing really put them in an uncomfortable spot, man. No pressure at all. They just gave over and over the fights. They need to be more proactive as well at this point, right? Even when you're losing, you need to look for those aggressive moves that, in a way, they were trying to build for reactiveness in that game with the AOG against the Kalea. But at a certain point, when you're up against these marksmen, I think the AOG forward would have been a better tool instead of just purely reacting to the Kalea.
Yeah, I think Kid X just took too much damage, and I don't blame him. Again, he took too much damage to even consider the forward AOG. So he always used it for self-preservation. But you're right. In a perfect world, it would be to scramble that formation and to throw off these cores from Team 7 and then feed them into the hands of Dax. But that never happened. That's something that we're hoping Falcons can do here in game number 2 for them to get on the board. If they can draft something similar or maybe something better, I'm just so sure that Dax is not going to get his hands on a reliable assassin. I think that's one of Team 7's what am I looking at? Priorities. What are their prerequisites? Yeah, like just don't make sure Dax doesn't get this, and then we can go from there.
And it's a great strat. Like they maybe it was also because of the dangerous grass that the Kaleo was able to just hold on to the bushes so many times, so that, you know, again, just not being seen, by the way, is already such a good tool for the Kalea. It's so difficult for the Joy to walk up and to go for the usual pathing when you don't know where the Kalea is. So again, something really good that Tan did on the Kalea was just not being seen on the map. He just constantly stayed in bushes, even though he doesn't get a lot of vision for the team. When the team is winning, he doesn't need to. There's a Yi Sun Shin as well, right? That's what gives the Kalea so much more threat in the game itself. The Mountain Chakra being used to open up the map, he can just wait and look for those ambushes, look for a small misstep, and most of the times it happened. The Gatot Kacha was the one that usually gets picked up, and because they were in the lead, going for the Gatot Kacha isn't a mistake. Usually you would see that as a way to turn fights around when your roamer is the one that gets picked up, but there's just no instant burst as well coming in from Falcon to really threaten anyone from the back. No one in Falcon could make the marksman uncomfortable. Not even Dax in the end there. Like, he was just out damaged completely. When he walked in, he was already at half HP. So the whole poke situation, which we were saying wasn't enough, turned out to be very, very adequate.
Very enough.
Very
It
enough.
was so enough. It was so enough to end the game under 15 minutes. That's another thing I think Team Falcons should, Falcon Esports should address. They should aim to get some burst on him. If not a marksman, get some decent burst. Maybe this fighter situation would have worked if, again, I'm just we're grasping at straws here, crying over spilled milk. But maybe if that Zushin wasn't a Zushin, what if they were able to get their hands on either the Eve or the Farsa, more the Farsa, right? Like, maybe that would have been enough to make those marksmen think twice about engaging.
Yeah. I think that would have been the angle, really. But
Or a Kag even, like a Kag.
yeah, I don't know. It's just tough because looking at the wins for Benny in the last few matches that he's got, it was mainly him on the Juicin actually still in the regular season. Obviously, we did see a change in the play-in stage up against AI Esports where he was put more on the Kimmy, the Lunoxes. Actually, yeah, like the Kimmy taken away was just so big. No, it's something that Falcon Esports love to pick up. I really wonder why they decided to go for the Juicin in the end, because yeah, we expected the Kimmy to come through. We expected one range pick, right? They already had the Joy, they had the CC Gatot Kacha. They needed something to... They needed artillery at that point. Someone that can deal damage consistently, not just relying on burst and utility. And, maybe it's more of a snowball composition with the Juicin. You get those first early fights almost guaranteed. But now, knowing Team 7, I think that the Nai would be the better option for them.
Yeah, their priority changed suddenly in the draft alone. So that is mainly a majority of where our pain points for Falcon Esports lie. While Team 7, again, we can't tell them not to do something when they made it work. So,
sure.
Slay Queen, more
Slay
power.
King.
Like, Slay King. Yeah, Slay King. I don't hear that as much. I don't hear that as often. But yeah, keep going. Again, I wouldn't be surprised. Depends on what the map looks like. And as they slap on their cans, it looks like we're waiting for the map enhancement. That should also dictate what these teams are capable of drafting into.
So let's see. Is it going to be Broken Walls? Will we see a neutral map where, again, the Grangers get to work a bit more? That could have also been overthinking on the part of Nyo Chao, right? Might have been thinking, all right, if we want to play around dangerous grass, we want to attack from every angle possible. So we need to get these fighters. We need to get that CC, the AOG coming in as well. But it just ended up being overwhelming for themselves. Now, annual map change, random map draw. What is it going to be, Leo? Dangerous Grass, Broken Wall, Expanding River, or Flying Clouds? It seems we're going to land on Flying Clouds. All right. So this actually benefits the fighters. What?
Flying Cloudies.
Flying Cloudies. Yes, sir. This benefits the fighters, though, right? Like, if they wanted to go for the fighters, it should be here. As long as you still have the core fundamentals around your composition. You still need the artillery. So I hope they don't forget that. I hope they don't tunnel vision on just purely winning early game, because they need that late game insurance.
Yeah. Don't be awkward about what you draft. Again, you asked for this. You prepped for it. Going into the draft, it looked like we're going down a very similar route. But here already we see a change. Coach Chow, instead of banning out the Grok, he takes out the CC. Hilda still at large. Hayabusa should be the ban here for Team 7 on Blue 3.
Yeah. Swapped sides here this time around. So it's going to be different this for Team 7 here. Do they still want to prioritize the Yisun Shin as first pick is the question now, because you are going to give Falcon a way to respond instantly, right? Red side, even though we haven't seen more blue side wins around MSL MM, it does seem like for this game in particular, they ban out the Yisun Shin. Is this going to be a Hayabusa first pick for Team 7? It so far is shaping up to be a first pick Hayabusa. That's Uranus taken away as well. So,
Whoa.
first pick Hayabusa, I think.
Coach Gina on that 5-head approach. He's playing the game ahead of whatever Coach Nyocha might be thinking just as they're trying to recover. Okay, what's open here? They could go the Zushin too if they wanted to. That could be one approach to this draft. Or an opening Granger. Again, it's not so weird. We're in Myanmar.
Okay. They're taking a while, so they're not like instantly going to be thinking about the Hayabusa, actually. They're thinking about other picks as well. I wonder what the picks that they're thinking about are. Like, is this... I don't really see any more angles. Yeah, aside from the Hayabusa first pick, so it'll just be a Hayabusa. This is setting up for a possible Harith pick for Team 7 as well, so Falcon Esports, they can't go for the Joy. This almost seems like a very blatant bait from Team 7. It's like, go Joy again. They go Esmeralda Leo, and that is already not really a good sign. 38% win rate on the pick.
Nope. But they do pick up the Hilda. Good into the Hayabusa matchup. So I'd say we're still at neutral because the Hayabusa blocks out the Farsa. So Falcons can't pick that. Also kind of blocks out the Kimi. So all these softies Falcons have to think twice about. Now Team 7... how do they answer these two solid frontliners? Obviously not a triple marksman lineup anymore. What do they throw into the Esmeralda? There's Tanpok's Kalia signature, and they get their Kimi.
Okay, they go for the Kalea Kimi again. It's a signature Kalea into... oh, man. That's why I really personally would have liked the Harith over the Kimi. There's not really any lock or full insta kill button for Team 7, so hey, we doubted this last game, so I'm gonna stop doubting it now. Hopefully they still have enough damage here, but the Joy pick now, there's a little bit more leeway, and they can actually pick up the Harith for themselves if they want, even though it's a bit too greedy. I think personally ban out Harith, pick up Granger should be the angle for Falcon Esports.
Correct, I agree. But what is Nyochao thinking to take away from Team 7? Just gold laners, I guess. Just choke out gold laners. That's still a majority of where Burmese MLBB circle around. And there's the Harith. Because again, Falcon wasn't going to pick it up anyways. A little too greedy to put too much magic damage. And despite technically being blocked out by the Hayabusa, they still just want to make sure no Farsa for Team 7.
They just don't want Benny on a carry, it seems, right? They pick out the Kimi, they ban out the Farsa, and with the
another
pattern...
Eve.
Yeah,
should be another
pattern
Eve.
looking like this should be another Eve, I agree. Falcon Esports, though, I think they'll be fine with that because it does leave the Granger open. They can still pick it up for themselves, but then Team 7 could just opt to go for the Ruby. Something to peel for the Kimi, something to enable the Hayabusa even more, and it's amazing to be a secondary stopper to the Joy, Esmeralda, and Hilda, right? Like right now for Falcon, it's all about diving. So if you have a response on top of the Kalea, it's going to be almost impossible to get to the Kimi.
On paper, there's so many reasons why... oh, wow, they read into that. No Ruby. All right.
Good ban.
Yep. On paper, there's so many reasons why I love Burmese MLBB, but one of the other reasons I don't is because they don't like Bane. even before the patch, like they don't play as much Bane as we do in other regions.
To be honest, like the Bane, it wasn't like really too popular in Indo either. It was just Eman doing it, and the rest of the teams didn't really do it. For PH, I think we saw way more compared to the rest, but as expected, the Yve gets banned out here. No Bane though, I agree. I'm not a Bane enjoyer myself, but I love watching Bane in casting Bane games. So
he's hilarious.
He is very hilarious, man. Especially when you add in the play-by-play of the Hawk to us.
Yeah, spit on that thing. What is Benny to play, man? What else is here?
It has to just be Juice In. He's stuck on a bad pick again. Yeah. That's why, man. I don't know about the Esmeralda Hilda instantly here. The Hilda is great, but I think you should have just chosen one or the other, right? Like they should have gone for Esmeralda plus Hilda because it stops Betty from getting a comfort pick early. And now It is honestly Granger. Oh, I wanted the Granger. We get the 1-1. This is even worse than the Granger. Remember, there's a lot of sustain on the other side already. They can build on the sustain to be okay. They just go for Granger again. They don't want to go for Ruby. They don't want to go for sustain. That's a sustain. This is literally just game number 1 all over again. Uranus, but sexier. Kalea, plus no Yi Sun Shin, just Hayabusa, but it's still 3 damage dealers on Team 7.
With now varying ranges. Oh my lord, look at... Who is this? Falcon Esports. That's Sanji. Sanji's so vocal. What is he demanding?
There's no lock to set up for the 1-1, Leo. Usually on the 1-1, you would want to have something to lock people down for the free crossbow Tang. And I think Team 7, with the range that they have and the assassin, I don't know.
And we're still lacking burst. A lot of the things we mentioned for Falcon Esports fell on deaf ears. Not that we were throwing it the right direction anyways. They are miles away, thousands of miles away. Yeah, but... all right. There is one thing that they changed. They actually ended up with a marksman now. But is it the right kind of marksman is the question.
I guess it's a comfort pick. There's no way you would bring it up in game number 2 in a possible match point situation where T7 again are just leaning towards their strengths. Falcon, this has to be their strength. This has to be an angle for them to fully, take over the series. Because if not, this is looking like a bit too good of a momentum for T7 to take a full clean sweep against Falcon.
Yep, this is battle for match point. This game number 2, if T7 does win, puts him a game win away from moving on through the lower bracket into the LBF, with the loser of the second match of the day dropping down. Welcome to game number 2. Great, again, draft here by Team 7. Mirko and I might have called it down to a T. All the while, Falcons stick to their guns.
They do. This time with a few changes, like you mentioned, no more fighter gold. They're going to stick to the basics with the 1-1 and gold that, despite not being able to find a lot of success in other regions, has been pretty okay in Myanmar still. So it's them just relying on comfort. I do want to say, though, as a 1-1 player, I do not enjoy this matchup on the 1-1 against the Granger. It's just a horrible matchup on paper. And here you can already see Tan Poke walking up over Benny with a Purify. Almost gets out, but it's 2 kills over the T7 just for lethal again. Overwhelmed by the damage.
I'm smelling another MVP performance by Lucky. A minute in, and he's at 100%. Kill participation just as he was in game number 1. Something about Team 7, man. They seem to have Falcon's number.
They do. In the drafting phase with the bans onto Dax, a perfectly read out drafts as well. Falcon, they're really already in a tough spot here because this composition, by all means, should be the ones to control the early game, man. Not the Hayabusa and the Kimmy getting a lead early. Lucky jumping again. Shadow kills ready. The flicker mistimed a bit. Doesn't get the spacing necessary. Dax unable to go for the trade here. Immobilization flicker right under the turret. Dax picks up a kill, but Lucky will be looking for the quad chat. All right, never mind. Falcon are able to get on the board. At least they have something back early.
Yep. Falcon looking to catch up and pick up the pace here. Flying Clouds, transpo by Kid X. One thing to note, Shan did not flicker. He knew he was going to die, and I think he understood that. But underneath the turtle, that's a big Falcon's presence.
Okay, that was a very weird situation for CK. Lucky was in no place to walk up, but they still wanted to try to contest somehow there. And it gives Falcon a lot of breathing room now. Man, the breathing room that they were looking for in game number 1, they found here. T7 definitely overstayed their welcome in the mid lane. Again, it's through Falcon having the early game comp. They should be the ones leading in the early game. And Team 7 really disrespected that. They got a few kills early and thought they were unkillable, thought they were unbeatable.
Uh-oh. Royal Milk jumping in. Falcons, they can smell it in the water. They're up by about 100, 200 gold, and they are better in the early game, no doubt. That's a close call on Benny. Benny's holding out.
Oh, Dax doing a good job as well. Lucky's gonna be caught. Quad Shadow all over. Is able to get away, but Royal Milk's gonna go for the chase now as he goes onto Orange Buff, takes it out away from Lucky as Dax gets the green camp, and they are trying their best to suffocate Lucky in his jungle.
That is Grand Theft Orange. Guilty of 1 charge. Royal Milk he's just bullying CK, man. You'll think that one fumble in the turtle pit when CK just jumped in would have been enough to, you know, make him play conservative, but no, the damage has been done. He's out 2 levels. Royal Milk is doing what he did in game 1. He's literally owning half the map.
But this time it's working for them, right? They're utilizing the tempo appropriately. He's no longer just stuck in lane. One guy who's stuck in lane though is definitely going to be Sanji here. OP's going to like being stuck in lane, but Sanji on the 1-1 against the Granger. The matchup, like I said before, not really a comfortable one. Tsunami slam over. Falling Star Moon comes around as well. Kid X will flicker out, has enough sustain to get back into the bush and regens back to almost full. He should be full.
Yep. For the cost of about a 2-minute cooldown, he does not die. Finds himself in that bush. Turtle spawns, same spot. Falcon Esports first to the scene. Benny puts up Tanpok. And OCK!
Uh-oh, Crimson Beacon defensively used, thrown a roll with a flicker, gets him down, whoa! Did not expect the damage to be enough to take him down. That's a turtle traded in for the kill. CK walks in for more, immobilization for the Kid X. Royal Milk walking back in, the anti-regen is on him, the Purify gets him out of the quad shadow, but Lucky is putting the damage on him, slowed down, and again Royal Milk staying for too long and getting punished for it.
That's a trade I'm willing to make. The second turtle for 2 kills, plus again, my gold laner being fine up top. Team 7 now swing the gold lead over to their side. They have about 300 gold up now. That's a little bit of breathing room for CK.
And it's great for them because with Granger and Akimi, all you really want is to stay even. Dax, though, gonna make it a tough time. Oh, that damage this time! Fully on Dax, nothing OP could do. No help like he had in game number 1.
Yep, nothing to flicker through there. Benny far away, like didn't even need to hit him with a lantern flare. That was all Dax. Looking at the item game, slight lead for Dax here. This is a slower game for Lucky, but still Lucky's doing well for himself at 302. Like, this is not by any means a bad Hayabusa.
All right, let's see the turret here. It's going to be Sanji on it already. Has he inspired us? Give the Crimson Beacon utilized, but the Quad Shadow continues to land. Shadow kill the backline as Zax demolishes them. There's not much they could do against that damage. It will be 2 on the board plus a plus a structure over to Falcon.
Yep, that is where they needed CK the most. And I think this Alice is not scaling as fast enough or laying down the sustain, CC, and damage that they need him to. So this puts Falcon up again, almost 2,000 gold now, as CK goes coast to coast.
And Falcon are in the lead comfortably now. Very, very close to getting that 3,000 gold benchmark. We get an instant replay here brought to you by Infinix Note 50 Pro. But we have another fight going on as Sanji gets taken low, but the Quad Shadow does not land. He already used the crossbow tang, by the way, and it was defensively. So Team 7 take control of the turtle.
That's it. Final turtle might be wearing Team 7's jersey. He does!
Kid X with the conceal gets away. 2-man mobilization now as Benny goes in for the Crimson Beacon. No, just for the Lancer Flare. Has the Crimson Beacon. Will wait for it. In the end, it's a kill over to Benny. Now that's going to be the crossbow attack ready. But Sanji doesn't have it just yet. OP kiting away, flickering out to safety. Benny finally utilizes the Crimson Beacon, but it's to get back. So it's still a lead here. Lucky with the walk back in with the Quad Shadow.
Oh!
OP! The Death Sonata finding its mark. Sky Piercer stack number 1.
All right, OP looking at Lucky and saying, it's my turn. I need to snowball now, big bro. That's a 2K gold lead. You're still looking at Falcon. And you cannot discount the fact that this turtle should have meant something. Yet still, Falcons found a way to win it. Sure, there was no crossbow tang, but it seems like these shadow kills are coming up short.
Yeah, they are, man. And it's because Lucky hasn't been able to really put the stacks on the passive on anyone, right? Like, it's mainly been reactive shadow kills. The shadow kill earlier, I believe, was to get out of position, to get into turtle, to secure it a couple of times as well, like in the mid lane. He just gets the Quad Shadow on the tank, and he's forced to use the shadow kill just for a bit more damage output. Royal Milk, Kid X, even Benny, they're fine taking the damage right now. They have enough sustain or enough built-in tankiness to soak it in as Dax comes in late and cleans up for the whole team.
I think the missing piece or the secret ingredient for Team 7's success in the mid-game power spike is CK. if CK can find a winning Throne of Ruin, that should swing it over to T7's side of the momentum. But for now, yeah, Falcons can keep going. This is the kind of play that we were expecting from Falcons game 1.
This is absolutely the game that we were expecting in game 1, especially up against 3 marksmen. But it's happening here with Team 7, the ones being a bit too aggressive, overstepping. And as we were saying already, like Kid X, he's fine taking those shots from Lucky, man. If the quad shadow gets used like that, that means there's a small window of time where Falcon can really just take control. They're doing it now. Lantern Flare already down. Benny there. Oh, that's a big immobilization with the falling star move, but there's not much that Team 7 can do despite the resources being used. It's the full zoning we expected from game 1, Leo. Beautifully done.
Right. Kid X, Royal Milk, and Benny enough to put up a wall to stop T7 from contesting. And I guess it's at the point where T7, they don't have enough farm yet to just shred through those 3 heroes of Falcon. So you'll see now, still a lead all across the board, lane per lane, even in the gold. So it's coming to the point now where Sanji, despite being bullied by OP in the early, has had a much better life now in the 9.5 minute point.
And it's weird because Falcon aren't really building or playing for the 1-1. It's just a weak side pick, which is strange. The 1-1, especially nowadays, you would usually think to be a snowball hero, something that needs a snowball early to find usage. But in a lot of times in this game, it was him just kiting away, being defensive, even using the crossbow tank defensively, by the way. And Royal Milk's doing a really good... Whoa, shadow kill from Lucky in the mid lane means that it's going to be free up top for Falcon. Dax even walking up here now. No shadow kill, no quad shadow, both on cooldown. They'll be able to deal with the Lord, but they've lost the tier 2 in the top lane.
Yep. Tier 2 in the bottom lane, up next. Lucky taking care of business. Oh, Tampook looking for 1!
Yeah, this time, oh, Benny holding on to the Purify a bit too long there. Gets punished instantly. What looked to be a good Lord usage to get objectives converted over ended up being a Team 7 win, I would say, right? Like, getting the kill on Benny, getting the tempo now, and being able to walk in your own jungle. That's already a win for Team 7.
Yep, this is their first big kill in quite a while, and they're doing their best to keep this lead at a manageable space, like 3,500, 4,000. Anything but going past 5 should keep Team 7 within range. Looking at the items, I think OP, it's been a while since he got stacks. Literally, he only has 1. Another one, they find it, forcing a response from Royal Milk!
Again, overconfident on the Esmeralda. You can't be giving these kills away like this. There's no objective. But giving it over to Okimi, to a Granger, luckily it wasn't on Granger. It could have been a second stack to really push through a momentum over for Team 7. But again, it's just kind of like the Esmeralda syndrome, Leo, or the Uranus syndrome. The sustainable picks, they just get overconfident when they're ahead. They think they're unkillable.
And again, there are times when it matters, right? There are times wherein maybe your jungler's taking the Lord or you're trying to push off lane. Here, he just stood there. He just took it. And this is what he did often in game 1, and that led to their loss. So I don't think Royal Milk can afford to do that. Not anymore. Not one more time. One more time, and I think T7 will get the lead.
Definitely. He's one of the main frontliners here to zone around neutral objectives. So if he gets taken out before the fight, it would be really bad for them. But for Falcon, he's back up. Luckily, he died on the perfect timing before the Lord even spawned. Conceal still. That's going to be the traction post not landing. Tan already walking up now. Has to go for Tsunami Slam onto the front line, and Kid X just takes it there. Let's give the shadow kill into the back line. Oh, that's a Throne of Ruin and the flicker in the back. OP still able to cut away from Dax's. Tan is able to stay alive for so long. Gets a sustain over on purple buff. OP walking up now. Getting the immortality down to CK. Is able to buy some time over Sanji. That's a double for Royal Milk. And despite all their efforts, the front line's just too strong for Falcon.
Yep, they run through, brute force their way into a kill underneath tier 2, and now Royal Milk's gonna have his way with Lucky. Oh, Lucky gets away. Lucky kind of just dived in, cut through hot butter like a knife, and that left that back line for Team 7 wide open. I wonder what the items on CK are, and how come he's not as sustainable as we hoped he would be. He's dying too soon as an Alice.
It's the birds coming in from Sanji. Yeah, I don't know. I agree with you. This looks like a very damage-oriented Alice, because like, yeah, he's not that tanky, but he's doing a bit of damage over to Benny as well, right? Like a lot of these dives has caught me off guard with the amount of damage he's been able to do. Sanji didn't even use Inspire, by the way, so he just dealt with CK without utilizing Inspire. That'll be great for him because they won a team fight without it. Now that he still has it, it should still be a win for Falcon as they continue to Lord Dance it with the slow push down below. Uh-oh.
All right.
Esmeralda has Purify. Okay, this time he gets away, does enough to zone them in the back. It'll be a free Lord over to Falcon.
Okay, so this time it matters. That is good timing for Royal Milk. Keep that up. Again, the reason why he flanked like that and forced a few response from Team 7 is because Dax was going for the Lord. And they get it. They even steal away the purple from Lucky. So Falcon's now definitely in control. I'm looking for an angle for T7. And it's a free kill on Royal Milk or Benny, and then you go from there. Because killing Kid X cost him so much.
It's too much, man. Like, there's not enough from Team 7 to really threaten any of the front line. Again, this was what we expected in game number 1 with the Esmeralda CC, but it's not in game 1 that we get to see it. It's in game number 2 where they built on the foundation of that composition, just strengthening parts that were weak, right? Having a marksman now with the Wan, having the Hilda now instead of the Esmeralda CC composition, and having so much more pressure around these neutral objectives. Something good about Team 7, though, is they have 3 marksmen. Their clear is amazing. So even if they are put in a tough spot, if they're forced to turtle, they're okay doing that. Good shadow kill over to Benny with the quad shadow over. Benny just gonna get it. Oh my god, Sanji almost gets caught in the crossfires of the shadow kill. That's a bit too much damage taken over from a guy who had no stacks at all on him.
Yep, just one more basic attack. I don't think Lucky could have afforded it since, you know, there were 3 other members of Falcons nearby. But yeah, no, there is hope. It looks like Lucky could get lucky and find Sanji just like that even before he gets a crossbow of Tang off. So you'll see now that even being down 6,000 gold, Team 7 is a threat. Team 7 can put themselves in a position wherein they can get free pickoffs.
In game 1, Leo, whoa, 3-man falling Star Moon has a Purify, pops in with a crown as that's going to be the hideaway there. Kid X a bit too far off, has to flick around. No Purify, no flicker. Now he finally uses the Purify Royal Milk. That's a big resource win. Sanji going to be caught. Oh my god, it's all in. Throne of Ruin! And they get everything they need. OP with a big double looking for Benny. Last shot to get a triple kill on the Granger. Kid X in the bush, cannot recall. Gets pulled back in with a Tsunami Slam. The immortality gets popped, and OP is a maniac in game 2.
What? From out of nowhere! 4 free stacks for his Sky Piercer, and I think that puts him at a total of 5 since he did buy the Sky Piercer prior to getting his first kill. Because of this sequence, because of this 4 free kills, the map belongs to Team 7. That lead goes bye-bye for Falcons, and I think this Lord coming up in 15 should be all but theirs.
What a call by Tan to tank up the turret to get a base turret here. Falcon have been building on the lead for so long in this game. But like you said, Leo, there is a threat from Team 7. They're starting to deal damage. Lucky could bypass some of these frontliners to get into the backline with a shadow kill and almost killed Sanji through crossfires. Sanji doesn't have Wind of Nature yet. They're gonna go for the blitz? No, they have to reset.
Oh no. Oh no. Mirko, I think we're gonna see it. I think we're gonna see our very first in the playoffs. A dance. This might actually be a dance.
The dance. I think so too, man.
They're trying. The map has equalized to a point where Team 7 can actually threaten a dance.
There's no shadow kill that's going to be utilized just yet. Traction pulse already. Royal Milk has his Purify back up. Kid X still 15 on the flicker. Buys the Heptases too, so he's going to be looking for a big, I think, poke before the fight, man. Wants to go for a big bonk on the head onto OP or Shan before the fight even starts.
All right, CK. Man-to-man defense on Kid X. Holding onto those stacks. And the Tsunami Slam.
Oh, Royal Milk saving the Purify, gets Immortality popped in as Dax goes into the back line. That's going to be winning crown bot already. OP trying to run away, gets bonked in the head as Tan goes in. OP will fall to set down to Kid X, but the quad shadow from Lucky gets him a double. The Lord taken by Shan. Sanji couldn't finish it in time, and Shan with a sliver of health gets the Lord. Now it's just the two front lines to defend against the damage dealers of 7.
This has gone sideways for Falcons, and from out of nowhere, Team 7 are in a winning position. Royal Milk and Kid X left to defend!
Shadow kill, winner crown bought by Kid X, but he's 1 HP. Team 7 pull a comeback and secure match point.
1 win away from securing the lower bracket. Team 7 is doing the unthinkable. Again, we put them at the lowest possible spot for most likely to move through this playoffs and represent Myanmar in M7, but here they are. They are putting one of the biggest names in Burmese MLBB on notice. Do or die for Falcon.
And for Team 7, again, this is a team that no one expected to be a top contender in the regular season. They made it to top 2. Falcon Esports, by the way, to remind you, 9-0. They were undisputed. They were undefeated in the regular season. They were the kings of MSL Myanmar, but it shows you that on stage, in the biggest stage on the playoffs, everything can be different. And they just played that perfectly, Leo. They played it to our expectations in game 1, right? They completely let go of the early game, which makes sense. You know, again, it was Falcons I think improvement from game 1 to game number 2, where they started to make those proactive moves in the early game to secure the early game lead, and they just got overzealous, way too overzealous. Up against these 3 MMs, you can't just brute force your way into base turret takes. You need to play chill, and because they forgot about that, they didn't have that respect, the kills went over. Some of these small kills that built up to a massive comeback.
Yep, that single sequence, the Maniac by OP, put him over the top, and yeah, there was no coming back from that. You put that much damage, or you put that much resources on a Granger that late into the game. Sure, you can send Kid X over to bonk him, put him to sleep, but it's not like the rest of Team 7 were going to take that lying down. So, you know what? In hindsight, what we were saying about AI Esports, the reason why we think they might go all the way is because they had a hard fight against Falcons. Might be the same reason why Team 7 is doing so well now, is because they got so beat up by Yangon Galacticos in the play-ins that they learned so much, that they unlocked so many things about their playstyle that now they're unleashing it on Falcon Esports, and Falcon Esports aren't ready for it. Like, they legit, they don't seem like they know what to do up to a point where, oh no, it got turned around on us. What do we do?
Oh man, you called it, Leo. We were in for another lucky show, 6-0-10. This time, I guess not as impressive statistically, but I think even more impressive than game number 1, because he was able to stay consistent, deathless throughout the game, despite being behind. He found the angles to go for those quad shadows, and I think the big win for them was how they sent Falcon back. Around the shadow kill on Sanji, when both Benny and Sanji were taking a 1 HP, that was really what put them on the map. They were like, oh wait, they're starting to deal some real damage. Falcon had to respect it, and with them overstepping, it was him who took over a lot of times around the Lord.
Yep. Again, Lucky is a very talented jungler. You said it best. Even when they were behind, he knew how to take care of himself. He knew how to play this Hayabusa to a point where he's still presenting a threat and not dying along the way. Because it's so, again, that's the reason why I think Falcons lost, is they got overzealous, they got overconfident, and they overextended. They put themselves in a position where Team 7 can punish. All the while, Team 7, they remained unpunishable. Is that a thing? Unpunished.
Unpunishable. Yes,
yeah,
sir.
because
Unpunished.
nothing they were doing gave Falcons any big lead. Sure, there was a 6K, 7K gold lead, but what did Falcon do with it? Like, that's the question. Like, what did Falcon do with it?
They got all the turrets except for the base turrets, and then they tried to brute force their way into base turrets, try to get that far lane control, but it really just played into Team 7's advantage. Oh man, I hate to say it because again, Royal Milk has been one of the players that we've been highlighting even before the game started, but Royal Milk, he can't be giving away these kills, man. There's so many times where he just stayed a bit too long over around turtles, around even sieges where he gets caught. And even though he's back by the time the next neutral objective spawns, that little bit of momentum, that little boost in confidence helps Team 7 all the way. It was right before the Lord fight where OP got a Maniac, where, again, Royal Milk got picked off, and he takes a lot of damage here, but a lot of that damage taken was unnecessary. Again, staying way too long, and it's just the Esmeralda, Uranus, the tanky XP laner syndrome, man. You just stay way too long, and you don't respect your opponents as much.
TES, tanky XP laner syndrome, or tells.
TES.
Tells. You gotta avoid them tells, sir. And here, Royal Milk was a victim of his own tells again.
Oh, no. Man, I don't know. Every time. And it's because, especially when we get into the late game, you just don't want to be giving away these kills to a Sky Piercer holder. It's the spas that we were talking about back in the day, now coming back again. It's that big one stack that it really doesn't feel like much, but as you get those items, as he gets more, that one stack becomes so much more important, right? You have a little bit more execution power, you get that kill, and it ends up being a Maniac from out of nowhere. They were behind up until that moment, dude. That big Maniac turned the whole game around, and was what? It was through that one kill, that one Sky Piercer that he had that was holding on to the entire game, basically praying that it would work for him.
And what makes it so impressive is it happened so late into the game. What was it, 15, 16 minutes in? And the items were there. It's not like he was waiting for a power spike. It literally just happened because Team 7 set it up well. They knew how to play it into Falcon's siege. They knew how to punish Falcons. Again, that might be one of the main reasons why it kind of sucks being that team that everyone looks up to, is because you're so easy to read. And I think that's one of Team 7's bits of homework that they did. Like they looked at Falcon's play style and said, yeah, we know how to tear this apart.
You can see again the brilliance of Falcon Esports in the early game, man. Their mechanics really shine through, winning out on those team fights, those crucial ones, winning out on the neutral objective battles, but a couple of times overstepping. Like even in these fights, right, when they're so far ahead, you really shouldn't be taking these big fights. I think after getting the turtle, it would have been good for them to back away, but they just kept on wanting to go in. Here there were so many times where they could be like, all right, you know what, it's done, it's over, but they overstepped. And this is the tassel over from Royal Milk, man, walking up a bit too aggressively, getting punished for it. And even though, yeah, he's still up for the next neutral objective, he isn't able to push in forward. And Team 7, despite losing the team fight in the end, they got a few trades that were good. They were able to delay the Lord. They were able to delay the game. And that's what the competition was built for, right? As long as the lead doesn't go too crazy, as long as it never hits like the 7K mark, they're still able to scale back up. The cope is real. It's not cope. We're scaling, bro.
So Team 7 might be one of those teams that redefine what the magic number is for Burmese esports, for Burmese MLBB. Like, we say it's 3K, because again, a lot of team fighting, but because of how tight their play is, they can extend that. Maybe to 5K, 6K, just not past 7. Past 7, then you're kind of pushing it.
You can't let Team 7 get over a 7K gold deficit. Yes, sir. That sounds right? I mean, here as well, though, mechanically phenomenal stuff. OP able to delay his inevitable death there with the winner crown. These little moments of brilliance from Team 7, really, it became the clutch factor to take control of the game. And Shen, man, because he's not on the Sky Piercer and because there's a Hayabusa plus a Granger, he doesn't really get a lot of those like flashy moments to, you know, no highlight moments, but he's the crucial guy you need on a team to just be there, you know, the shadow carry, the shadow utility for the two carries.
Yeah, you know, in hindsight, I'm looking at that sequence again, right? I'm looking at that sequence between Kid X and OP.
Yeah.
OP's flicker was like 2 seconds off. There was a world wherein he would have survived even more and actually might have lived through the thing, but it doesn't matter. Team 7 won, but imagine if they didn't win and they were still in that kind of situation and Kid X committed that hard, 2 more seconds and OP would have survived that too. That's how good the margins are for Team 7's play, that they can get away with this kind of tight early to mid and then take it back in the late. That's why they're at match point now.
Yeah, and a big reason as well as to why their match point, Leo, is the fact that they have just hacked the Dax. I mean, you said it in the previous games. Well, game number 1 as well. Hack to Dax is working, and they just stuck through it, right? If it ain't broke, don't fix it. They haven't fixed it at all. They are keeping the same strat. They are working through it, and it just seems like when Dax is forced to play on the Joy, it is still a signature pick. He still does well, but he isn't able to be the main carry that you would want, right? He's not able to 1v5. Lucky has had his number, and it was through, again, the first pick Hayabusa. Even though they took a while to pick that Hayabusa up, that was the right choice. Just denying as many heroes as possible from Dax, even banning all the Yusun Shin for Lucky to get his own signature pick.
Yeah. So, here's the thing. Despite the signs of life from Falcon in Game 2, I would like to argue there are more questions now. I would like to say, because of the blunders that they committed in Game 2, and how it seemed like they learned their lessons from Game 1, I'm more worried. Not to add to the pressure that it's do or die. Every game they play from here on has to be perfect, and they have to win if they want to survive. I'm worried for Falcon.
For Falcon, man, I don't know what they need to do, because the ban just seems to be a very straightforward counter to them. They have no other carry aside from Dax, and with Benny in mid lane on the Jusin, I guess for me, you need to put Benny on a carry. That's at this point, you need to just put Benny on a hero he can finally pop off on.
You know what? We have gotten word that we are going to go on a quick break, so we have time to figure this out. When we return, we might have a solution for Falcon. We might have a way for them to come back. But for now, MSL Myanmar Playoff Season 2. We're going to go a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Welcome to MCGG Rising Stars. From September 12th to October 19th, take part in the regional contest, open to all players. Step up and prove your strength.
Division finals will run from October 24 to November 2. The top 16 players in each division may advance to the next stage of MRS. Check your in-game mail for information. The S3 Finals group stage kicks off from November 8 to November 9. The top 6 players from each group will qualify for the S3 Finals semi-finals.
The semi-finals will be held on November 15. The highly anticipated grand final arrives on November 16. The champion will earn a direct qualification for the first MCGG World Championship. The battle is on and the world is watching.
Dabei 11 ကနေကြိုဆိုပါရယ်အားသစ်စရာစိမ်းတော့ပြအားသစ်စရာစတိုင်များ အနေဆုံးဈေးများအကောင်းဆုံးအကျိုးခစားခွင့်များ
Welcome to MCGG Rising Stars. From September 12th to October 19th, take part in the regional contest, open to all players. Step up and prove your strength.
Division finals will run from October 24 to November 2. The top 16 players in each division may advance to the next stage of MRS. Check your in-game mail for information. The S3 Finals group stage kicks off from November 8 to November 9. The top 6 players from each group will qualify for the S3 Finals semi-finals.
The semi-finals will be held on November 15. The highly anticipated grand final arrives on November 16. The champion will earn a direct qualification for the first MCGG World Championship. The battle is on and the world is watching.
Debate 11 ကနေကြိုဆိုပါရစေအားသစ်စရာစိမ်းလုံးပြအားသစ်စရာစတိုင်များမဆူလက်ဆောင်ကြီးရိုက်လိုက်ပါအနေဆုံးစိတ်များအကောင်းဆုံးအကျိုးခစားခွင့်များ
Welcome to MCGG Rising Stars. September 12th to October 19th, take part in the regional contest, open to all players. Step up and prove your strength.
Division finals will run from October 24 to November 2. The top 16 players in each division may advance to the next stage of MRS. Check your in-game mail for information. The S3 Finals group stage kicks off from November 8 to November 9. The top 6 players from each group will qualify for the S3 Finals semifinals.
The semi-finals will be held on November 15. The highly anticipated grand final arrives on November 16. The champion will earn a direct qualification for the first MCDG World Championship. The battle is on and the world is watching.
Back, you're tuned in to the first day of the playoffs of the MSL Myanmar Season 2. You're smack dab in the middle of this best of 5, the lower bracket semifinals, meaning it's an elimination match. And it's not looking good for Falcon Esports. His name is Mirko, and I'm Leo, and we've been calling the match. Team 7 is one game away from moving forward.
And the way they got game number 2 was, I think, the big nail in the coffin almost, right? If we're talking about mental boom, this should be the time for Falcon to really step up. I mean, game number 2 should have been the time, but now it's do or die. If they lose here, it's done. Their undefeated record in the regular season will be all for naught. They need to get something going for themselves. And I think at this point, it might be to take Benny's hero early on in the first phase. They need him on a carry.
Benny in mid. I think, is it a far gone statement that there's no way Dax is going to get any comfort? Because it's working for 7, right? It's working for them. Yeah. Just do the same thing.
He's not.
Ban Lance, Bon Fani, and that last ban is kind of flex, right? Just as long as you get rid of those 3. You use a Shinrahaya, and then we can expect that Falcons should be on the play now. They should be blue side. So, what kind of carry? Like a Kimmy or like a Farsa? Like those things.
After losing game 1, though, Falcon chose red side, right? So they chose to swap. They chose to try to like react to the picks. And again, I will have to say I don't like the Hilda Esmeralda straight up right there. I would much rather have a Kimmy there instead of one of those, or even Eve or Farsa. Even though for me, I don't really think Eve Farsa is, well, maybe Eve is, but the Farsa I don't think is as prio as, you know, first 2 picks right there. But you still need a pick over Benny compared to just picking up Hilda and Esme, basically taking away the flex, right? We know from game 1 that it's just not comfort for Sanji to play on the fighter gold. So going for the Esmeralda Hilda, in a lot of different cases for other regions, you would think about like the different flex potential. But in this case, I think even Team 7 called the bluff very early on. They saw those 2 and they're like, okay, that's Rome, XP, clear. Now we just build for our own comp, get the Kimmy, get enough peel with the Kalea, and build on the Hayabusa that we already have with some more kill pressure. It was a done deal at the end.
As promised, after that short break, we were going to try and present alternatives or solutions for Falcons to get back on the board. That is one way to do it. Prioritize Benny in the first phase. Yep. It's clear that his reliance on the Zushin may have become one of their main weaknesses. It might have been how Team 7 keeps continuing to attack them, since there really isn't much in terms of damage or reach that the Zushin brings, and Team 7 has abused that fact. Number 2, I think second possible solution for Falcons is to try and fix that gold lane situation. That was game 2, right? The 1-1. It might be too much, but if you can switch it up, like maybe not the 1-1, maybe just the Granger. Try to lock down that Granger and something for Benny in the first phase. Like that's where I'm going. That's where I want to put it for Falcons.
I agree. I think the picks that they go for here are just kind of weird, right? Towards the second phase as well. Even if you want to go for the Hilda Esmeralda, that means that you usually want to set up for a proper backline when you have a front line as strong as that, especially when you go juice in, right? Like there's no lock for the 1-1. There's no one really that can enable the 1-1. But they still want to go for it. They still want to go for this kiting game and a dive game in a way. And I think partly it's because of the tunnel vision for Coach Nyo Chao in game number 2. They picked up the Esmeralda and Hilda thinking that they want to go up against the Kimi and the Granger, thinking that the Esmeralda and Hilda does well against those two, which is true up until you hit a certain power spike, Leo. Because once those two get into their power spikes, the anti-regen is going to be there from just the Alice or even the Kalea, and the damage certainly will start to be a big problem for those front lines. And you don't really have enough damage to back up with just a 1-1 in the late game. That's an early game pick nowadays, right? It's no longer the pick that we knew before the Winter Crown era. Now with the Winter Crowns, it's just so easy to deal with the crossbow tanks. Even at this point with the Kalea Alice, they didn't even need the Winter Crowns. At the end of the day, with the Inspire and the crossbow tang, it was just not enough to get through the Alice and Kalea late game.
Yeah, it was just too fragile. There was just way too much on the back of the 1-1 that Sanji broke through the pressure. So yeah, let's consider that. Consider these things going into game number 3. And as y'all can see, Coach Nyo Chow and of course his analyst here, Rex, are really talking about it like this is their last chance, because if this goes sideways again, there are no more second chances. Say goodbye to once again representing Myanmar on the world stage. This is their chance to defend that spot, because, Mirko, we talked about this before the break, Team Falcons, arguably, even, some people might find it hard to admit that even compared to Team Liquid ID in M6, Falcons may have been the one team to make Fnatic Onyx sweat throughout M6.
They were the only ones to take them to a full game series, man. A full 5 games against Fnatic Onyx Philippines. They have the talent there. Right now, they just need to refine on that talent. But unfortunately, with a few of those lane swaps right now, and with the way that they're prioritizing picks in the draft, it doesn't look too promising for them. But yeah, I think it's not even a hot take, right? Coming into the season, coming into the playoffs, everybody thought it was going to be Falcon on top. They were so good in the regular season. 9-0 record, only dropping a total of 3 games throughout the 9-match streak. It's crazy to see how far they have dipped in the play-in stage, and especially here in the playoffs, where a lot of people still assumed, that play-ins might have been a fluke, that play-ins might have been a Falcon esports that were still hiding strats to come into the playoffs right now, and it just seems like maybe they weren't hiding strat. Maybe they've already used everything that they had to get to that 9-0 mark in the regular season.
Yep. It's not hiding strats. It's out of strats. All the while, Team 7, 2 games in, 2 wins in, show us, hey, just invest in your cores. They're a very core-centric team. And who's going to stop Lucky, this 2-time MVP performer in the playoffs? And who's going to stop? Again, it's clear that he doesn't mind passing the ball. OP did very well in game number 2. What does Falcon even consider attacking first? Like, how do they address the situation? There's so many factors, so much stimuli coming at Falcon right now. And as you can imagine, being in such a huge venue, such as the Myanmar Expo Hall, like, I'm sure the crowd is like also wondering, like, the silence might be deafening for all the Falcon fans. Like, me included. Like, I'm glad I'm home right now. I'm glad that I'm thousands of miles away, because if I was in the stadium, in the arena, I wouldn't know how to feel.
Again, though, for Team 7, Leo, the fact that they're mostly here like newcomers, right? None of them have actually felt the stage internationally before. They're coming into the playoffs so fresh with no pressure at all. Yeah, I agree that, pressure definitely is more for Falcon. Considering they went 9-0 in the regular season, considering they are the top favorites, considering they have all the international experience, but the experience should have been like a strong suit for them coming on stage. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the body language coming in for the rest of for the whole team of Falcon right now.
Mirko, there's a great there's a parable, an adage, a mantra, I might say, that's coming to mind now that perfectly fits the situation Falcon Esports and Team 7 are in. This was mentioned to me by a very wise man by the name of Ryan Chin. I think you know him, and you might have heard of this before. The wolf at the bottom of the hill is hungrier than the wolf on top.
Wow.
So being number 1 might have not helped Team Falcons at Falcon Esports at all. It might have even hurt them, their chances to get through. All the while, Team 7, They have the chip on their shoulders, man. You're right. They don't have international experience. They're the new kids on the block, and that's all the motivation they need.
They got the advantage in the will, the determination, and the hunger. I like that. Team 7, across the whole 10 teams in MSL MM, definitely ones that have that hunger, making it to the playoffs all the way here, making it to the point right now to almost beating Team Falcon. But they have to stay in the right mental space right now. They can't let the first 2 wins dictate game number 3 just yet, right? They still need to stay locked in right now, because Falcon Esports, with all that experience, they certainly know how to come back from being 2-0. If you make those mistakes, if you hesitate just a bit, if there's a team to do it, to pull off a crazy comeback, it should be the team with the most experience on stage right now for MSL MM, which is Falcon Esports, as we get into game number 3.
Here we go. Map enhancement will dictate how Falcon Esports will mount their comeback. So we've gone through Dangerous Grass, followed through with Flying Cloudies. Where do we go next?
Has to be the neutral map for game number 3. Broken Wall? No, it's another Dangerous Grass.
Almost, Mirko, almost 100% perfectly timed, but it just stopped at grass.
This isn't good for Falcon Esports. They haven't played a single Dangerous Grass map throughout the play-in stage. They had to play Expanding Rivers, Flying Clouds so many times, and now they are back on Dangerous Grass, and they're back on blue side. It's almost exactly the same from game number 1, but they've made some solid adjustments. Kalea and Kimi taken away.
Yes, Stanpok's signature, Shan's signature. This is forcing new responses from Team 7. So again, this Coach Gina has to go deep into his playbook and replace those roamers and mid laner choices. So you know what? I think he's fine. Again, for those of y'all who are wondering, where is Coach Gina from? Right, Coach Gina has gone through Xeno, has once played for Falcon. All right, even Falcon Next, that developmental squad for Falcon. So he knows how the squad, how his opponents roll. That's the backbone, Mirko, of this roster.
He's got the read on him, man. And now it's going to be the Kacha response to Uranus first pick. How are Falcon Esports going to utilize that? Yeah, I don't know.
What even is the first pick Uranus, dude?
I don't know. The Hayabusa's left open as well. They want Team 7 to make the move. And Team 7, I think they will make the move, right? They haven't got a Kacha already.
My theory, the most just realistic theory. Royal Milk, you keep dying randomly? How about a hero that just doesn't?
But it still falls under the same category, man. It's a Tessel. Or the Tells.
The Tells.
It's the Tessel, man. The Tells. It's the... Oh, man. Tanky XP laner lane. XP laner syndrome. There you go. The Yves gets picked up, though. Fortunately for Falcon Esports, they have something for Benny.
Hold up. Did they really go for Joy instead of Haya?
3 games, Leo. 3 games. They're going to stick to their guts. They feel like Dax is solid on the Joy. Even when the Hayabusa's left open, they will still go for the Joy. And it will be the CC Gatot combo for Team 7. So it's just reversed, right? Everything's reversed right now for the Uranus and the CC Gatot. But I think Team 7 have the tools to make the CC Gatot work. Game number 1, there was no artillery for Falcon Esports. All they had was dive. All they had was fighters. Right now for Team 7, they already have a marksman in the jungle to facilitate the CC Gatot.
Yep, now they have range as well. I think Falcon Esports, for the first time in this best of 5, have huge reach. So we've always seen Farsa and Eve banned, Red 4 and 5, or rather, second phase 4 and 5. So I'm glad to see this, but still, this Eve pick in the early, which again we mentioned should be the move, right? Give Benny a good hero, is backed up by or flanked by 2 weird picks early on. The Joy with the Haya open and that early Uranus.
Leo, look at what Team 7 are planning right now. They ban out the Granger, the Lapu Lapu, and they're really seeing the angle right now. Like you said, the Joy, the Uranus picked up early instead of the Hayabusa opens up an angle for Team 7's OP to pick up a Harith instead of the Granger, and it works amazing in this composition, right?
And you have on paper, it looks like it's a triple core again.
It does look like it, man. If there's a team to do it, Team 7 has done it 2 games in a row. Triple core, Kimmy, Hayabusa, plus the Granger in game number 2. It was full 3 marksmen in game number 1. And it does seem like it's going to be the case here, right? They can even go Juice Sid in the mid lane. Yes, it's a counter matchup against the Yi, but if you already have enough damage output, all you need is a bit more utility to lock those guys down so that you can deal damage, and you can see that the prio picks, man. Even Benny. Okay, they read through the Harith. That's a good sign for Falcon Esports.
Okay. All right, good read. I was gonna say, it doesn't even have to be as crazy as the Zushin. What if you keep it close to the chest, still go for the triple core, put a Lunox in mid, right? That's not too crazy, right?
That works. It will be strange to see Lunox in a game without Kalea, by the way, but they go for the Hilda pick. That means it's a flex on 2 CC gold. Mid lane's going to have to be a carry here unless they want to purely play for 1 carry, which is just completely the opposite route of what Team 7 has been able to do.
Yeah, and they need magic damage right now. They can't sit on their hands like this with all the physical. Cho locked in for Falcon Esports.
Wow.
I'm guessing that is the roamer, yes. So you get that Uranus on Royal Milk, and then once more a 1-1 in the hands of Sanji. What's the mid laner? What's the mage? It's gotta be a mage.
I think at this point it has to be the Farsa. They have Peel with the CC and the Gatat Kacha. The Farsa is the only pick that comes up to mind right now with the Kimmy ban, with the Yi ban as well. I don't think you want to go for Valentina here. It is an option to take some of those big ults, but I would much rather have a Farsa to deal with the 1-1.
Amen, brother. No Valentina, please.
No Valentina.
Not even Red 5. Although you do get like a smorgasbord of ults, right? You get the kick, you get the real world, but no, like I agree, Farsa should be the way.
So let's see. Oh my lord. They go for the complete opposite route. No damage on the mid. It's pure utility, and they're going to have to rely on physical damage to carry game number 3, Leo.
Mirko, I think they're going for the hat trick. They're saying, Lucky, it's a good day for you. How about you go for the triple MVP?
They're triple downing on Lucky right now, man. It's a double MVP. Could be a triple MVP. With the composition, there's definitely, it sets up for Lucky to have a phenomenal game. But Falcon have so many ways to attack the Yi Sun-Shin. The Yi for the zoning, the Uranus just sticking on him, and then the Joy who can get on him as well. T7, they have to win early game. It's kind of the same case as game number 1 right now, because late game scenario, I think Falcon's got it.
I think you and I both learned the lesson to not question when T7 does something like this. So we just let him play. We just let him do it, despite Falcons following, the same trajectory of drafting what looks like a sound lineup, but fumbling along the way. Ladies and gentlemen, game number 3 in this best of 5 is almost upon us. Let's enter the land of Dawn and see if finally Falcon Esports can get on the board, continue on this do or die streak, or will they finally fold and fall out of the sky as Team 7 hits match point and goes on to win and move on to the lower bracket.
A clean sweep in the air for Team 7 is definitely what they're smelling right now. And for Falcon, a full reverse sweep is what they're hoping is going to happen right now. Very early invade. What? Royal Milk? Why? The tells! Leo, the tells!
The tells have no limit. At 46 seconds, it kicked in.
What?
Too soon.
I know you get mid-prio, but that is not the angle. A free lethal wanderer, a free kill over. Dax tries to go for the orange buff. We'll be able to get it over the top. Oh no! A disaster for the Falcons!
Inibenchana, this is no good. A minute in and they suffered 2 losses. Forced a flicker out of Kid X.
No.
A purify out of Royal Milk. And he comes back to the lane like nothing happened. Yes, sir, this is the actual game. Team 7 is up 1,000 gold now.
In 1 minute. Yi Sun-Shin Lucky able to get the lethal full clear in the bottom lane as well, taking the green camps away from Falcon. That means not only will Dax have to play around the next few minutes without a purple buff, but he won't even be level 4, Leo. There's no killing pressure at all throughout the lanes. And we do have a pause here, so we can maybe talk a little bit about that botched early game. Yep. Falcon, they're doing too much, Leo.
That, or they're doing the wrong things.
Oh my Lord.
And all the while, Team 7 are doing the right things. That takes some pretty high game IQ to understand that, hey, Dax flubbed up top, so no one's going to touch my orange. I'm going to go spin around, clear that bottom green camps, and then spin over. Deny you resources, although I get them, and keep mine. Legit, at this point, Lucky is a straight-up playground bully. He shook Dax, turned him upside down, took all the spare change, walked away.
He's one of those high school bullies you see on a Disney Channel, man. It's so cliche, but it's so good for T7. Just walks up, asks for your lunch money, beats you up, and you're level 4. Your little Joy can't do anything. Oh, man. I don't know. Turtle 1. How do they salvage this? It's a 1,000 gold lead, but the kills aren't really on the right places, right? It's on CK and Tan. Not on Jen, not on Lucky, not even on OP. So, technically, I don't know, because the thing is, right now, Dax isn't going to hit level 4. That's a big problem.
Not in time. Don't even get me started on Kid X. Like, if one possible solution would be, Kid X, just throw all your CCs, delay it to a point until Dax can maybe get his ult off and then, live on a prayer and try to retry his way into a stolen turtle. I think the hope now is not even the turtle pit, because that's too spelled out. I think Team 7 is going to go straight for the beeline on that and then ride that wave. Maybe attack a lane. Attack a strong lane.
What is your strong lane? You don't have a strong lane.
Exactly.
Oh my lord.
I was going to say, like, I'm looking at gold lane. No, like, that's a 1-1. It's not ready yet. And then
that's up against the CC with vengeance.
It's the Uranus. Royal Milk already dropped the ball on that one.
The only winning lane would be mid, but again, without the Hayabusa, I don't think the Joy... If it was a Hayabusa, I think they can play towards mid really well, right? You get the poke, you get the killing pressure from Benny, and then right as Xian gets low, the Hayabusa comes in, but the Joy... I don't know. It's not really that blink insta-kill button in the early game. You're going to have to wait a bit. And Kid X, he's doing so much to try to get alive, man. Trying to get the angle, but Kid X will be thrown back. He gets to survive for a bit longer, but he will fall, and that's a free turtle to T7.
That's what I'm talking about. It was very evident that Falcons were still figuring out what the solution was, what the response was, and then Team 7 are 2 or 3 steps ahead saying, you guys figure it out. We're going to continue our stampede.
That's a 4-0 start to the game at 2 minutes. They're 2,000 gold ahead. Dax, only now is he hit level 4, getting his purple buff now.
What is
taken away from him. There's no camps for him to take. He wants to try to get the lead back somehow, Leo.
This is so brazen. It's like, we know we're losing on that other half. Let me get a snacky over here. There's nothing. Team 7 are 2,000 gold up, taking everything away from Falcon.
Not a single green camp given over. I would be surprised if he actually gets the orange buff here. Lucky has retribution, won't need it. Just goes for the arrow and takes the lethal again. Second lethal of the game, not contested. It will be another green camp down below. Royal Milk, the tells, no purify this time. Mountain Shock with AOG. It will be Royal Milk dying for the 3rd time in game 3.
In 3 minutes, Mirko. 3 minutes and change. And I wouldn't be surprised if Lucky starts committing his retribution to just stealing away these camps. Lucky in trouble!
He gets away, though. The Traceless gets him out, and Dax is able to farm up, keeping the level lead at just 1. But with Royal Milk falling down so early, he's not even tanky at this point. He's squishy. It's a Cells. It's not even a Tells. And Royal Milk again in the bottom lane. They know how squishy he is. They know they can punish. It's a dive. 4 members down below. A full turret shield gone to Lucky.
They straight up gulped him down. Royal Milk going down the throat easy and quick. Second turtle. It's just a second turtle, and there's already 7 kills spawning in the upper quarter. Ults up on everyone. Team 7, like, they know that this is their turtle. Dax is on life support right now. Dax is eating through a tube.
You can't ask for a better early game than this if you're a Team 7 fan. Dax is going to try, though. He's going to go in, but he has to use electrifying beats and everything. No, he gets zoned away. So in the end, it's a free turtle. Anyways, AOG! That's going to be the crossbow attack. Needed no damage over to CK. Mountain Shocker lands on 2. Sanji having to pop the needles, but now gets chased down and away from the lane as Lucky will definitely be told to shove the lane. Royal Milk is doing what he can in the bottom lane, split pushing on Uranus.
Mirko, this is cruel.
Oh,
Look at Lucky. He did not use his retribution. He had
Nope.
evil intent for it. He wanted to go for the purple, but luckily Dax knew that, oh, I need to take this now. And then Orange just spawned. And I think, again, game IQ, presence. Lucky knows that he can force anything. Oh, he gets kicked in.
he does have the Traceless here. No, he doesn't actually. That's a good shutdown, but Kinex will fall as well as Tan rotates over. That's something. Falcon are on the board. That's something back. On Sanji as well. That's a good member to get a kill. A good shutdown. Dax with the Electrifying Beam. Second with the real world manipulation as well. Doing enough damage to take CK. And Falcon somehow are back in the game in a way. It's not completely back, but it's a step forward.
All right. The little eyeglassed baby boy finally fights back. It's a punch to the face, a sucker punch to the bully. But you're right. There is retribution afoot. Like, it's not like Team 7 is gonna take this lying down. It's a shutdown kill on Lucky, yes, but he's still a full 1,000 up.
Exactly.
On Dax. So that might have been a flash in the pan.
It's a sucker punch to the face, Leo, but the bully still has your lunch money. It's still a lose. They need to somehow get it back. It's a 2,000 gold lead. Lucky has that 1k, and they're going to continue to convert on the objectives. Up top now they go. Sanji will have to give it over. There's no way he tries to fight this. A free turret for T7 as they rotate for turtle number 3.
Oh, wow. Look at this cut-a-thon in the EXP lane. Look at how deep Royal Milk is. Took care of that wave. Oh, forgot to... Go ahead. Oh, this is final turtle spawning. Ain't no dance for this. I think 7 can just brute force their way in.
Yeah, they need to just commit here. But they need to be careful because Falcon do have a little bit of damage. If Royal Milk as well with a clear in the bottom lane, he was able to proxy the wave so that the wave is actually, again, built up for Falcon. Tan holding it down. That's going to be the Dragon of the Flicker combo. They're going to go all in onto CK, but I don't think that's the right target as OP. Shreds through Kid X. The AOG will lock them in place to zone them away from the neutral objective. That's perfect turtle for Lucky. And redemption's here for them. Royal Milk again gets away. Mountain Chakra lands on Sanji. Is able to escape for a bit, but the pressure is on Falcon everywhere.
Yep. Lucky. Now a little more conservative. Actually used the retribution on the turtle. But Dax, though, Dax might committed.
Ooh.
Goes for the steal.
Dax doing an amazing job.
This young man, he knows how bad things are, but still he knows when he can get away with a little sneaky steal. Wow.
Timed it to perfection, man. Knows that Lucky doesn't have the retribution, so he goes straight into it. Knows that there's no one there. Everybody was recalling. Everybody was resetting for the next big thing, which is probably going to be the structure down below for Team 7. But everything is kind of equalized here. As long as the lead isn't, above 3-4k, I honestly think it's still winnable for Falcon, but the Mountain Shocker lands. Royal Milk gets away just barely there. Had to take a lot of damage from the boys from T7.
You know what? For the first time in this whole series, right, 3 games in, it seems like it's... I find it weird that it's Team 7 who's short on range. After the whole pub stomping of Royal Milk, his execution down bottom, a lot of times now in the past... Oh, all right, I take it back. A lot of members of Falcons get away, right? But not Kid X, because he did not have his flicker, not like he needed it. I don't think he should have used it to get away anyways. But, yeah, Team 7... have done well to adjust into this very short range, very in-your-face dive type comp. They're playing it very well.
Luckily for Falcon, though, the deaths are in the right place at least, right? 0-5 and 0-4 on Royal Milk and Kid X respectively. So the carries are still doing quite fine. Dax, we expected this game to be a lot bigger of a lead for Lucky, but so far it's only 1 due to some very smart jungle pathing from Dax and also the steals that happened earlier. Lucky's still building towards it, though, and it's a 3,000 gold lead in the end. The farm advantage is too massive as Falcon try their best to give every little farm lane resource towards Dax.
Yep, and that keeps Dax here within stealing range. Checks in, gets spotted by CK. Kid X looking for that kick. Tanpok, man-to-man defense with Royal Milk. Oh, Miracle for the first time. In Game 3, we see a dance.
There's no setup on the top lane, though. No slow push being developed by any of these teams right now. The bottom lane, good for Falcon. Lucky going to be sent to deal with it. And the dance continues. Kid X though in the bottom lane. Oh, caught by the curtain call. Has the flicker, gets away. And that's a resource burn. That means there's not going to be any lockdown. Over AOG! Oh, he reads it perfectly in the bush. Tan gets the resource flicker down, but also gets the kill. And now it should just be a free Lord. No dance to do anymore. Dax zone away completely. Lucky will retry this time for the Lord.
That's all Team 7, man. Lucky was crumping in front of a mirror, ready to hit the retribution on that Lord, especially after the Mountain Shocker exposing Sanji to the crimes he was committing. Yes, I will willingly trade the orange buff for the Lord, and that's where the Lord will spawn. Upper quarter of the map, top lane slow push, the rest of the map should correct itself. And that's one thing that Falcon Esports had going well prior to this moment here. At least they were taking care of the map. Now we can expect it to go fully red. It's going to be tough for Falcons moving forward.
How's the clear looking like? They have a Yi, that's pretty good, but Sanji, he's going to scale down. Oh my god, the damage over the Dax, forcing him to back away. The Mountain Shocker utilized. That's a Lord taking the turret for free. No one sent up top to deal with it. They're putting a little bit too much emphasis on defending mid, and it'll still go down. Tier 1 falling in the mid lane. They're looking to siege all the way, Leo. All tier 2s are in their sights.
7 approaching this very surgically. AOG sending Dax back. Enough of space to take down that tier 2 down bottom. Now mid, the only one left. 7, they found a spot in the game's pacing where they're comfortable. Like, they don't have to force anything. And if anything, it's Tan Pok who's really aggressive. Am I saying this right? Is he 4-0-6?
He is 4-0-6. Complete opposite to Kid X, who's 0-6-1. But yeah, he's been taking a bit too many kills, man. I don't know if I like that. I think for Team 7, it's whatever, because right now he can stand there taking all the damage. Sanji definitely won't be able to shred through him.
Have you ever seen a core Gatot Kacha? Here it is.
Bro, he's standing at number 6.
He's number 6, sure. But, you know,
gold down on Dax. What the heck?
Literally, this is a jungler that's meant to farm out. And Tan Pok's farming heroes. And the map has found a way to stop bleeding from mid. So Falcons should thank their lucky stars, AOG, forcing a response from Royal Milk. And, wow, Sanji's still able to secure it despite the pressure put on by CK and the rest of 7.
Look at Tan Pok, though. Feeling it right now. They feel confident that they can take this game, get a full sweep against the undefeated team in the regular season. 9-0. They were flying, soaring high in the skies, man. But Team 7 has dragged them down quite a bit from those high skies. They were already dropped down by the play-ins, but now this could be the end for their run to make it to M7 after doing so well for Myanmar just last year at M6, Leo.
Yep, 2024 was the year for Falcon Esports when it came to international MLBB, with Coach RC at the lead then, alongside Coach Nyo Chao. They represented in MSC 2024. They also represented in M6. They went from Saudi to Kuala Lumpur, and now they literally are holding on for dear life. And Team 7, it looks like they're writing their name on this Lord. This is Lucky saying, that Lord is mine. Let me wait till I get there. And Falcons contesting. I don't know if this is the right call. I don't think they're ready.
I think it's a desperate call, but they need to get something. Win a crown, by the way. The goal that he's gotten from the 4 kills really elevating that frontline game. It's so difficult now if you're Sanji. You get the crossbow tang, it's not even guaranteed now with the winner crown. It might just be baited. You have to just kite around with the crossbow tang, try to bait the winner crown, and then you're gonna have to bait the revitalize. There's so much to do if you're Falcon. The dance is continuing, but Team 7 actually don't have a wave down below. So this looks like a 50-50 more than a dance.
All right, Royal Milk takes a few hits. Lord here approaching a third of its health. Oh, that's it. They force out the response from Royal Milk. No more Purify.
Doc's gonna take the arrow to the face there in the bush. He's a level down against Lucky. Can he make the play work? Kid X able to go for the way to drag it over to CK, but that's gonna be the flicker out as Dax walks in. Now Electrifying beats Lucky. Oh! Wait, Dax very low. They're gonna go for it, but he gets away in time. But with no Electrifying beats, with the resources depleted, Team 7 should have done enough. Sanji with a walk in. AOG comes around. Sanji gets away, and it's Tan who slams the skill 1 down to the ground to take the MM out.
The assassin tank strikes again. Real manipulation, not enough to steal away the Lord. Lucky secures, and the rest of Team 7 push forth.
Way the Dragon locking OP down. Now he goes on to Benny. Oh no! Benny with the Kiteaway OP going for it. Gets taken out. And at least for Falcon, they get a trade. 2 kills for the Lord. But see, K is going to be back up.
Yep, look at it how you will. You count your blessings, but that's still a win for 7. In the long haul. They're waiting for OP, and luckily the Lord spawned at 15. I think it'll be a full-on synced wave. Like, they are going to push through mid, say goodbye to that tier 2. If 7 does it right, they might even break into the base. They might even go through 1 or 2 inhibitors.
And that's all they need with this push, right? They don't need to overextend. They don't need to look for more. They don't need to brute force it the way Falcon did in game number 2. They can take it as slow as they need to. That's a big DHS pickup for Lucky. Is that his last item? Is he already on last item? He's 4-1-7, but I didn't know he was that ahead at 15 minutes, full items.
I mean, he's been stealing Dax's lunch money since the first minute. So I guess yes, that should be his last item, if not second to the last. At 16 minutes, down goes that tier 2 in mid. Mid lane in jeopardy. Lord smashes through that top lane. Bottom lane taken care of. There you are. Inside the base already. Team 7. And what sucks, Mirko, what sucks the most for Falcon is it's the long lane. It's the lane that will have to constantly deal with its own wave the farthest away from where the Lord will spawn.
The discipline as well from Team 7, though. They get the far lane and they're like, all right, that's exactly what we needed. That's exactly what we were looking for. We don't want to go for more.
Mirko confirmed. That's all 6 items.
Wow.
He's up
that is
4K
a winner crown.
over Dax.
What is the angle for Falcon? This has to come through a blunder from Team 7. If you're a Falcon fan, that's what you're hoping for. That's what you're praying for right now. Because if T7 just played the normal game, played discipline, get the Lord, play the far lane, I don't even think Falcon can get through the front line right now. Dax needs to get a miraculous angle to get into Lucky. But even then, I think OP, CK, Shan, they have enough damage with the lead that they have right now to deal with Falcon members.
Here's where I'm seeing this coming from, all right? The Falcon in me wants them to still find a way to win. And I hate to say it, but I think it's on Kid X. If Kid X can do what he did to Lucky early on, if he can weave through the front line, weave bodyguards, and get a kick onto Lucky, post-traceless, then maybe Falcons can win. Because again, you look, at the heart of it all, is it not still just an all-in Yu Sun Shin lineup? If you can get rid of the Yu Sun Shin, is it not just that much easier to win?
That should be the case, man. That should be the case. Kid X has got to lock in 0-6-3 currently, with Royal Milk standing at 0-4-1. Wave in the top lane is going to be slow pushing over, but Team 7 are actually just blitzing it with CK, zoning Dax in the back line, but they reset and they go toward Kid X. They know that the clutch factor, that the X factor for Falcon is Kid X.
Yep. It's all in on that show. He's still coming in! Lord's still up!
Oh, he goes in! Way the Dragon locks Lucky down! He buys Immortality, that's a Lord steal. Falcon able to prolong the game, and AOG in the back line. Pops in the winner crown as the crossbow tank gets used by Sanji, but it will be 2 falling for Falcon despite that steal.
I know you know, but do you know that I know? It looks like 7 used the Lord, and the fact that Kid X was their only out to trade up. They gave the Lord away, knowing that Falcons can't use it anyways, and got 2 free kills on the way out, leading to a better push. Mid and bottom lane are going to be in ruins when 7 is done.
Wait, 20 seconds on Benny. They can't have their death cycles be cycled like this, man. Royal Milk has Immortality. 13 seconds on Benny. That's their real way to wave clear. Sanji's zoned away. AOG coming down as well. Sanji pops in with an ancient when he gets stunned up, and that's going to be it. T7 have seized the win against the undefeated regular season team. 9-0 in the regular season, but falling short. 3-0 win to Team 7 in the playoffs.
GG, well played. Definitely a historic run for Falcon Esports. Definitely one of the teams that comes to mind when you say MLBB out of Myanmar, icons of Burmese esports. But right now, the fresh faces, the new talents, the young bloods of Team 7 reign supreme. They're moving on to the lower bracket finals. What a performance!
And for Team Falcon, the run that looked so good for them, 9-0 in the regular season, the momentum all in their favor. Seems like the break from regular season to playoffs is a bit too much for them. All the other teams improved so much, and with a record like that, were they comfortable? Were they complacent? What happened in the 3 weeks, in the big break they had between regular season and playoffs? Because Team 7 looked very different.
You talk about a break between the play-ins and the playoffs. I don't think Team 7 had one. The way that they played, the improvements, and the way Coach Gina is able to, tighten up their draft. It looked like they've been playing MLBB all day, all night, every day until their outing here in the playoffs.
They locked in. Team 7 looking clean. A 3-0 sweep against Falcon Esports. And now they're definitely going to be setting their sights on AI Esports, who had a close game against Falcon. Mind you, how much have they improved? How much has YG improved right now? Because it seems like from the improvements from play-ins, T7 are on a whole different level.
And you know what's scary? Even against Falcon, who Team 7 swept, right? AI had a hard time. AI had to go all the way to take down Falcon, while Team 7 just, like another day in the office, just went 3-0. What an opener to the playoffs.
This is where it started, man. A big upset on day number 1 of playoffs at MSL MM. Shows you just how super this league is. Nothing is guaranteed. You can go 9-0. You can look undefeated. You can look like the pure favorite to make it to M7, just like you did at M6. But the improvements from the rest, man, it shows you that Myanmar is different. It's no longer predictable. It's no longer as easy as, all right, you win the regular season, you're doing this, you're stable, you get through to M7. You need to go above and beyond. And I think here, we definitely saw that Team 7 were able to do it. Shout outs again to Coach Gina in the drafting phase, completely taking Dax out. And questions are definitely going to be raised here, Leo, for that last pick. I mean, well, the last game's pick of Joy instead of the Hayabusa when it was up for grabs. Should have been Hayabusa with the mid prior that they had, with the almost like, I think, guaranteed win in the mid lane with Yiv against the Jusin.
Yeah, at worst, it'll look like they're stubborn. At best, they're sticking to their comfort, picks that work even when you feel like you're up against the wall. But yeah, this brings us back to what Team 7 has done. Are we looking at a hat trick for Lucky? Is this another MVP performance for him? Because you could argue, maybe it's Tanpok. Maybe it's that lethal Gatot that might take home the MVP here in Game 3.
Could be. I mean, in game number 3, I would definitely give it a Tan. I agree with you. I don't think it is Lucky, but for the series, we have the series MVP for sure. He performed so well across the 3 games, across the sweep, and especially in game number 2, where the team was behind. He stayed consistent. He was able to just hold out on the Hayabusa and look for those angles, man. So many times he was able to get those crucial, not really pickoffs because they didn't get him, but crucial targeting onto Sanji, making him low, forcing him out of the team fight, gaining momentum on the map again to ultimately build for that amazing comeback in game 2.
And it's that non-reliance on momentum that makes me believe Team 7 can do this through the lower bracket finals. And if they make it to the grand finals, I think they can play the same way. Again, they approach it one game at a time. Like, they don't care about momentum. Every draft is a fresh draft, and they take decisions and the game state for what it is at that moment. So, folks, we're just waiting for our on-site interview to end. Of course, our hosts at the arena want to, really dig deep into how Team 7 approached this game and this match and their success. And I'm sure our hosts are really trying to get in there, I can only imagine, like, they didn't show us any of the audience shots, right? Like, but a good chunk of the stadium must be like mum right now. They would be like,
absolutely. Falcon has built like a crazy fan base, man. A lot of fans were watching here. A lot of Falcon fans thinking that they were going to be the ones to make it to M7. They were going to be the ones to finally, raise the flag of Myanmar again. But it's confirmed. We will finally get a new representative from Myanmar at the world stage. No longer is it just the Burmese Ghouls, Falcon, Phoenix, names that we've seen in the past, Leo. It's going to be one of the newcomers here, AI, YG, or the Dark Horse T7.
If I don't want to call them dark horses, I'd like to think they're just the new bloods. Because prior to this season, prior to last season, even in the height of, Burmese supremacy, like, again, they are the only other region that has ever been in the grand finals besides Indonesia and the Philippines.
Mm-hmm.
I'm pretty sure these guys were inspired by that generation. I'm
Definitely.
looking at CK, Lucky, Sean, OP, Tan. Like, for the hope to face the GOAT at M7, I'm pretty sure they're not going to leave anything on the table. And they start
Absolutely.
here, a statement match against one of the biggest names in MLBB. Not just in Myanmar, just in MLBB esports alone. They swept them, man. Like, you know what they remind me about? I don't know if there's a Indonesian counterpart, but they remind me of Twisted Minds, PH. Right? Just new dudes. It's like, we don't care.
Yeah. I think the team we have is definitely TLID, right? Their historic run in season 14 all the way to the grand finals of M6.
Yes.
Newcomers, everyone coming from MDL, almost everyone. A few veterans here and there, but their run right now, can they pull it off all the way? Can the Cinderella run continue like it did for the Indonesian TL with their young squad, Leo? That's the big question. Everybody has this on their minds all the way from regular season when they went 6-0, by the way. They were able to go 6-0 at the start of the season. Everybody looked at them and they were like, wow, who are these new kids on the block and how are they so good? 7-2, hype died down a bit. The train's fully back on track right now, man. Leo, I'm on the hype train of T7. Wait, actually, you know what? I don't want to be on the hype train. No, let's not do that.
Take it back.
I'm taking it back.
You have time.
Yes, sir.
All right. Okay, I'm looking back at their history, and this is very telling. You know where they all came from? Falcon
Where?
Next. They were all from the developmental
Wow.
team of Falcons. So this was very personal for them. This win was very personal.
For sure, man. Getting a win against the main team in a way, right? This was their MDL squad in the Philippines, Indonesia, and Malaysia. That's what we should call them. The MDL squad, the second team, the academy. They got the dub. Tan Pauk, as expected, though, our MVP for game number 3.
The assassin Gatot. More than once. I think there was like 3 or 4 times. Like, yo, I'm gonna kill you. Here, I'm gonna kill you. Oh, what a dominant performance by Tan. I don't think I've ever seen a Gatot do this. I've seen Hilda's do it, but not a Gatot.
You've seen Arlet Romes do it as well, but not a Gatot. Definitely not. Man, really an amazing performance here. The itemization as well, crisp, clean, goes for the blade armor in this game, actually. Interesting. That's an interesting choice, right?
What was that? What
I guess
did you hit
purely
him?
for the
The
1-1.
1-1?
Yeah, for the crit of the 1-1. But everything else, man, the Radiant, the Oracle as well, there was just no damage that could come through to deal onto him. And then he buys the winner crown so early as well, so it technically takes the 1-1 out of the game so early.
Also, he was juggling. So he was on his way to an immortality. That's why this is just the belt. Right. So yeah,
Look at that firmness as well.
Just amazing work here. The way he played this shows us why Gatot has been an in-demand hero for the past 6 months.
It has been, man. Oh my god. It's going to continue as we go through it. I think it's been meta for a whole year now, maybe even more than a year, right? FNOP as well, during their M6 run, it was Gatot Kacha flex everywhere.
That's right.
Kirk,
That's right.
Brusco,
Yeah.
and it continues. The Gatot Kacha, even though it's no longer flex in the XP, it's just so strong at Rome. The sustain you bring to the table, the engage potential as well. And man, the choice of Revitalize, it just helps your team so much, even when you're behind. The carry was actually Benny this game on the eve, so we get to see a glimpse of brilliance from Falcon. You know, if they had this angle from the start of the series, maybe they could have pulled it off. But Royal Milk, the tells was too much.
Yep. For once, I don't want to say it, but they took the points of improvement one game at a time, and they ran out of time. That's what happened here. So you see how now finally Benny can be the carry, and then when they could have taken the chance to get the Hayabusa on Dax, they put him on the Joy. Again, only they would know what kind of discussions were being had during the draft, but this is the result of, that, I don't want to say lack of improvement, but slow pickup on the adaptation that put Team 7 over the top.
And it's just clean, man. 3-0. Definitely didn't have that in my books for today, man. I expected maybe a 3-1 after game number 2 here. At least just one game the Falcon can get over, so we can see a little bit more from the team that went undefeated. Again, it's something that we've been repeating over and over again, but it's a ridiculous stat to have a 9-0 record in the regular season to then falling flat so hard in the playoffs here. So they technically have a 0% win rate, Leo, in the play-ins, right? In the play-ins, they lost against AI straight up. Here, they lost 3-0. So in the playoff stage, right after regular season, they haven't been able to get a single win.
What happened? That has to be studied. The move between the regular season and the play-ins and playoff stage. This is quite the backslide for a team as, I don't know, as proven or as tenured as Falcon Esports, or could you chalk it up to just the rest of the teams and the whole league stepping up? Again, you don't call it Super League for nothing.
I think that's the case right here. They got way too comfortable, way too complacent with the 9-0 record they got in the regular season, and unfortunately, because of the big break, that complacency killed them. You could see the drastic improvements, the reads that they were able to make, not just in the draft, but in the game itself, right? Like the move from Royal Milk, that aggressive move, a lot of teams wouldn't really be able to expect that if you don't have enough time to prepare, but it just seems like for Team 7, Coach Gina was prepared in the draft, prepared in the way that the team could approach the game as well. It was like, all right, guys, Royal Milk likes to do this. Whenever he's on the Uranus, on the Esmeralda as well, those aggressive moves to stay forward, to punish you when you don't expect it to happen. And it was punished every single time. Not a single time did Royal Milk step up and get free value.
If anything, this Uranus had the least amount of value. Like he had aura debt. Is that what the kids say these days? He had aura debt.
Yes, sir.
with the way this panned out for this Uranus pick and for the rest of Falcon Esports. So, looking at the way that they play, right? And as you put it, this is how you do it. This is how you go. I'm pretty sure Coach Gina would always tell them, you know that this is how they like to play. Right? You shared a boot camp with these gentlemen. So, go hard on punishing them. Again, a consequence of having a huge target on your back. This does give Falcon Esports time to, recalibrate, reassess what happened, and we wish them the best. We hope that they come back stronger next season of MSL Myanmar.
That's all we could wish for right now, because for Falcon, their road is over. And now we look towards the next two teams that'll be competing. YG going up against AI Esports. Two of the favorites as well coming into playoffs after their play-ins performance. Both of them beating out their respective opponents to make it to upper bracket finals here. Whoever makes it here gets the win. They will secure the first slot in the grand finals. They'll be able to avoid that grueling best of 5 for elimination tomorrow.
Yep. The potential to play 12 games of professional MLBB in a single day. That is what you're avoiding. And not to mention the shark that's swimming amongst the seas of that lower bracket finals. The young bloods of Team 7. What is that? Did I do it? Am I doing it right? Is that my right hand?
Yes, sir.
All right,
dude.
Cool.
I don't know what's wrong with just 7 this year, Leo, but everything's turning to 7. M7, Team 7. We got Team so 7. Many 7s this year. Like, it's all about 7 this year, man. Tujuh in Indonesian. What is it in Tagalog?
Tujuh. Pito. There you are. So it seems to be destiny. So whoever drops down to the lower bracket, whoever loses tonight's last match, has to face Team 7. But that's between Yangon Galacticos and AI Esports. That's a discussion and a story that we'll have to tell in just a bit. Because I'm looking at it now. This should not be a sweep. I'm gonna throw it out to the universe. It shouldn't be a sweep.
This should not be a sweep. I agree with that, right? But we also didn't expect Falcon to get swept by T7. So at this point, we're all in for surprises. If AI Esports or Yangon Galacticos can surprise us even more with their performances, we'll see. But I definitely think, you know, again, after seeing this matchup, we're going to be seeing more marksmen, more orthodox picks in the gold lane, a little bit more prior on those over just the fighter goals. Sometimes it can work, you know. Team 7 made it work.
Yes, Team 7 did win this final game in the first series of the day with a CC gold. So who's to say? Who's to say? All right, between AI Esports and Young Galacticos, I'm expecting for both their coaches and their lineups, their respective players to really throw everything out there. Mind you, there is a Filipino coach in our midst. That's Coach Marv's in charge of Young Galacticos. He'll be facing off against Coach Hiccup from AI Esports. We're going to go on a quick break. When we come back, that final best of 5 in the upper bracket will be coming your way. His name is Mirko. My name is Leo. Stay with us. You're watching Day 1 of the playoffs of MSL Myanmar. We'll be right back.
See ya.
Double 11 ကနေကြိုဆိုပါရစေအားသစ်စရာစိမ်းနှုတ်ပြအားသစ်စရာစတိုင်များတော့မဆူလို့ဆောင်ကြီးရိုက်လိုက်ပါအနေဆုံးစိတ်မြအကောင်းမှုဆုံးအကျိုးခစားခွင့်များ
Welcome to MCGG Rising Stars. From September 12th to October 19th, take part in the regional contest, open to all players. Step up and prove your strength.
Division finals will run from October 24 to November 2. The top 16 players in each division may advance to the next stage of MRS. Check your in-game mail for information. The S3 Finals group stage kicks off from November 8 to November 9. The top 6 players from each group will qualify for the S3 Finals semi-finals.
The semi-finals will be held on November 15. The highly anticipated grand final arrives on November 16. The champion will earn a direct qualification for the first MCGG World Championship. The battle is on and the world is watching.
ကြိုဆိုပါရစေအားသစ်စရာစိမ်းနှုတ်ပြအားသစ်စရာစတိုင်များ马苏勒长ကြီးရိုက်လိုက်ပါအနေဆုံးစိတ်များအကောင်းဆုံးအကျိုးခစားခွင့်များ
Welcome to MCGG Rising Stars. From September 12th to October 19th, take part in the regional contest, open to all players. Step up and prove your strength.
Division finals will run from October 24 to November 2. The top 16 players in each division may advance to the next stage of MRS. Check your in-game mail for information. The S3 Finals group stage kicks off from November 8 to November 9. The top 6 players from each group will qualify for the S3 Finals semi-finals.
The semi-finals will be held on November 15. The highly anticipated grand final arrives on November 16. The champion will earn a direct qualification for the first MCGG World Championship. The battle is on and the world is watching.
Debate 11 ကနေကြိုဆိုပါရစေအားသစ်စရာစိမ်းနှုတ်ပြအားသစ်စရာစတိုင်များ马苏勒长ကြီးရိုက်လိုက်ပါအနေဆုံးစိတ်များအကောင်းဆုံးအကျိုးခစားခွင့်များ
Welcome to MCGG Rising Stars. From September 12th to October 19th, take part in the regional contest, open to all players. Step up and prove your strength.
Division finals will run from October 24 to November 2. The top 16 players in each division may advance to the next stage of MRS. Check your in-game mail for information. The S3 Finals group stage kicks off from November 8 to November 9. The top 6 players from each group will qualify for the S3 Finals semifinals.
The semi-finals will be held on November 15. The highly anticipated grand final arrives on November 16. The champion will earn a direct qualification for the first MCGG World Championship. The battle is on and the world is watching.
Double 11 ကနေကြိုဆိုပါရယ်အားသစ်စရာစိမ်းလုံးပြအားသစ်စရာစတိုင်များတော့မဆူလက်ဆောင်ကြီးရိုက်လိုက်ပါအနေဆုံးစိပြအကောင်းဆုံးအကျိုးခစားခွင့်များ
Welcome to MCGG Rising Stars. From September 12th to October 19th, take part in the regional contest, open to all players. Step up and prove your strength.
Division finals will run from October 24 to November 2. The top 16 players in each division may advance to the next stage of MRS. Check your in-game mail for information. The S3 Finals group stage kicks off from November 8 to November 9. The top 6 players from each group will qualify for the S3 Finals semifinals.
The semi-finals will be held on November 15. The highly anticipated grand final arrives on November 16. The champion will earn a direct qualification for the first MCGG World Championship. The battle is on and the world is watching.
Double 11ကနေကြိုဆိုပါရယ် စရာစိမ်းတော့ဗျာအဲ့ဒါစရာစတိုင်များအခါတော့မဆူလက်ဆောင်ကြီးရိုက်လိုက်ပါအနေဆုံးစိမ်းများအကောင်းဆုံးအကျိုးခစားခွင့်များ
Welcome to MCGG Rising Stars. From September 12th to October 19th, take part in the regional contest, open to all players. Step up and prove your strength.
Division finals will run from October 24 to November 2. The top 16 players in each division may advance to the next stage of MRS. Check your in-game mail for information. The S3 Finals group stage kicks off from November 8 to November 9. The top 6 players from each group will qualify for the S3 Finals semi-finals.
The semi-finals will be held on November 15. The highly anticipated grand final arrives on November 16. The champion will earn a direct qualification for the first MCGG World Championship. The battle is on and the world is watching.
Debate 11 ကနေကြိုဆိုပါရစေအားသစ်စရာစိမ်းတော့ဗျာအားသစ်စရာစတိုင်များမဆူလက်ဆောင်ကြီးရိုက်လိုက်ပါအနေဆုံးစိမ်းများအကောင်းဆုံးအကျိုးခစားခွင့်များ
Welcome to MCGG Rising Stars. From September 12th to October 19th, take part in the regional contest, open to all players. Step up and prove your strength.
Division finals will run from October 24 to November 2. The top 16 players in each division may advance to the next stage of MRS. Check your in-game mail for information. The S3 Finals group stage kicks off from November 8 to November 9. The top 6 players from each group will qualify for the S3 Finals semi-finals.
The semi-finals will be held on November 15. The highly anticipated grand final arrives on November 16. The champion will earn a direct qualifications for the first MCGG World Championship. The battle is on and the world is watching.
Debate 11 ကနေကြိုဆိုပါရစေအားသစ်စရာစိမ်းတော့ဗျာအားသစ်စရာစတိုင်များတော့မဆူလက်ဆောင်ကြီးရိုက်လိုက်ပါအနေဆုံးစိတ်များအကောင်းဆုံးအကျိုးခစားခွင့်များ
Welcome to MCGG Rising Stars. From September 12th to October 19th, take part in the regional contest, open to all players. Step up and prove your strength.
Division finals will run from October 24 to November 2. The top 16 players in each division may advance to the next stage of MRS. Check your in-game mail for information. The S3 Finals group stage kicks off from November 8 to November 9. The top 6 players from each group will qualify for the S3 Finals semi-finals.
The semi-finals will be held on November 15. The highly anticipated grand final arrives on November 16. The champion will earn a direct qualifications for the first MCGG World Championship. The battle is on and the world is watching.
Debate 11ကနေကြိုဆိုပါရစေ နှုတ်ဗျာအဲ့ဒါစတိုင်များအခါတော့မဆုလက်ဆောင်ကြီးရိုက်လိုက်ပါအနေဆုံးစေးများအကောင်းဆုံးအကျိုးခစားခွင့်များ
Welcome to MCGG Rising Stars. From September 12th to October 19th, take part in the regional contest, open to all players. Step up and prove your strength.
Division finals will run from October 24 to November 2. The top 16 players in each division may advance to the next stage of MRS. Check your in-game mail for information. The S3 Finals group stage kicks off from November 8 to November 9. The top 6 players from each group will qualify for the S3 Finals semi-finals.
The semi-finals will be held on November 15. The highly anticipated grand final arrives on November 16. The champion will earn a direct qualification for the first MCGG World Championship. The battle is on and the world is watching.
Double 11 ကနေကြိုးဆိုပါရယ်အားသစ်စရာစိမ်းလုံးပြအားသစ်စရာစတိုင်များမဆုလက်ဆောင်ကြီးရိုက်လိုက်ပါအနေဆုံးစေးများအကောင်းဆုံးအကျိုးခစားခွင့်များ
Welcome to MCGG Rising Stars. From September 12th to October 19th, take part in the regional contest, open to all players. Step up and prove your strength.
Division finals will run from October 24 to November 2. The top 16 players in each division may advance to the next stage of MRS. Check your in-game mail for information. The S3 Finals group stage kicks off from November 8 to November 9. The top 6 players from each group will qualify for the S3 Finals semi-finals.
The semi-finals will be held on November 15. The highly anticipated grand final arrives on November 16. The champion will earn a direct qualification for the first MCGG World Championship. The battle is on and the world is watching.
Dabei 11 ကနေကြိုဆိုပါရစေအားသစ်စရာစိမ်းတော့ဗျာအားသစ်စရာစတိုင်များတော့မဆူလက်ဆောင်ကြီးရိုက်လိုက်ပါအနေဆုံးစိတ်များအကောင်းဆုံးအကျိုးခစားခွင့်များ
Welcome to MCGG Rising Stars. From September 12th to October 19th, take part in the regional contest, open to all players. Step up and prove your strength.
Division finals will run from October 24 to November 2. The top 16 players in each division may advance to the next stage of MRS. Check your in-game mail for information. The S3 Finals group stage kicks off from November 8 to November 9. The top 6 players from each group will qualify for the S3 Finals semi-finals.
The semi-finals will be held on November 15. The highly anticipated grand final arrives on November 16. The champion will earn a direct qualification for the first MCGG World Championship. The battle is on and the world is watching.
Dabei 11 ကနေကြိုဆိုပါရစေ စရာဈေးနှုန်းများအဲ့ဒါသစ်စရာစတိုင်များအခါတော့မဆုလက်ဆောင်ကြီးတွေရိုက်လိုက်ပါအနေဆုံးဈေးများအကောင်းဆုံးအကျိုးခစားခွင့်များ
Welcome to MCGG Rising Stars. From September 12th to October 19th, take part in the regional contest, open to all players. Step up and prove your strength.
Division finals will run from October 24 to November 2. The top 16 players in each division may advance to the next stage of MRS. Check your in-game mail for information. The S3 Finals group stage kicks off from November 8 to November 9. The top 6 players from each group will qualify for the S3 Finals semi-finals.
The semi-finals will be held on November 15. The highly anticipated grand final arrives on November 16. The champion will earn a direct qualification for the first MCGG World Championship. The battle is on and the world is watching.
Debate 11 ကနေကြိုဆိုပါရစေအားသစ်စရာဈေးနှုန်းများအားသစ်စရာစတိုင်များအခါတော့မဆုလက်ဆောင်ကြီးတွေရိုက်လိုက်ပါအနေဆုံးဈေးများအကောင်းဆုံးအကျိုးခစားခွင့်များ
Welcome to MCGG Rising Stars. From September 12th to October 19th, take part in the regional contest, open to all players. Step up and prove your strength.
Division finals will run from October 24 to November 2. The top 16 players in each division may advance to the next stage of MRS. Check your in-game mail for information. The S3 Finals group stage kicks off from November 8 to November 9. The top 6 players from each group will qualify for the S3 Finals semi-finals.
The semi-finals will be held on November 15. The highly anticipated grand final arrives on November 16. The champion will earn a direct qualification for the first MCGG World Championship. The battle is on and the world is watching.
Dabei 11 ကနေကြိုဆိုပါရယ်အားသစ်စရာစိမ်းတော့ဗျာအားသစ်စရာစတိုင်များတော့မဆူလက်ဆောင်ကြီးရိုက်လိုက်ပါအနေဆုံးစိများအကောင်းဆုံးအကျိုးခစားခွင့်များ
Welcome to MCGG Rising Stars. From September 12th to October 19th, take part in the regional contest, open to all players. Step up and prove your strength.
Division finals will run from October 24 to November 2. The top 16 players in each division may advance to the next stage of MRS. Check your in-game mail for information. The S3 Finals group stage kicks off from November 8 to November 9. The top 6 players from each group will qualify for the S3 Finals semi-finals.
The semi-finals will be held on November 15. The highly anticipated grand final arrives on November 16. The champion will earn a direct qualification for the first MCGG World Championship. The battle is on and the world is watching.
Dabei 11 ကနေကြိုဆိုပါရယ် နှုတ်ဗျာအဲ့ဒါစတိုင်များအခါတော့မဆုလက်ဆောင်ကြီးရိုက်လိုက်ပါအနေဆုံးစေးများအကောင်းဆုံးအကျိုးခစားခွင့်များ
Welcome to MCGG Rising Stars. From September 12th to October 19th, take part in the regional contest, open to all players. Step up and prove your strength.
Division finals will run from October 24 to November 2. The top 16 players in each division may advance to the next stage of MRS. Check your in-game mail for information. The S3 Finals group stage kicks off from November 8 to November 9. The top 6 players from each group will qualify for the S3 Finals semi-finals.
The semi-finals will be held on November 15. The highly anticipated grand final arrives on November 16. The champion will earn a direct qualification for the first MCGG World Championship. The battle is on and the world is watching.
Double 11 ကနေကြိုဆိုပါရယ်အားသစ်စရာစိမ်းလုံးပြအားသစ်စရာစတိုင်များမဆုလက်ဆောင်ကြီးရိုက်လိုက်ပါအနေဆုံးစေးများအကောင်းဆုံးအကျိုးခစားခွင့်များ
Welcome to MCGG Rising Stars. From September 12th to October 19th, take part in the regional contest, open to all players. Step up and prove your strength.
Division finals will run from October 24 to November 2. The top 16 players in each division may advance to the next stage of MRS. Check your in-game mail for information. The S3 Finals group stage kicks off from November 8 to November 9. The top 6 players from each group will qualify for the S3 Finals semi-finals.
The semi-finals will be held on November 15. The highly anticipated grand final arrives on November 16. The champion will earn a direct qualification for the first MCGG World Championship. The battle is on and the world is watching.
Debate 11 ကနေကြိုဆိုပါရစေအားသစ်စရာစိမ်းလုံးပြအားသစ်စရာစတိုင်များတော့မဆူလက်ဆောင်ကြီးရိုက်လိုက်ပါအနေဆုံးစိတ်များအကောင်းဆုံးအကျိုးခစားခွင့်များ
Welcome to MCGG Rising Stars. From September 12th to October 19th, take part in the regional contest, open to all players. Step up and prove your strength.
Division finals will run from October 24 to November 2. The top 16 players in each division may advance to the next stage of MRS. Check your in-game mail for information. The S3 Finals group stage kicks off from November 8 to November 9. The top 6 players from each group will qualify for the S3 Finals semi-finals.
The semi-finals will be held on November 15. The highly anticipated grand final arrives on November 16. The champion will earn a direct qualification for the first MCGG World Championship. The battle is on and the world is watching.
Debate 11ကနေကြိုဆိုပါရစေ စရာစိနှုတ်ဗျာအဲ့ဒါစရာစတိုင်များအခါတော့မဆူလက်ဆောင်ကြီးရိုက်လိုက်ပါအနေဆုံးစိတ်များအကောင်းဆုံးအကျိုးခစားခွင့်များ
Welcome to MCGG Rising Stars. From September 12th to October 19th, take part in the regional contest, open to all players. Step up and prove your strength.
Division finals will run from October 24 to November 2. The top 16 players in each division may advance to the next stage of MRS. Check your in-game mail for information. The S3 Finals group stage kicks off from November 8 to November 9. The top 6 players from each group will qualify for the S3 Finals semi-finals.
The semi-finals will be held on November 15. The highly anticipated grand final arrives on November 16. The champion will earn a direct qualification for the first MCGG World Championship. The battle is on and the world is watching.
Dabei 11 ကနေကြိုးဆိုပါရယ်
Live from MSL Myanmar. Season 2 is powered by Moonton. Official gaming phone by Infinix. Official beverage partner by VCode. Official ISP partner by AGB Communication. Authorized by Myanmar Esports Federation.
Welcome back. I hope that break wasn't too long for y'all. You're watching day one of the playoffs of MSL Myanmar Season 2, and we have already bid goodbye to one of the icons of Burmese MLBB, Falcon Esports, dropping into the hands of Team 7. We got another best of 5 coming your way. It's the upper bracket finals. He's Mirko. I'm Leo. Mirko, are you ready to call this next match?
Hey, definitely, man. Again, we are super ready. After that upset, man, I think that set us up perfectly for a whole day, right? We got a Okay, maybe not the best of 5 we expected, but an entertaining best of 5 regardless. Into now, it should be the expected result. We should at least see 4 games here, Leo.
You know what? I don't even know what the expected result is, okay? After what happened to that first series, our lower bracket semis, we were expecting some fight from the team that went 9-0, right? But as the record shows, they could not win a single post-regular season match. 2-3 against AI Esports, and then 0-3 against Team 7. That is the story that Falcon Esports ended their Season 2 with. Again, GG, well played, thank you so much. But coming up next, it's a best of 5 in the upper bracket between Yangon Galacticos and AI Esports. Whoever wins is first to the grand finals.
Yeah, AI Esports already kind of like rebuilding their roster here with 2 solid pillars that they already had for the longest time, man, in Black and Alita. They have new members coming around here, and they've actually also swapped in a few into Yangon Galacticos. So like Lina, the mid laner from AI Esports, is now playing for Yangon Galacticos. Meanwhile, for AI Esports, it's still names that you've seen before. Still Madzi, but it's PX7, the new mid laner for AI Esports. Back in the day, I think I remember him for playing around with Falcon Esports, PX7. Yep. I remember him on the M6 stage just last year.
Yep. PX7 is a Falcons and Phoenix alumni, so he's been around the block. If anything, of all the players active, even at the start of the day when there were 4, he is the eldest amongst all athletes here in the playoffs. Like, not to dox the man, but he's about 4 or 5 years older than his next junior. So wow. He's got experience, man. If there's a team in the playoffs that has experience besides Falcon, it's got to be AI.
It should be. But honestly, if you look at the roster for Yangon Galacticos, they have a few players here as well that have had international experiences, right? Stitch, Blink, both part of the Burmese Ghouls lineup that actually made it to MSC 2024. So we're going to see a lot of different, like a mix of newcomers, a mix of even veterans that just have never made it to the international scene, like Lina, Madzi as well, Alita and Black going up against each other. Now, if you look at the standings in the regular season, both of these teams actually didn't finish top 2. The top 2 were down below earlier. That lower bracket match we just casted was the 2 top teams in the regular season. Now we're casting for number 3 and number 4 respectively from the regular season. Yangon Galacticos just beating out AI Esports in the regular season by 2 game difference.
Yep, these are 6-3 teams out of the regular season, and they are the cream of the crop, but not the tippity top. Like, that's the first match we saw. Like, that's literally 1 and 2. Now we have teams that did well, but had a lot of lessons to learn along the way. You mentioned 3 out of 5, right? You mentioned Yangon Galacticos. Yangon Galacticos is possessive nouns. Lina, Stitch, and Blink, 3 out of 5 have already played on the world stage. They were former Burmese Ghouls. So that's why they're so familiar. If you look back, these are the gentlemen that won our hearts over even before stepping on stage in the Philippines because of how close they came to not making it out. So now they want to relive that mission and fulfill their dream once again of representing Myanmar on a world stage, this time in Jakarta. So this is a chance for them to do that again.
I'm always so excited when every time we talk about the Burmese teams during the international, study sessions together, because it's always, I don't know, there's a weird feeling about the Burmese teams. It's always when you don't expect them to do well, they do well, right? A couple of times we were hyping up the old Falcon Esports lineup with Ken, Justin, and then they don't do too well. But then you completely forget about them, and then they almost take down the world champions at M6, FNOP. It's stuff like that that really brings a spice for a lot of the Burmese teams. Same goes for MSC 2025. I think not a lot of people were putting Mythic Seal up there in the tier list, but then they beat SRG, a big upset here. And it just shows you in the Super League that it also can happen. Those upsets, not just in the world stage. They love to make upsets happen here. Falcon 9-0, they're out already. Yangon Galacticos, AI Esports number 3 and 4 fighting it for the first grand final slot.
Yep, they have upsets for breakfast, and I don't know if this next one is gonna be the same. it's just hilarious how you reminded me of what Mythic Seals did to SRG in MSC, because that was a trip because of what they did.
Yes.
The priorities in the knockout stage seedings changed because they were an 2-0 team. That was ridiculous.
Yes,
that was crazy. So let's see if this time in M7 we have the same situation. Whoever comes through, again, 3 teams left in the running. Team 7, Yangon Galacticos, and AI Esports. One of them, you know what? No, let's. When does it start? When does hyping them count as hyping them, and like letting them just do their thing begin? Because what if we talk this up, right? What if they talk this up, and then there's so much pressure come M7? Should we start now?
Hey, they have a whole, 2 months before M7 to actually prepare. So I think this is the longest time between an MSL into, a qualifiers for Myanmar into a world championship or an international event, right? We haven't had this kind of break in a long time. Usually it's 3 weeks, maybe a month. It's like a month and a half before we get into January. So still quite a long time. If you want to hype them, I think this is a time where they should be able to already, feel the hype, use the hype to motivate themselves instead of getting pressured by it.
Yeah, game's gonna change so much once we do make landfall in Jakarta. Whoever comes through and flies out from Myanmar to represent an M7 might be playing a different game. So whatever game Yangon Galacticos or AI Esports are playing now, I'm pretty sure if Team 7 is to be taken as an example, they should be playing a different game now. As upper bracket teams, they have much more incentive to show that they have improved.
Yeah. I just don't know if we're gonna see more of the damage meta like we've seen earlier in the series, or if we're going to see normal meta. Because again, from MPL Philippines, MPL ID, we see more of just balanced compositions here and there. You do have some late game, you still want artillery, like a marksman in your gold lane if you have, say, utility or an assassin jungle. But when you have that utility jungle and a Kimmy mid, you usually don't really want to go for anything plus in the gold lane, right? You just want to stick to the damage dealers being on the top side of the map. Recently, though, in MPL Malaysia and MPL Myanmar here, we've just been seeing very greedy lineups that has worked really well. So has the meta shifted back to, all right, let's go full pre-MSC wildcard form, where we just go 3 MMs, 3 damage dealers, and just battle it out?
Looking at AI and looking at Yangon Galacticos, they're not likely to do that. Both teams, that when they played in the play-ins, they were both pushing the envelope. I'll tell you now, I think you're looking at the same stats as I am.
Yep.
In the play-ins, November 2nd, about 2 weeks ago, Yangon won twice with, I can't believe I'm saying this, Rome Hellkirk.
Yeah.
Twice. In Flying Cloudies and Dangerous Grass.
Yeah.
So that's Yangon. That's a crazy thing they're doing.
That's what's crazy about the Hellker pick, though. For me, it's the Flying Cloud map choice for Hellker, right? Usually you go for the Dangerous Grass one makes a lot of sense. In ID as well, we see a lot of Hellker roams get picked up in the first phase when you are in Dangerous Grass. But the fact that they made it work in Flying Cloud when there's not a lot of bushes, not a lot of ambushes set up, I wonder if it's just because Team 7 had a very vulnerable comp. They had a Farsa and a Yi Sun Shin, right? I don't know if the Hellcard came in early because it was in Flying Cloud. I think it might have been a last pick in the draft itself to kind of confuse Team 7 and to really wreck that front to back that they built up with the Yi Sun Shin Farsa. But then in Dangerous Grass, makes a whole lot of sense. It was also the Granger on the other side, but having the Hellcard in Dangerous Grass just gets you so much value from the vision. The Dark Knight Falls to get people in position as well into these bushes. Massive stuff. But this is obviously the patch update that we are going to be playing with, or the players rather, are going to be playing with. A few heroes adjusted here and there, mainly the Hilda rising in value.
Yep. Nothing from the buff, not too many from the buff heroes actually showed up as much, again, in the 3 games we played in the first series, but are we expected to see a Freya? I know people have been hypothesizing and trying builds, put her in the jungle, put her in the gold lane, put her in the EXP lane.
Yep.
Is there a world where AI or Yangon Galacticos play Freya?
I've seen a lot of China Masters games, and the Freya is just one of the picks that they really like there. A couple of times I've been seeing it, even last year before the revamp, we just see a lot of it in China. But I'm
Chinese
not too
love their frame.
sure, yeah, about the Burmese. Like, I mean, we have seen these very odd picks come through from them. It's just the Freya is very volatile, you know? It's very... I think usually you would just want a very consistent XP laner that can playmake or to sustain, like we've seen before, the Uranus, the Alice, classic stuff, especially because right now, the equipment adjustments have changed the metagame in the XPs. We see way more just tanky boys up there because of the help of the Guardian Helmet and the Dominance Ice helping you just go for the Black Ice Shield instead of fully going for Dominance Ice now, because you already get very good hybrid defense, plus later on the Frost Shield on unique passive, and then you get the anti-regen.
Yep. We saw a lot of Black Ice Shield and Dominance Ice in the first
Gotta love
series
the Black
of the
Ice.
day. Yep. So it definitely made a showing. On the other hand, though, we didn't really see much GH or CP. You know what I mean? Like no Chastise Pauldron specifically. Maybe there was one Guardian Helmet, but
They don't like CP.
no Chastise Pauldron. It just it's such a specific item that again if you were to play a gold lane marksman with attack speed, you only really go 1-1. But what if we start getting crazy and playing Claudes or Brunos or I'm still looking at what else is left in the pool that they often play. Yeah, no, gold lane's kind of tight. No, great. This is anti-attack speed, right?
Oh yeah, no,
So-
I thought we were talking about the picks from Yangon. Yeah, for
Yeah,
C,
Chastise, yeah.
probably Claude
there's-
as well makes it in there.
Yeah, so basically what we're trying to say is there's no good reason for Chastise Powder to show up just yet.
Yeah, I agree. I've heard
It's
a few.
wasted gold.
Yeah, it is wasted gold right now. But I've heard a lot of people, by the way, especially in the gold lane, have voiced out the fact that it's very annoying to deal with C Chastise Pauldron when you're a Harith, because the attack speed reduction actually stops you from going for those unli hits. It delays you quite a bit. It's kind of like the same reason as to why usually you see Hyloses picked up against the Harith, right? To slow down the attack speed so that even though you will get those dash resets, it's still a slow damage output coming out. Not as consistent as it would be without it, but here we get to see again, like in all maps, Granger, most picked hero, just doing such an amazing job, except for Dangerous Grass, where again we see more of those ambush heroes, more of those easy to access backline picks get through, where the Granger doesn't really do well.
Yep. These stats reflect specifically what the numbers are on these maps, but just as a big picture, Granger and Yusunshin are two of the biggest or more often picked heroes in MSL MM anyways. So those stats check out. Same with Dangerous Grass, but you'll notice that the win rate just drops drastically.
And look at that most win team, dude. Team 7. They did get 2 games on Dangerous Grass earlier up against Falcon Esports. So it's kind of crazy. It's not like they pick a lot of the picks like in Dangerous Grass. They haven't picked up the Hellcurt at all. They picked up the Hilda. I guess that's the only one that like really fits in the Dangerous Grass. But then you see the Expanding Rivers, and you're like, man, what could have been if Falcon got one Expanding River game in that series up against Team 7, you know? Leo, this is an out-of-topic question from MSL MM, but I want to ask, is there a future where we get to see, like, do you think we're going to get a future where we're seeing map bans here?
Oh, yeah. Step 1 in the annual map change roadmap is to introduce the enhancements, right? And then maybe a year or 2 down, that's when they added enough map enhancements that you can veto or ban out several. I'd say, what's the healthy number? Maybe 8 total map enhancements, and then ban 2, and then select from the 6 left. Something like that, you know, just so there's enough versatility. There's enough dynamic choices to make significant decisions with. But for now, like, I'm happy with the randomization because already we're seeing major changes in the way teams play and draft because of what maps come through.
Yeah, that's really, really interesting, right? Later on in the future, how those maps are going to play in, because Yeah, I mean, just thinking of the dynamic of the maps being played, some teams having that signature map to play with on top of signature heroes is definitely going to be very, very fun watching the draft. So much more talking points, so many more things for the fans as well to have to take into account when they're supporting the team. They're like, oh man, my team's on dangerous grass. This ain't really the best map for us, you know, as a front to back, as a very systematic team. But hey, right now, I think both teams, Yangon Galacticos and AI Esports, should have already gotten a really good grasp onto the meta, right? They should already understand how to play all the dangerous grass, every single map. But if we take a look at the play-ins, Yangon Galacticos definitely seem like the better team on dangerous grass. We haven't seen AI Esports play in dangerous grass in pro play throughout the play-ins. They just went in through the regular season. Even against Mythic Seal, it was just one dangerous grass. Oh, sorry, two. Okay, so they did play two. Out of a total of 10 games in the play-ins, they played in dangerous grass.
Oh no, it's just two. Yeah, it's just two. So I think that's enough reps. I think, truth be told, that's enough reps. What will make them more dangerous and more likely to succeed is if they're able to brew for it. You know, besides the well, it's Yangon who's got the pocket Hellcurt. But what does AI have to answer to that? Right? What is AI's ace in the hole? Are they looking at the Freya? Could they be the Freya team? Real quick, let's look at the stats once again throughout the season. Dax, our current number one. Again, you can't tell this man knows how to farm. Even on that Joy earlier, the 3 Joys he played, he can make money even from when Lucky was stealing away his farm. But it's in his absence, and as well as Paladin's own Cherry Cutie, is just OP left out of all the farmers in the world.
Wait. This is a GPM ranking curse. What's going on here? Everyone here except for OP has been eliminated, and OP, I don't want to step on the line here, but he is in the lower brackets right now. Like this ain't looking too good for the GPM leaders, man.
Hey, all roads lead to OP. All right, he's the only one left standing. I don't know how Alita or Stitch are looking to match up to that. But again, here's a quick look at the stats. Some most picked heroes and most banned.
Okay.
The Burmese don't like their Angela. We didn't see much in the first series today. Baksha and CC, definitely still a presence. And these three, Granger, Yisenshin, Zushin, should show up plenty here in this next best of 5 too.
Yeah, the Jusin has been falling out of the meta recently, like throughout different regions. Again, Malaysia mainly and Myanmar, just the two regions that are ongoing right now. We just don't see as many Jusin picks. We see more just like the Kimmies, even the Yeves come up more than the Jusin, but it is still a really, really good pick. I think sometimes, especially when you have like the Yusun Shin, when you already have enough damage, you just want utility in the mid lane. So it's not as prio, just more of like a fill in your lineup kind of deal right now. If you need the juice in, if you need that utility, you go for it. If you need more damage, then obviously you just go for one of those Kimmies, Yeves, even the Farsas showing up way more, but definitely a higher skill ceiling. Very difficult to execute in this dive meta.
I just want to see Farsa, man. Both of these teams, I think, play a decent Farsa. I'm looking at AI. Can confirm that Lina can play it. Of course, he'll be flanked by Ying, Han, Blink, and Stitch. Wait, hold up. Yo. Is this a... Oh, no, this is Yangon. Yep, this is Yangon.
This is Yangon. Yes, sir. Stitch rocking a bald cut, man. It's been a while since we've seen him. Last year, he was still rocking the long hair, actually. A change. Maybe this is to show the discipline. Usually, when you go for that cut, aren't you disciplined? Leo, you would know?
I was once disciplined, yes, but that was... None of these guys can step to it, right? None of these guys would dare. You got Madzi, Yori, PX7, Black, and Alita. It's a blondie now.
We got, so the gold lanes are the ones with like the new flair. I like that, you know? Alita, this could be maybe Stitch, especially up against Mythic Seal last year. I think that was actually one of the main problems for Yangon Galacticos, why they weren't able to close out games. They would do amazing in the early game, one of the best to control the early game. But then in the mid to late, a couple of mistakes here and there, even Stitch getting caught a few times, led to Mythic Seal taking on the full 7-game series to actually make it to MSC. So that's already something like of a change, I would say, from just the hair alone, the discipline, and then from Alita, right? Like I think that's a confidence boost from him, because last year I remember him farming, doing really well, but in the big game situations, he would just lack the confidence to jump in these team fights. So the hair, funnily enough, like it actually reflects on what they have improved on in the whole year that we've seen MLBB.
You look good, you do good, you feel good. You're talking about Alita. He's the play-ins MVP, so already his track record is proven. But you got here the head-to-head between the junglers. You can see there is a stat differential. A little bit more farm on Yori and a little more damage dealt. But look at the KDA on Yangon Galacticos' Han. Almost twice as good at keeping his stats up, not dying, getting more kills, supporting the team, more than Yori. What does this mean? I'm looking at the stats. I'm looking back. AI Esports, does Yori play more? All right, that makes sense. Yori has a deeper hero pool, it looks like. He plays Fred, Yisun Shin, Lance, Joy, while Yangon, though, interestingly enough, also plays as much utility. But I guess he's just better at keeping himself not dead. Han he just understands how important his life is.
For sure. I think both these teams, again, the reason they've been able to do better than the top two has been because of the versatile compositions that they've been able to pull off. It's the versatility of being able to pull off, again, the Hellcurt roam. It's through utility that you do that. Previously, we saw just pure assassin from both junglers, right? They just wanted to go to jungle and they really wanted to carry, and you could see the holes in their game for sure in the banning phase alone. When 3 bans on Dax were placed, it was just really tough for him to find a comfort pick. But here, for AI Esports and Yangon Galacticos, again, it's just crazy to see like a veteran like PS, a guy who's been in the team for AI Esports for so long, get subbed off for a young boy, ex-Paladins player in Yori, and he's performing really well. PS, known for assassins, Yori, again, that versatility has really helped AI get to this position.
Yep, and I hate that we made a mistake of making Team 7 an automatic underdog and then sweeps Falcon, right? So I'm not going to make the mistake anymore. I understand that in this next matchup, Yangon versus AI, YG versus AIE, this is a coin flip. I'm pretty sure that
heads or tails, Leo.
We're in for quite a trip. And I don't think, just like how Team 7 plays, I hope momentum isn't a factor here. I hope that when somebody gets the match point, it just comes to a screeching halt. I hope that, there's a back and forth. That's what I'm hoping for.
I agree. All right, so heads or tails, Leo?
Tails.
All right, so is Tails AI or Yangon?
I just know that Tails never fails. So
all right, let's say Tails is AI, Yangon is heads. I'm gonna flip it on Google.
Digitally? You're gonna flip it digitally?
I got Tails, ladies and gentlemen. We got Tails. That's your caster prediction for today. That's Tails. That means AI Esports, confirmed by a virtual coin flip.
By an RNG, like an electronic RNG.
It's basically as good as real names, man. It's just a.
if we could only prove it, but yeah, no. AI. So the coin flip said AI.
The coin flip said AI.
Okay, coin flip said AI. I understand maybe looking at it and just you know what some pro athletes do, like visualization. You know how they just they just sit around and just like
manifesting.
They imagine what the hell's going on, right? If we were to throw the draft of AI Esports and simulate it into the draft of Yangon, it's possible that Yangon just flops around and plays these weird combinations and drafts and then just loses. While AI have ways to kind of collapse together weird drafts that can get him to win.
For sure. So yeah, I mean, at this point we just have to see. It's the battle of minds, really, because both of them are so versatile. I think it's way more of a mind game compared to match number 1. Match number 1 was basically just all right, you get prio, I get prio, I ban your prio, done, right? This one though, oh man, the amount of brain games these coaches are going to have to play, these players are going to have to also execute. It's going to be tough. Like the two-way flex of the Baksha into Rome as well, the possibility of Hellcurt coming up. I'm excited to see this game. Yep,
here we see the coaches of AI Esports, Coach Hiccup and Coach Ice Ice, not to be confused with the Singaporean esports legend. On the other side, before we switch scenes, you saw Coach Marv's, that man with all the swag you see with the shades and the earrings, alongside his analyst, Coach M God. So you see the difference. AI Esports, they look pensive, man. They look like they're just taking it slow, just like a silent storm.
That's what you want from your players right now, especially on stage, right? When you were too confident, even when you're having a blast. We saw how confident Falcon looked in game number 1, match number 1.
In the start,
yeah. And then you saw them just completely down. So I personally, after seeing that, prefer the locked-in nature of AI Esports. They're taking it chill. They're just focused on the game right now. For Young on Galacticos, same thing here. They're all just locked in. No like crazy expressions here and there. Everybody's just chilling. But Stitch is definitely the guy I have my eyes on for this matchup against Alita. This is the gold lane is definitely the highlighted match for me.
All right, Stitch grew out his hair. The photo used was pretty old. Look, he's got a full head of hair now.
Mm-hmm. By the way, Leo, I got a comment here on the live chat. Shout outs to him.
What up,
I don't know
Shot?
what his name is, but he said Ice X M2 Burmese Ghouls. He was a part of that M2 Burmese Ghouls lineup, apparently.
He was?
I believe so. I mean, that's what the chat's saying. I'm searching it up right now.
It says M1. I'm looking at the ever trusty esports resource that is Liquipedia. It says he was in M1 when they got swept by Todak.
Fourth place finish at M1.
Let me double check. The record does show that he was playing with
Ace and Ruby?
With Burmese Ghouls up until mid 2021. So yeah, that was while Ace, Ruby, Kid, while they were still around. Look at homie here making shadows. Coach Marv, come on.
Coach Marv. This is how you chill. This is how you get out of pressure, man.
Man, just making shadow puppets.
That's an interesting way to relieve yourself off pressure. But hey, everybody has their own methods. I wonder if he's going to do it again. And now the players are calling him. Okay. Very interesting. Oh, he's doing it again. He's doing it again.
All right.
What is this new meta?
Simple. Just keep it simple. Just a single finger here. All right.
Interesting. Very interesting.
I'm trying to dig into it. Whatever Shot brought up, I really want to get down to it. If he really did make it to M2, because can confirm he was in M1.
He was in M1, part of the Burmese Ghouls lineup. The M2 lineup was already different, it seems here. So
yeah, I don't remember calling it Ice.
Yeah, but you have an experienced player like Ice on your team to give you, again, the insights of what you need to do in game, to the insights of also just understanding the pressure of how it feels playing here on stage. By the way, stage looks amazing. Full house as well, as we saw earlier. Really, really cool stage from MSL MM Season 2.
It's huge. This is a arena smack dab in the middle of Yangon City in Myanmar. And it is in the Myanmar Expo Hall at Fortune Plaza. So this is a 2-day event, and our co-talents are on site there while we're broadcasting from home. Miracle from Florida, I from St. Johannesburg. It's
that took a while,
it's a
man.
worldwide production.
You forgot where you at.
It's a worldwide production that we're in. Where we're setting up, again, is a best of 5. First things first, when we do load into the game, or when we do begin the draft, we will find out what the map is first. So we have yet to play in Broken Walls today.
Not yet, man. And honestly, it's really making me quite sleepy, man. It's currently very early here in Florida. 4 a.m. it is right now, Leo, as I'm casting this for Yangon Galacticos. They gotta wake me up with game 1.
Oh, it's just a matter of time. Again, a best of 5. We're starting actually early. I mean, sorry, for me. It's early for me, right? It's 11 a.m.
Are we just gonna rock with this the entire broadcast?
What do you mean? What are you talking about? We're waiting for the random map enhancement to be added on. Again, it's clear that Yangon Galacticos, it doesn't matter. It doesn't have to be dangerous grass. If it's flying clouds, they're willing to draft this weird Hellcat roam into it. But you know what? That match they had against Team 7 in the play-ins is interesting. They played every single map.
They did.
So that means the dynamics of play that they have is almost infinite. Like, they're capable of just adapting, and they have a draft for everything. That's what I'm excited for. If AI can play it tight, I think Yangon can give us a show. Like they can create some of the weirdest symphonies when it comes to the draft.
For sure. Again, the dynamic's going to be very, very interesting, man, to see again how they actually outbrain each other, because really at this point both are equally as strong. I feel like, especially after seeing their play-ins run up against Team 7, Yangon Galacticos dealt with them 3-1. AI Esports, yes, especially after Falcon Esports got knocked out 3-0, it is less convincing, but it's still very, very impressive that they were able to go back-to-back, the defending MSL champions and Mythic Seal, into Falcon Esports, the team that last qualified to an M World Championship from Myanmar. AI Esports, definitely a big chip on their shoulder, though, because this org has been like holding on to like the hype for the longest time, Leo. I believe right after M2, the Burmese Ghouls lineup, when they split up, they actually joined AI Esports, a lot of them. And they were just riding on that hype, trying to make it to another world championship, and unfortunately always failing to make it in. This could be their chance. Even Ken, the boy who qualified to MSC, to M series in the past, has predicted AI Esports to do it this season.
That's what he said. He looked at the run of AI, he looked at the lineup, and he looked at how the rest of the MSL Myanmar teams are looking, and that's his fearless forecast. Wow. That maybe this is a time for AI. Folks, for all of you who don't know, for the past 3 or 4 years, there have always been like a handful of good teams out of Myanmar, and AI have always been one of those teams. Yet, they've never been the one to come up to represent when it comes to big international events. So hopefully this is the year. Maybe this is the year. Maybe this is the next chapter, their big break in their long-term storytelling, and standing in their way right now, taking them down a peg, one match away, one series win away, and maybe even sending them towards Team 7's way is Yangon Galacticos.
And Team 7 have a whole lot of momentum, man. After going 3-0 against Falcon, they're definitely super confident down there in the lower bracket. So if you're AI and Yangon, I don't know if you want to go down below to face off against an informed Team 7 as we get ready to jump into the game. Yangon Galacticos versus AI Esports. We got our random map draw here next. Which map will be chosen for game number 1? Let's see it.
Broken Walls and Expanding Rivers, two of the more neutral maps. Again, they just enhance, or they just allow already what's possible in the game.
Ooh.
But you go to Dangerous Grass, the game definitely changes. All right, Broken Walls it is.
I like that. You know, a neutral map here for both the teams for game number 1. I think as we get into the series, like deeper into the series, game 4, game 5, that's when we're going to see more Dangerous Grass, more Expanding Rivers, Flying Cloud as well. But game 1, it's always great to start on neutral grounds.
I did not expect, all right, real quick while we ramp up to the draft here, I did not expect, prior to Project Next dropping and it actually seeing professional play, sample sizes and experimentation and actual runs, I didn't expect Broken Walls to be the neutral map. You know, I always thought that would be a game changer. I always thought that having openings around the map, allowing for less mobile heroes to go around, I always thought that was going to be so different, but apparently it does very little.
Yeah. I thought it was going to be a big game changer as well for a lot of the assassins, right? Who can really just gank from different lanes. But the thing is, I think it's because we were expecting some more walls to be broken. Like, if you look at it again, mostly it's just the walls in the jungle and then the neutral objectives, right? So it gives you another angle for you to play the Daunts or for you to just maneuver around the river. But in the lane alone, there's not many more like gank options over there.
Right.
So yeah, if we do see like a revamped Broken Walls next season where we have more lane angles to gank, then we'll see a more affecting or bigger impact for Broken Walls.
Yes, but just to temper our expectations and to put it into perspective, for more than half or maybe half of the lineup, the side laners specifically, the walls don't change. So that means only half of the team only really feels the map enhancement.
Yep.
But let's say we do improve it. What other walls can you break down? Or maybe even next time when they do change it, they just take down full-on walls, like not just even break it.
No walls?
I mean, like some parts of the walls. But here we go. We will get into the game. The draft has begun. Yangon Galacticos on the play here, banning out the Grok and the Yisun Shin. AI Esports taking out the Baksha and the CC. Two of the 3 most banned heroes in
Oh,
the
man.
whole league.
I was just about to say, Leo, for the first time, we might be able to get the Lance game, but Yangon Galacticos banned it away from AI Esports. No interest in picking it up for first pick. Baksha and CC banned out by AI Esports. Now, last ban, is it going to be the Fanny ban, respecting Yangon Galacticos, or will we finally see Fanny left open for the first time in MSL playoffs? So far, again, Fanny, Lance, both those. Whoa, that's a Fredrin. Wait, double utility ban for against Yangon Galacticos.
Yep. So they know how well Han plays into these. We have the first pick open. You mentioned the Fanny, Hayabusa as well open. Oh, but just like Falcons in Game 3, our Uranus opener.
Yeah. I mean, it's a safe choice if you're able to play it for gold and XP. And there's no CC pickup here, so there's that to think about. The Lunox is still up for grabs as well for AI Esports, and Lunox has been a big prio pick in a lot of different regions, but AI decides to go for the Farsa, that one you wanted to see. The Hilda as well, though, even though they're on broken walls. But actually, you know what? Fun fact, there are a few heroes that from coaches that I've spoken to, they've said, like Uranus and Hilda, they get a lot of value in broken walls just because they can traverse the map and kite so much better.
For sure. Again, just logically and objectively, you get the bushes faster.
Wow.
As the Hilda, and then you get to exhaust your dash less because of walls. So Uranus can just walk around. The answer for Yangon Galacticos, 2 and 3 in blue, the Zushin and the Guinevere. Are we almost 100% sure that this Guinevere is a jungler?
In Indonesia, we've seen it as jungle, but we've seen it as roam as well. I believe in MPL Malaysia, it was also utilized as roam for Yums just yesterday. So I think there might be a flex there, but it makes sense for it to be confirmed as jungle, knowing that there's not many more utility jungles left open.
Yeah, and it's so weird that you do Guinevere roam this early on. Like, I think 9 out of 10 Guinevere roams in the past half a decade have always been like the last 2 picks. It was never like this early on. So, I don't know. Yangon Galacticos must be cooking, man. Second phase bans here. Gatot Kacha for blue. Kalia for red. So, I think AI Esports are just making sure where these heroes are landing. This might be another roam ban.
Yeah, this is already very, very difficult for Yangon Galacticos if they want to go for the signature Granger pick here. The Hayabusa and the Farsa both really good at dealing with the Granger here, especially because they also have a Hilda that's notoriously already a good pick against it. That's why AI Esports are probably going to leave it open, probably going to take out, the Harith from them and play out their composition. Kalea and Gatot getting ignored completely in the first phase was also, I think, a bit of a shocker, but they ban out the Cho as well. It's another pick-off hero that would get a lot of value with the Gatot Kacha banned out.
That's it. You see Coach Ice here, and you also see Coach Hiccup whispering and saying, yeah, we took care of that Cho, don't worry about it. The Alice goes. All right. XP laners still scarce for AI Esports. What's still left? The Lapu Lapu and the Arlet. It's weird not seeing those two.
Yeah, it will be definitely very, very weird. I think right now, the Lapu Lapu pickup, I don't think it's possible for Yangon Galacticos to pick it up, right? It looks like they have a composition. They just peel for the hyper carry in Stitch. I think it's almost like guaranteed they're going to get a Granger here because they need physical damage as well. Right now, 2 relying on magic. AI Esports, though, on the other hand, they can pick up the Lapu Lapu. That could certainly go through a lot of the peel that Yangon Galacticos have already set up for themselves. But they snatch the Granger away. They deny it away from Yangon Galacticos. And I think that's the best move here. Yes, you are kind of a greedy composition with 3 damage dealers, but what are Yangon going to play? Harith!
Oh no. Yangon Galacticos going to Hogwarts. And I don't know where this Hellcurt is going. Hold up, wait. This has got to be...
That should be Rome.
This has got to be the Rome Hellcurt. This has to be the Rome Hellcurt. So we have a Jungle Guinevere, Rome Hellcurt. Oh, wow. This game has to go really fast.
It does. Yangon Galacticos, man, this is an interesting lineup. Without the Granger, they still managed to pick up the Harith, so at least there's a hyper carry there, and they still have physical damage with the Hellcurt. It's actually not bad at all. So, it looked like the deny pick was just going to screw their entire plan of going for a hyper carry for Stitch, but they ended up having a pretty balanced composition with the Harith and the Hellcurt, the double H combo, plus the sustain of the rest of the team here. You have to take into account as well for AI, their backline's quite vulnerable.
It could work, but it's still very unorthodox. AI Esports closing up with an Esmeralda here to answer the Uranus, the Zushin, and the Harith. So a lot of responses from AI Esports. And of the two teams, definitely they have the more orthodox approach, a more fundamental draft. But I can't shake the fact that maybe, just maybe, Yangon Galacticos can make this work. They already did. There is a precedent.
Exactly. Despite that Granger pickup that I thought was going to be massive to again halt the Young on Galacticos composition, I like it. I like both teams. I think it really comes down to the execution, and that's an execute pickup for the Hellcurt, by the way. So really looking for that early kill pressure in lane. Farsa, Granger, Alita, and PX7, they got to lock in because one bad move and they're gone.
That is Galacticos brain, man. Because look, that execute can even kill an Esmeralda or a Hilda. You know, you get to a certain life threshold,
yes, sir.
It's over. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the upper bracket finals opener. It's a best of 5, race to 3 series between two of the teams that are close to the top throughout the regular season and have won their respective play-ins bouts. It's Yangon Galacticos with their trademark unorthodox draft going up against AI Esports, keeping it close to the chest, looking to draw first blood in this series.
Who's going to make the first step into the grand finals here? Will it be AI or Yangon Galacticos? Good leash at the start of the game from Blink on the Hellcurt to help Han rotate over. Letho, man, high priority AI rotating Madzi as well after getting Prio. And why'd you know it? Instead of going for the fight, they go straight to their own jungle. They know it's a lost cause on the Juice and Hellcurt to go up against a Hilda Esme.
That's a lot of damage of both types. We look at Yangon Galacticos' lineup and we're impressed at how, again, off meta it is, at least the way it's composed. But AI are very, very effective at what they do. Look, Alita understood that there was danger afoot, used the flicker already.
Yeah, so much respect given over to the Hellcurt, man. And again, it's because the kill pressure is there. If that landed, Stitch just goes in together with the damage, and I think the execute maybe would have gotten Alita dead or at least low for him to recall, and that would just give so much prio over to the laner. So burning the flicker, not bad at all, knowing that he's probably going to be playing weak side for the most part in the early game anyways.
Yep, one of the few times I would say that was worth it. Blink here already building up his rapid boots, so faster and faster rotations, just going around. Great combo with Hellcurt's passive that after a fight, like let's say he gets wounded, just gets to heal up, and then he's just always up.
Mid prio though, going to be contested here. AI are setting up for a really good play. Lina reads it, gets the vision on both, but Han, this is a good hold over the turtle, and he's going to rotate as well. Gets to level 4 a bit quicker, will rotate over. Han goes over the spatial migration, Valor Requiem combo, Retry on point, secures the first turtle of the game as that's going to be Black rocked up, knocked up, and Ying gets first blood, dodges away from the falling star moon as well.
AI Esports, maybe a half step behind. I got eyes on Yori, and it seemed like he was off by, I'd say, a second and a half, an inch away to be able to quad shadow, retribution, steal away the turtle, but it wasn't going to happen. That's why Yangon Galactic was so quick on the punish. Same story up top, you mentioned, Mirko. It's going to be a weak side Granger. So frequently, Black has to keep visiting. Black has to keep checking in and saying, hey, you okay? You okay? And then that's when he can leave.
Wow.
Alita just does not want anything to do with this. Our talents on site, they are all Yangon right now.
They didn't do heads or tails, man. They did not do heads or... Oh, some of them did.
Hey,
oh, it's just ST14.
It's just Burmese Midnight. Just Burmese Midnight believes in AI.
Let's see if that one vote actually ends up being the right one, because even in Indonesia, I don't know if this is the case in MPL Philippines, Leo, but in MPL ID, so many times we see that happening. Han gets a spatial migration. Oh, the burst from Blink, who rotates over as well. A free kill over, and it's a Hilda.
So who's the token? Who's the token contradictioner?
Pulong.
Contradictor. Pulong. Pulong is the one. Does he get it right?
He always gets it right.
Wow, even in the face of those kind of odds?
Mm-hmm.
All right. I can't tell you what the track record is for Midnight. if it's any good, but maybe Burmese Midnight knows something. But with the way the game is going, it's looking bleak, man. With the way the game is going, Yangon Galacticos are calling the shots, totally in control. 1,500 up, 4 minutes in. The second turtle looks like it's all theirs. Like look at how early they make it into the brush, taking control. And look at how far away Yori is again.
Yeah, it's really tough for him to enter the fight here, knowing that there's just so much CC for YG and the utility, the zoning from Lina as well. Take a look at Ying. Big problem later on for AI Esports as well is who's going to be able to shred Ying if they don't snowball. Quad shot going to be landing there. Just the airstrike comes in as well, but I think Ying is okay to take that damage. James pops a consecration. Great timing on the Terrify with the execute and the lethal ignition ticks down on Yori. No jungler. That's a free turtle to YG unless Alita can get a cheeky Death Sonata, but I don't think that's going to happen. Retribution from Han. Black thrown back.
That is deceptive. I could have sworn Yori was going to survive, but you're right. Lethal ignition plus execute.
Oh!
Sometimes the damage biting down hits you a second late. Ying finishes the job, fights Alita in the back.
And that's 5-0.
Black falls again. 5-0 in 5 minutes. All the turtles. That big turret up top going over. Madzi able to grab one little turret down bottom. So there is some trade, a semblance of some value for AI, but that's crumbs, sir. That's chump change for what YG has done.
Especially considering AI need to get the snowball if they want to deal with the Uranus, man. Coming into the mid game, especially with him this far ahead, 2-0-1 with 2 turtles. This is a big boy Uranus. Take a look at the itemization here. Dreadnought armor straight into, I believe, an Athena shield pickup there. So instant respect to the damage coming in from AI, knowing that it's, oh man, Han gets a spatial migration again with a Valid Requiem and PX7 cannot survive. Those were the frontliners with the utility mid that just dealt that much damage on PX7.
Yep, but again, mind you, it's not, there is a damage roam, and I think Blink did hit a power spike. That's it, say goodbye, Madzi. He did get a Blade of Heptases, so he got that bow, and it's doing amazing things.
Man, the damage, the Terrify, the lockdown, the CC from YG. This, honestly, as an Indonesian, this reminds me a lot of Alter Ego's playstyle. They just love to overload their opponents with CC and utility all throughout, right? Like, even here, especially when YG are ahead, AI are constantly going to be thinking, okay, which bush are they occupying? How are they going to engage? You then see the Dark Knight falls, and you all back away out of pure respect.
Yeah, well, what this reminds me of as well is a summer in 2021, 2022, when Geek Fam used to do the same thing with a Natalia Rome. Like this is shades of that. This is how the game has evolved. What was it that Kaisam Yves called it? The LBM, the lethal burst meta. That's what this reminds me of.
He would know, man, especially when it comes to Geek Fam things. I heard he's very close with their Shadow Analyst. That's Dark Knight Falls, though, coming down. Oh, Yori, an attempt there to look for the steal, but it's Stitch who ends up getting it. A bit of panic from Han, but it's all good. It's all good. They still secure it, and up top, Alita given the respect over, man. He doesn't want to go all in with the Dark Knight Falls on.
Oh, no. Yori almost gets caught. Quad Shadow out. Young Galacticos have this in the bag. Like, this game is theirs to lose. There has to be a series of 2 or 3 major blunders and mistakes for them to actually lose grip of this game. Not a single kill, a single turret, yes, and so many resources squandered away. Yangon Galacticos are choking AI.
They really are, man. 7-0, taking all of the jungles as well, man. As Han picked up the purple buff, already a level ahead against an assassin jungle on a utility jungle. This is rarely the case for utility jungles, man. You usually, even with the 3 turtles, you're still even. But the fact that he's a whole level ahead, Madzi, he's going to have to respect this. He can't just walk up like that. Sigma Crimson Beacon to respect it for the airstrike. Stitch! Zaman Force forcing the flicker, and that's big info, Leo. Now, Blink is going to have such a good time hunting him down.
Yep. Blink currently at 1-0-4, but it's a very strong 1-0-4. The fact that there's nothing on the board for AI means Blink is doing his job. He's stopping the forward momentum of AI even before they get any. And look, the map has been frozen. It's blue. No resources coming straight over to AI. that Yangon Galacticos did not allow. So they have him by the neck.
There you go. Yangon Galacticos, they take away the orange buff. They put Yori in an even more uncomfortable spot, and Blink's just acquiring these positions for free. There's nothing AI could do about it. If they throw out those resources at him, it's a free escape. And best case scenario, they get a kill on the Hellcurt. It's gone anyway. Spatial Migration with the Violet Requiem over on Black. 4th death this game. Dark Knight Falls as well. He's going to be looking for the play here, but Yori, he knows better than the contest for the neutral objective. He's just going to use the retreat to secure his own purple buff. And, I think almost a read there from Blink on the Hellcurt, but PX7 reads it out well.
Yep. Surgical extraction of one of the frontliners of AI Esports. They took out Black
so
first,
clean.
and then just straight went for the Lord. They knew that AI would not have any contest, all the more since they were missing the Hilda. And you're right, it is such a clean gameplay. Like, it's step by step. It's procedural. It's machine-like precision. But all the same, it's wrapped around this weird package of a Hellcurt roam, a Guinevere jungle, shadow kill, no caution to the wind, and Yori just pushed back. I bet he's wondering, like, where's the damage? Nothing happened to Han or Stitch.
They're just going to sustain back up as well with the green orbs here after they get the orange buff as Ying zones them in the back. A free turret, tier 2 up top fallen. Lord just spawned in the game, by the way, Leo. Like, they took their time there. After getting the Lord, the timer was actually quite perfect for them to get tier 2s before the Lord even spawned in the game. And they should be able to build towards, I don't know, I don't think they're going to get the turret, but at least they will be able to get a few hits down below. Just one Lord charge, and I think it's already worth it.
Yep. Again, you're at 10 and 40 seconds. There is still a Holy Shield. So this is to Yangon Galacticos' best interest to pop that Holy Shield first before Lord comes in too late. So Lord was taken alongside the blast radius. So AI can breathe easy knowing that these Holy Shields did their work.
Oh, DHS as well. Talk about earlier, you mentioning that the Esmeralda and the Hilda are going to also be very easy to kill for Blink in the early game. Now, even with us getting into the 11th minute, where we're thinking, maybe some power spakes going to be hitting some of those tanky items being done. Doesn't matter. DHS completed as well. So everyone, Madzi and Black, they're both still very vulnerable to the Hellcurt.
Yeah, and forget about even building towards it. Like, there's a good amount of magic damage from Yangon Galacticos, yes, but it's pure physical from Blink. So I don't think there's enough resources on the map and amongst your teammates to try and even build defense items as well. So it's a damned if you don't kind of situation. It's a catch-22. They're literally locked inside a corner. It's a dead end for AI.
And we finally see the usage of this first pick, Uranus, man. Why it's so big and why it's so prio in Myanmar. We saw it early prioritized as well by, it was Falcon in game number 3, but in game number 1, it was prioritized by Team 7. We didn't get to see how oppressive it could be, but when you're snowballing like this, man, the tempo that you have on the map, the fact that no one can even put a dent on your HP bar, look at that. They're practically just healing him.
Yeah, it's an added layer of despair. When you're already up to your neck,
oh man,
just trapped inside, drowning underwater, this Uranus is like just pushing you down even more. It's basically another bully. You know what I mean? Like, he already stole your lunch money and he's still asking for more. He's still rummaging through your backpack saying, can I have this? Can I have this sandwich?
And the thing is, this time, at least in match number 1, the nerd that was getting bullied had the courage to go for a sucker punch. You saw Madzi earlier charge at the Falling Star when he's like, you know what? Never mind, man. I'm going to get beat up even more. That's the case here with Uranus. He's just sitting there. And there's nothing they can do. They cannot walk up at all. They're going to have to turtle inside their own base. And that's a free neutral objective. 10,000 gold lead, Leo, in 13 minutes.
This is the largest gold lead we've seen in the playoffs so far in the whole broadcast weekend. Luckily, though, all right, good news, bad news. Their high ground defense is good. There's a Farsa, there's a Granger, and then the Hayabusa can, just kind of weave in and out. The bad news is Black is almost useless inside your base.
Oh,
there's no bushes there. You can't proc that passive. You can't get extra life or shields. You literally are just a fast Amazonian. Oh no!
Oh my god, a full time? What the hell? Stitch! Just burst Madzi down. Oh, spatial migration, Han! What a combo! Gets the Valor Requiem on him, and it's Stitch who gets a triple. Han with a monster kill, and it's just Yori left to defend. Wiped out, 0 kills given. Yangon Galacticos just shut AI Esports out in game 1.
That's what you call a clean game.
What?
Just but a single turret surrendered, and everything else went over to Yangon Galacticos. By no means was it a fast game. Still, there were 2 lords, but when you look at it, you watch it, it's a clinical disassembly, a surgical takedown of AI Esports.
What do you even do, Leo? That was a stompy stomp, man. Again, we're coming into this matchup expecting a way closer battle for number 3, number 4 for the 2 teams who did so well in the play-ins.
Yep.
But Yangon Galacticos showed levels in game 1.
Yep. They showed levels, they showed layers, they showed their signature tricksy drafting. Again, game 1, they won with a Hellcurt already. A Guinevere jungle, like they didn't have to flex that much, you know what I mean? Like I would have been happy with an early Guinevere like that, but they had to play with that Hellcurt. Great work. Again, that's Blink for you. Going into, let's look back at game 1, all right? AI, it's not like AI drafted anything weird. Like AI played and put together a solid comp.
Yeah, they did. It wasn't bad at all, dude. Like they had a composition that should have worked on paper to play that front to back, but they just couldn't get going. They were shut down, outplayed, you could say.
But when you put pen to paper and you let the game play out, it's very different. Yangon exactly knows the limits of a damage roam, and they pushed the envelope. They pushed what was possible and snowballed out of control. Out of the roam position, you're not supposed to be making that much money. No. Out of the roam position, you're not supposed to be dealing that much damage. So they kind of move stuff around, and they put AI Esports into a corner, and they take game 1 in such dominant fashion. If you're AI, what do? If you're AI and you play this kind of fundamental MLBB, very good, solid, sound MLBB, like what do?
I don't know, man. Like they did everything like theoretically correct already. The way they played the lanes, the respect given from Alita as well to the Hellcurt. But I think right now the way to play is you need to control the neutral objective. You need to just build for a composition that leads in the early game. You can't let Yangon Galacticos get a lead on you like that to play proactively, because it just seems like when Yangon Galacticos have the chance to be proactive, to be the one rotating around the map, there's not much you could do on this lineup, right? Like we saw earlier a scaling comp do really well in game number 2 of Falcon versus Team 7, but Yangon are a completely different beast when they have the lead in the early game. They know how to punish in every single lane, how to object, how to convert on these objectives, how to even convert on stealing your buff, stealing your camps to make your jungle a level below of a utility jungle that they have picked up for themselves.
And here's what makes it scarier. They didn't have to do that. A lot of things that they did here just came naturally. A lot of things were A plus B plus C equals D. There was very little algebra involved. So that's what made Han's Guinevere jungler all the more lethal. She knew what she needed to do. Like, I'm crowd control and I'm securing objectives. That's it. This is as simple as it gets for Yangon Galacticos. I'd hate to see what it's like when they actually do flex.
Oof. Yeah. Look at that again. A grim reminder of what happened in the game. 13-0, Leo. 0-5-0 for Black on the Hilda here. Even though it was broken walls, we were expecting, a bit more from the Hilda to rotate around, but they just had zero pressure. Even Madzi, who got the Esmeralda, who looked like, he was able to put in the pressure after Turtle 1, he was non-existent. It was just pre-Turtle 1 for the Lethal Wanderer that we actually got to see Madzi on the Esme.
Yeah, Madzi was supposed to be the chosen one to stop the Uranus, stop the Harith. Hell, with the shields that the Guinevere generates and the Purify on Esmeralda, Madzi should have been able to answer that too. But everything just happened so fast. Yangon Galacticos just ran through AI Esports' draft that they had nothing to throw out.
My lord. 44.8k gold here in the game. That's a solid 12,000 gold lead as we get into the 13th minute of the game, man. Everything. They didn't even give the damage taken over to AI Esports. It's Yangon Galactico's very own Ying who takes the damage taken. 97.433 here on the Uranus. A complete shutout. Leo, is it possible that we're going to get 2 full clean sweeps in day number 1? Because with how clean they are here, I don't want to get ahead of myself, but damn, man, they're looking insane.
Yeah. Given the sweep that Team 7 did to Falcon Esports, it kind of slowed. It was a slow roll. It's like a huge, like a steam train. You know, like you see it a mile away, but you know that it's gonna run you over. This feels like a Shinkansen. Did I say that right? Is that what they call the Japanese bullet trains? This feels
Shinkansen.
like a Japanese bullet train, man. Like it just came at you, 13-0, next.
Boom, bang. They put the bang bang in Mobile Legends for sure, man. Wow. Again, just really, really impressed the way that they were able to do it, the way that they were able to dominate their opponents. Coming into this matchup where we were saying, all right, it's going to be 50-50. We even did a heads or tails virtually, and it said tails.
Yeah. Hey, but you never leave anything to luck. You know what I mean? Like, this is for the chance to represent Myanmar. Like, you don't want to leave that kind of thing to a coin flip. And that's why I think Yangon Galacticos really prepared out of their minds and really honed in and perfected this Hellcurt Rome lineup down to its execution, down to how you pick it. Because, let's say, what if they picked a Hellcurt first, right, in the draft, put it in the blue side 1-3. Maybe AI would have had an answer. But no, they decided to, you know, like slide a hand. Now you see me type of thing with, I'll pick the Guinevere first. What do you think? Psych, it's a Hellcurt lineup. You know, like that must have really freaked out and tripped up AI.
And just goes to show you again how good Yangon Galacticos are on the Hellcurt Rome. It's kind of crazy because even in MPLID, right, when we see Alec from Alter Ego pick up the Hellcurt Rome, it's when you get the Dangerous Grass. Here, we spoke of it already. The Flying Clouds map, they still picked it up, right? They still did a very good job when they were up against
Team 7.
Was it Team 7? Yeah, up top in the play-ins finals. But then they still do it on Dangerous Grass. So outside of Dangerous Grass, it's still a pickup. And that means right now, AI Esports, you're going to have to allocate or reallocate one of the ban slots. And I don't know which one you want to let go, though. Because it looks like every single ban that they went for was already a ban that you would want to have against Yangon Galacticos. Do you really want Han on a meta utility? See, the Guinevere isn't a meta utility, Leo, yet Han played it like that. If he gets his hands on a Fredrin, on a Baksha, oh man, that's ridiculous.
Yeah, that's what makes it scarier. The fact that it was the Guinevere that prefaced the Hellcurt, and then there's nothing AI could have done. In a couple of minutes, we are going to go back into the draft, and we are speculating, formulating how AI might answer back. Again, map choice will matter. So there's one map wherein Hellcurt Rome has not been played yet or has not won yet on record, and that is Expanding Rivers. But thinking about how it might work, I don't think Yangon Galacticos would be shy to do that. Because again, Broken Walls, Flying Cloud, Dangerous Grass. You make rotations faster with Expanding Rivers? Hell yeah, give me that Hellcurt.
Yeah, I think they're not really going to care that much about, like, okay, the map, if they get the Hellcurt, they're going to pick it up. So this is a really good angle for AI Esports to just ban it out, man. Ban out the Hellcurt. It's fine if one of those utility picks gets left open, because I'd much rather go up against a good utility over a good utility on whatever utility pick plus a Hellcurt. Ah, man, I think they just gotta deny that away. If they go blue side, though, the question is, do they take the Uranus first pick, right? That's the big question now. Is this really that powerful of a pick for Ying that you need to take away instantly?
My call is play the first phase the same way, and then second phase ban the Hellcurt. Because I think it's too brazen for you to first phase pick Hellcurt. That might be where it breaks. If you can ban it safely in the second phase, then maybe you stop the Hellcurt train. And here's what's scary, all right? We're counting down solutions for AI to bounce back, get some momentum on their side. this is just one lineup, one draft that Yangon Galacticos brings. I'm pretty sure this is not their. I'm sure they're not a one-trick pony. I'm pretty sure this is not the only weapon they have in the holster. You know what I mean? There's just got to be more to Yangon than just the Hellcurt.
Has to be, man. Yeah. I don't know though, like Leo. The thing is, I think the reason they were able to pull it off second phase was because it was unexpected, right? They had broken walls. It definitely does. It just doesn't really fit the Hellcurt playstyle. But coming into game number 2, I think they're going to be like, all right, if you still leave it open, we're going to pick it up first phase. It doesn't really make a lot of sense in a normal, like in the traditional draft, but if you have that pick, you can pair it up with a lot more than you would expect, especially if you're able to pick up a utility jungle early, because that already kind of like, all right, opens up the angle for the Hellcurt, and then you can just pick it. Again, if we get dangerous grass, especially, that has to go. It has to go, but then you're going to be leaving the Hilda on the table, see? Like, then you're going to be leaving a lot more picks that we have seen from Yangon Galacticos on dangerous grass where they really shine.
Yeah, now that you mention it, Blink could potentially play that same way 3 ways. One is the Hellcurt for sure. Second is the Hilda. Third is, I don't know if there's any reps of this on record in the regular season, but Chip plays a similar style, you know, like hit and run. Let me just rotate, smack you. Oh, I took a few hits. Let me heal up. Oh, I'm back again. Time to die. If some way, somehow, we're reading this right, and Yangon Galacticos does really play around Blink this much to enable Han, to enable, you know, all the crazy things that the rest of the lineup wants to do, I think AI have to figure that out now. AI have to understand that now and see all the angles that Blink plays on. That's if in the first series it was all about Lucky, maybe this time it's all about Blink.
I think so, yeah. Right now it's all on Blink. I think it's all on Black as well to really step up and, you know, be able to match that, because right now it really seems like Blink has his number. He has everyone's number, as a matter of fact, here in the way they play. So random map draw here. This is going to be a big addition to the game. If they get their signature map, Dangerous Grass, the Hellcurt that is already a problem will be a bigger one.
Oh!
But we're going to go back to back, Leo, on broken walls.
And we already know that they can make this work. They'll do it again. You know what? It makes sense. Hellcurt in broken walls, he just has easier access to prey.
Easier angles to gank.
Yeah, right? Yes, the Hellcurt does have a gap closer, but you still need to rotate around, you know? You still have to find those flanks. And broken walls allow for you to do that. And look at how much Yangon Galacticos has traumatized AI. First ban, first phase from blue, Hellcurt.
They gotta do it, man. They gotta do it. There's no way they leave it open again after getting demolished. 13-0, by the way. Like that just doesn't happen all day, man. Especially in pro play and MSL. Yes, we know this is the league for upsets, but we don't know the league for stomps like that. 13-0. So they have to respect it. But then the Fredrin is up for grabs, and I think Yangon Galacticos are already thinking about it. They're thinking of like, okay, we need to pick it up.
Fredrin and Lance. Someone's gonna break through. Regardless, maybe.
Then why'd you gotta ban Lance?
Okay, I was gonna say maybe it would be in Coach Marv's best interest to let both through so they can just trade, but he just will not have it. No Lance, and AI Esports does indeed lock in the first pick, Uranus.
Well, there you go. They deny it away, but then Yangon Galacticos could just respond with the Fredrin pickup first. That means that's almost like secured a turtle contest if they're able to get in. Then what do they go for? That's a Fredrin. Kimmy, instantly. Fredrin Kimmy pickup for Yangon Galacticos. They go back to the basics here when they don't get the Hellcurt.
All right. Looking at their previous drafts, this is a similar turnout to how they won against Paladins in the first round of the play-ins, the semifinals then. It was a Kimmy, Fredrin, Khalid trio in mid. So we'll see if this is the same kind of approach they make going into Red 3. But first, AI Esports. What's left? Do they want to Farsa now?
I think the Farsa is actually really, really good here. The Eve is also a really good choice. They will go for the Eve instead, the safer choice, not the Farsa here. But then they need to pick up a jungler. Hayabusa, the choice for them against the Fredrin. In neutral objective contest, this should be very heavily Fredrin. But Yangon will have to get either a really good roamer right now, like a Gato Kacha, I think is a very good option, by the way, to combo it together. Or you get an XP lane that can match up against the Uranus and can set up for the neutral objective just as well.
Yeah. If they don't highly prioritize those roamers, something's going to break through anyways. Maybe they can go Granger first. Granger or Arlott.
Ooh.
Or Lapu.
Revealing their cards quite early, though, if they do go for the Granger. That means they're going to be playing a pure front to back, which gives AI a lot of angles to attack from. Remember, broken walls already, right? The Uranus going to have a good time just going through the different sections of the walls that are taken out.
There
And
it
it is
is.
going to be the Granger. So they're all in on this idea of this pure front to back, Leo.
For the longest time now, Kimmy Granger has been such a hit.
It has, man.
It's just reliable burst, reliable range. And now
So this-
Yangon Galacticos closing the doors on these roam picks.
But what does this mean then for the rest of the team? Do you go for the Alice in XP if it's not banned plus the Gatot Kacha? Because the Gatot, I think, will just be banned out here. There's no way AI Esports leave the Gatot Kacha open. It's probably going to be red 4 if it's not banned out. And if they don't ban a Gatot, or if they do ban the Gatot, the Alice is still there for red 4. They can still pick it up. It's just basically the same matchup in XP against that Uranus.
Yeah. Red side, or at least the spot that Yangon Galacticos is in right
Interesting
now,
ban.
is so comfortable. Yeah, Lapu Lapu, they're closing the door on that. Again, there's still the Alice left, the Arlott. Could you glue? Would you say glue is okay? Because they don't have any real, like, quick answers to the gluelings? Not yet.
I don't know. Right now, I think like the glue would have worked better for AI Esports to jump on the Fredrin. If I was Yangon, I think I personally wouldn't go for the glue here. I think I'm just going to stick to the Alice. I think the Alice is the best choice right now for Yangon Galacticos
If it
plus the
comes
Gatot
through.
Kacha. If it comes
If it
through,
comes
yeah.
through. Yeah,
Oh,
because
they
even
banned the
Yangon's like,
Gatot.
yeah, because there's still no roamer for AI. Oh. Benedetta ban?
Benedetta.
Okay.
Wow.
Does it run that deep? EXP lane choices.
Did they overcook there in the Benedetta ban? Yangon Galacticos, let's see. The Alice is up
Hey.
for grabs here. They banned out the Gatot Kacha.
Logically speaking, Mirko, it's better to overcook on a ban than a pick. It's better to regret a ban because at least it's something that you just did not want to see than a hero that you actually pick that didn't do anything.
That's true. Well, the Arlet's going to be the choice here. So it's a classic combo of Fredge and Arlet.
Yes.
That means-
And then, if this is how it goes, if this is how I think it goes, this is a last pick Khalid.
Last pick Khalid, the guarantee mid prio to then just go ham waiting for that snowball, or not waiting, but forcing the snowball to happen. Minotaur Obsidian though, Leo, that's new. The Minotaur just got buffed recently. It's actually pretty solid, but is it good enough to stop this composition? The Obsidian though, it's great against the Arlet. You can stop him from dashing, but if it doesn't land on the Arlet, you're not really going to get a lot of value. The Granger in lane is already such a good pickup. So Yangon Galacticos, last pick, it will be a Kaja. Whoa! It runs deep. The Divine Judgment to perhaps try to cancel the Minion's Fury?
Okay. Coach Marvs refuses to take the road of least resistance. He wants to prove to the world that this metagame is wide open. I would have been okay with a Khalid, honestly. Like, I would have been happy because, again, yes, you force priority. Fights can come out of nowhere. But with a Kaja, all right, you hypothesize it's to stop the Minoan Fury. I can't put a finger on it. Like, it doesn't feel safe. It's been a while since I've actually seen a Kaja play well from the early to late. Like, it's always just been that Hail Mary.
It could be the purest form of front to back. If you don't have enough CC from just a Fredge and Arlet and the Hayabusa gets through, pop that Divine Judgment, right? Then it's pure safe for Kimmy and Granger. It just seems like, again, the whole composition will rely on Kimmy Granger. And it will also rely on how well they do on Turtle 1. Because if Arlet and Fredrin fails to secure it, or if they die, worst case scenario, that early game's looking cooked.
Yep. Here we are, game number 2. First to the board was Yangon Galacticos with their Hellcurt-centric lineup, empowered by a utility jungler. This time they get another one, a Fredrin in the hands of Han. How does AI bounce back? Let's jump into the Land of Dawn to see exactly how they get back on board. Or will we see Yangon Galacticos first to match point?
Let's see it. Han and the Fredrin. This was banned out earlier. Let's see how... Whoa. This is a straight... Okay, I thought it was going to be a straight invade onto purple bot. That would be crazy, man. They did get the mid-prio actually a bit quicker there, but it's just purely for Lethal Wanderer. They're going to get it, and it's going to be a clear over right into the purple. Yori, though, good rotation. Lina with the proper respect given over, but the Quad Shadow should still land. That's going to be the Quad Shadow landing. The Shadow, not enough to take Lina down. Not even a flicker burnt out as Han rotates over.
Lina here down to a 10th of his health. Close call here if ever he didn't know Yori was already far off. So gets sent home. That is a technical knockout for AI. Everybody's trying to help Han here secure his purple. Should be fine. Again, one of the main strengths of a utility jungler. Able to hold their ground. The Arlott versus Uranus matchup, though. It feels like Ying has to be very specific about how he plays that lane, or else Magic can just walk out like this. Like right now, see, just get out of there.
Mm-hmm. Definitely the advantage for Uranus when it comes to tempo and rotating around the map. So YG are going to have to make some creative moves into the bottom lane to force the Uranus down. Quad Shadow lands, the Shadow Kill is ready as well. Good take. I believe it was Stitch who got the gold crab. So Yori's rotation up top read out, and it gives the Fredrin free rotation and free start to the turtle.
Yep. The fact that there's 2 openings now makes this better for utility jungler. Like, they can take the Turtle Dance or the Lord Dance on so many angles. They engage on the Madzi.
Half HP, but he has the Consecration. The Brave Smite also ready. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, that could be a bait. No, I thought Alita was going to be looking for the ultimate straight on, locking him down. It will be the Quad Shadow. Praises Red. Whoa! PX7 winning it out as the Shadow Kill comes around, and Ying gets taken down by Yori. First Blood. Minus Fury as well with the Flicker. Knocks Han up, who's still be able to actually sustain quite a bit with the help of the Impure Rage.
Excuse me, sir. How did that happen? Did he, like, tap at the right time? Stitch, though, gets caught by Alita. Return to bone!
There it is. That's what I expected to happen around mid, but it happens up top, forcing out the Flicker from Stitch. And it's actually now like a really good... Whoa, Blink with the Flicker, Divine Judgment, locking him down now. Is the taunt as well. The immobilization, PX7 still able to escape. Not enough damage. Good knock-up, though. Onto Yori. Stops a bit more damage to come through. And Han, he's a level down. No, 2 levels down as he has to recall. That means Yori gets the green camp and will get the lead. Will push the lead even further.
All right. When it comes down to full-on fundamental versus fundamental, AI seems to have Yangon Galacticos' number. And the fact that they're winning these early game skirmishes and getting space on the map means Alita will be able to scale up. That's one of the main pain points of an Obsidia. Yes, there will come a point of the game where she's so strong, but right now it's all about farming. Right now it's all about getting those bone stacks.
Absolutely. The Hunter Bone, a big 1v1 tool, man. You just land it on the Granger and it's already very, very difficult to control. But Stitch is doing a good job regardless of that early skirmish going to AI Esports. He's getting the gold crabs. He was able to steal that away as well up top. Yori is the big concern now because he's the guy who can constantly just jump towards Lina and Stitch easily. It's, by the way, a Sky Piercer rush for him. I believe he didn't even complete the Hunter Strike straight into the Sky Piercer. So they're looking to regain composure that they lost earlier around Turtle 1.
And so far, Yangon Galacticos not still giving up, not accepting the fact that they're down almost 2,000 gold, and they still want to contest the second turtle. So Han first to the scene here, beginning the dance, prodding at the turtle. You gotta watch for PX7. Again, he stole the first turtle, so would be a heartbreak if they still deny this. RWM.
Good one. Zones him in the back line as Han, whoa, still wins it despite his fury. That's Hanabone locking him down, though, and he will fall to the damage of the Obsidia. It's a 1-for-1. A turtle for a kill for, I think, AI. That's a value trade. Alita gets the kill.
Yep, but this is a, I don't want to say worst case nor best case. It's like a mid-case scenario because you slow down the snowball in the farm of AI by stealing away the turtle, but you do lose your roamer on the way back. But consider this, or rather your jungler. But consider this. I think Han can afford it. Han's a utility jungler. Like, he can play it close to the chest. His economy does not have the high demands of an assassin. So I think it's okay.
I think so too. For YG, as long as the gold lead isn't like too crazy, yeah, they should be able to be quite comfortable still. Just stacking up, farming for the Kimmy, for the Granger as well. The big concern for me, again, is the fact that the Arlet is really going to start to fall off here. Uranus mid game is still very, very strong, but the Arlet really relies on you winning out early for you to really push in towards AI esports deep front to back.
And I think there has to be a way that Ying finds the right targets. Ying should be able to pressure and force PX7 to whip out a real world when he's not ready for it, to force a hunt of bone from Alira when he's not ready for it, or even better, displace that Minoan's fury right before he even presses it. Like, you know, make it come out at a compromised situation, at a compromised position. Like, those are the best case scenarios for this Arlet to be a game changer. Black here pops the conceal, just rotates back into the river brush left side. YG read into it. Like, they don't want none.
Oh, they might want to go for the Uranus though. 4 members strong. Flicker, Divine Judgment locking him down. He still has the Flicker, but the Chain CC comes around. Madzy flickers out. No Sky Piercer over. YG, they use 3 ultimates there. No Flicker on Blink. This should be free.
3 ults and a Flicker. There's no way. There's no way Yangon Galacticos is happy about that, or it just says it's okay. Crazy outcome there. Madzy baited out so much. Blink's dead.
Oh man, Hunter Bone locking him down. Yori gets a free shadow kill, and YG are in deep trouble right now. They have no turrets. They can't convert on any objectives, and they're gonna have to play turret defense.
They have already lost their 2 tier 1s and have taken nothing from AI. I can't say that this is the same kind of tempo or outcome as game 1, but the other way around. Because I'm on cope right now. I'm on cope. We haven't really seen much of a combo from Blink and his Divine Judgment. What if it does find the right target? Again, you cannot purify the Divine Judgment suppression. And not like there is any purify, but that's got to be a free pickoff, a real pickoff. Maybe don't do it on Madzy anymore. Because
yeah,
I'm afraid it'll happen again. That he was literally the worst target.
Oh man, there you go. Shadow kill gets straight on the Stitch, and Blink couldn't react in time. Final slash bringing Madzy back into Divine Judgment. They're doing it. On their turret, they might have some luck, and they will be able to get a kill. But look at how much they have to spend for that, and look at the instant AI rotation down below to get the map control back.
Alira can just get out of there. Alira can just get free stacks. Thanks for the bone shards. Move forward. He's halfway there, and this will just keep ramping up. The more fights the Obsidian gets to be a part of, the more free lanes and free camps he steals away, the faster he'll fill up these bone shards and become a real threat. Oh, hunt a bone on Ying!
Oh, no way for him to escape there. That's going to be Black who picks up the kill. Alita free hitting. Traction Pulse will land on Black with immobilization, as well as Han goes in with the Appraiser's Wrath too. Black should be good. Yeah, he gets away with a jump. Oh, man. Shadow kill over. Lina with the flick around. Oh, this could be a double. Han gets away to safety, but Lina gets caught.
AI Esports is angry. AI Esports, it is in their heart of hearts, believed the game 1 outcome should not have been as such. And now they're playing as if it's a full wash. We might be looking at 1-1 soon here, Mirko, because they just took the first Lord and still refusing to give anything over to Yangon Galacticos. They did get a slow push down bottom, Yangon, but that's it. Like, this is still AI's map.
It really is, man. There's not much YG can do right now, except for, again, playing towards the Kimmy and the Granger. Stitch and Lina are going to have to do a lot of work, but there's going to be a lot of work as well on Han and on Blink to just constantly peel for the backline right now. They have good wave clear, Leo, but I think AI have proper amounts of dive and poke as well. Just with the shadow kill landing, or sorry, with the quad shadow landing, PX7 with the poke, they have enough kill pressure to really threaten them even under turret.
Yeah, AI is just too good at fighting. if you Yangon Galacticos even think of defending, AI will lean into it, crowd control their front line, and then ruin everything to a point where the Kimi Granger can't do much. And that's literally where we are right now. 10.5 minutes in, Lord gonna crash onto that tier 2 up top. Fat Wave escorted down bottom by Yori. Yangon Galacticos have to hold on. RWM, big stoppage.
Just to get the Lord charge in, and they will find the tier 2 in the mid lane for free here. Unless, YG actually posture up. Yeah, AI respected. They think, okay, we don't need to be going up there. There's no real reason for us to risk any of our advantages being taken back by YG, because even though they're super ahead, the Divine Judgment is unpurifiable. There's no way you can escape. Once you get caught by that, I think you're dead. Even if you're Madzi right now, I think they have enough items to even go through him. 4-man, right? 5-man.
And that's asking for it, literally. That's assuming that you don't have anything else to do on the map. But the truth is, Yangon Galacticos have so much to answer for. The map is literally all blue. They have no more tier 2s except for mid. And lane per lane, best case scenario, best case scenario, they're down by like 500, 600 gold. And that's in Rome. And Blink really haven't done much. Blink has just 1 assist. So that means his ult, which is meant to really pick people off, only worked once. And that might not even been a DJ target.
Other times he's gone for the Divine Judgment, it's been just too tanky or to peel really in the back. So yeah, the only one that has resulted into a kill is that one. I think it's because they lack damage, man. That's why we were also kind of perplexed by the Kaja pickup, right? They were like, wait, there's no insta kill. This is very greedy because it relies heavily on them just winning out early game, snowballing, and Stitch getting a lot of Sky Piercer stacks so that they can actually go through the frontliners. But clearly, that's not what happened. Turtle 1 did not go the way they planned. Turtle 2, they were able to stabilize a bit, but then AI took control completely of the map now. YG have dealt with the wave in the bottom lane, so it makes it a bit more equal here, but it's still like 4,000 gold that AI have to work with in this team fight.
Yori at level 15, Han down by 3 at 12. These are two very different retributions you're looking at. One is legit a sledgehammer to the face, the other maybe a pillow with bricks in it. But still, it's very difficult for Han to steal anything. If they were to steal and contest this Lord, it would be off of a turn. But how do you turn on a team that's 4,000 gold up and that refuses to give anything over? Look at this angle that Blink is looking for.
Yeah,
it's very far.
I think at this point, he's not looking for the kill, Leo. He's looking to just go for the Divine Judgment to stop Yori from retreating. And that will give Han enough of an opportunity. Wait a second. Oh, Hanabone doesn't land. Blink barely gets out of that one. What a read, though, from AI. They know the Kaja's waiting there.
And he's not going to give up. I think Blink is going to try again. Holding onto that right side river brush. Orange buff here. Just recently taken. And, alright, long-term rotation. I'm looking at the mini-map. He's hanging out with Stitch. Okay, Blink is in the vicinity. Interesting how it's actually Yangon Galacticos is holding onto the Lord more.
Yeah. It's because, again, they know that there's the ambush from Blink. They had to have gotten the kill there with the conceal to actually take him out. There's still a lot of comeback potential from YG, and now as we get into the late game, really good defensive items as well for Stitch. Buys the win in nature, won't be as vulnerable as he was previously against Yori. But AI, they feel like in the bottom lane it's already pushing and they want to just go for the 50-50. That should be more of a 60-40 for them.
Right. On the side of the Pixel Brush. Oh, forcing a response. A flicker from Madzi RWM so early.
Oh man, that composure is not there. Minas Fury gonna be used there. Han looking for the angle to go for the retribution. Yori still gets him, but he's so low. That's Black with immortality down already. PX7 falling to Stitch. A double 2 Sky Piercer stacks for Stitch. Madzi next to the chopping block, and man, Stitch is obliterating them. Hanabone doesn't land. Han goes in, final slash. That's gonna be the win of nature to deal with the shadow kill. Yori in a tough spot. Stitch gets the shot with the Death Sonata under the turret! Oh my lord, YG are gonna look for the one straight push, Leo!
Yangon Galacticos putting into exercise the art of the turn. They have a minion. Alina's gonna go! The
mobilization, oh no way! That's gonna be Stitch with the unofficial! Was it a maniac? What official savage? They turned the game around with one fight, Yangon Galacticos!
literally blink and you miss it. They are at match point. AI had the game under control for about 95% of game 2 up until they lost it off of the back of a dance, a singular dance. Oh, look at Stitch. Stitch is feeling himself, man. You see, he's just mugging the crowd. And Lena puts up a thumb. We're fine, guys. We're fine.
Leo.
Yo, Stitch is him right now.
Man, how? Wow. I just want to get into the replay right now. I want to go to the highlights, man. That was a phenomenal comeback.
The moment on paper, I think, lasted about a minute. The whole sequence lasted about a minute. But it felt like the setup for it and our time to break it down should last about half an hour. That was beautiful. The way they set everything up.
Oh my
I could have sworn they were going to go for a turn. But they went for more than just a turn. They went for the full-on game-ending push.
AI just had no way to deal with the wave down below, man, because of the threat of Blink. Like, you would think, again, with that position, they needed to send Hayabusa down below. But with Blink, always, like, I mean, aside from the time when they concealed and opened up the bush, he was not visible on the map, Leo. They did not know where he was. So even if they went bot, the Kaja might have been there, right? That was on their minds for sure. They were like, oh man, someone's gonna pick. Yeah, someone's gonna try to pick us off. So just by Blink not being seen, that created enough of an illusion to force AI to take that fight.
It's mid. It's mid. That's what's scary. If it was bot, I don't think it was possible. If they were trying to go for the split on bot, it would have been way too much for Blink and Stitch to try it. But since mid was the pain point, mid was literally the wound that Yangon Galacticos was pressing on, that's what made it possible. You're right. Oh my god. The sequence that they tried to execute 3 times, you know, like, oh, Blink is here, back off. We see Blink again, all right, never mind. And then Blink finally goes for the roundabout, the long way around. And that's what led to Stitch going ham.
Man.
Oh my lord.
Yangon are amazing, dude. Like, this is some good MLBB, Leo. Game number 2 especially. Like, game number 1, sure. You know, they were just stomping through. They were outplaying. But game number 2, this shows you how good they can be while even from behind. We were talking about fundamentals. Yo, AI, they could stand toe-to-toe in the fundamental game when there's no cheesy picks. But then, Yangon are like, nope, we got the clutch factor. You can play with your fundamentals all through. But if you have that clutch factor, you can turn things around like that.
This was game 1, cheesy draft. Yes. Game 2, cheesy strat. This is world-class macro-ish. You know what I mean? It's like
that Kaja, man.
You can answer to it. You can play man-to-man defense, but when we find the angle and you trip up on yourself, there's nothing we can do. We see the opening. We are gonna go for it. Stitch is gonna take you down. He's gonna ruin your lineup and kill you. Oh my god. Stitch died once, and can confirm it was not a Savage, Mirko. It was not a Savage.
So it was an unofficial Maniac, right? In the end?
Yeah,
Oh
because I think the base broke as the final round hit Alita.
Yeah. Oh my lord, man. YG. I am so incredibly impressed by their performance here, man. I think Blink definitely deserves a shout. Even though, like, statistically, in the KDA department, he probably didn't get a good KDA at all. It was probably pretty horrible. It was enough for him, just the impact that he had. 0, 1, and 5. Not a horrible stat, actually, for a 6-kill game for YG. This was a very low-kill game compared to game number... compared to the first series.
13-0.
So much less action, right?
Yep.
But when the action hit, oh, man, it was always super. It was the bang-bang in Mobile Legends, man.
Yes. To put it in film terms, it felt like 80% of the game was a crime thriller drama. You know, it's a lot of talking, a lot of back and forth. Yeah, it's a mystery. And then the final scene is the closer is like an action film, like straight up. And guess what the protagonist was, man? It was Stitch. Stitch was him.
Definitely was him, man. Stitch. Wow, I'm still so speechless.
Okay.
That was such an amazing comeback, man.
Okay, here's the thing. Game 1, Blink on the Hellcurt, right? But our MVP was Han. Game 2, Stitch is our MVP, but I think you still got to look at Blink. All roads lead through Blink, man. There is no throne to seize if you don't go through Blink. So AI have to watch out for that. Oh, dude. Again, Series 1 was the lucky show. Series 2, blink and you miss it.
Blink and you miss it. It really is the case right now. On the Hellcurt, on the Kaja, you blink and then you get caught anyways. By the way, this was such a nasty comeback. YG were still behind in gold when the game ended, Leo. They were 100 gold behind. It just shows you how much AI were leading, how much control they had over the map, and the fact that they also got the Lord, by the way. So they ended with a one straight push. They tanked it perfectly, and they had to deal with Alita. And the composure, man. The composure from YG. I think it showed with the body language that we were talking about right before the draft of game number 1, right? They looked stone cold. They looked locked in. Everything, by the way, was AI. It's AI dominant here. The sandbag, the carry, the wingman, everything. The statistics all was AI. It all favored AI, but YG took the game.
Look at this. A single cold-hearted, once bald guy is all it takes to stop AI. Look at this. PX7 is cold, dude. I would be too. I would be shivering if I'm at the cusp of getting eliminated. Well, getting dropped down to the lower bracket. But no. End of story. You're at match point.
Wow.
Like, this is as hot as it gets. I get why PX7 is shivering right now. Over on their side of the stage, it's cold.
Now we take a look at the highlights, man, to see again what happened in the game. It was an all-out win all throughout. Great positioning by Lina and Stitch to avoid those kills, those assassinations from happening. This was a really good Apprentice Wrath retribution from Han, man. He sacrificed himself for the turtle, and it's all about taking these small wins across the map, right? It wasn't just, again, Stitch, Blink, the two guys that definitely stole the show in the end, but it was the consistent build from everyone here. This was the only time Stitch got caught. It was an unlucky quad shadow that landed on him. Blink and Han were nowhere near the front enough to actually, you know, take the quad shadow from him. But again, Leo, it's the small wins, man. The small wins built up so much for YG.
Yep. And the fact that we would not get to the point where Blink and Stitch can steal the game if the rest of the map was falling apart. So yes, the whole team had to play to a certain level for them to get to this point. And is this that sequence?
Yep.
Yes, it was. AI had to compromise their positioning to even secure the Lord, but I don't think they read the situation. Yangon Galacticos says, through the way they played, we're not after the Lord, we're after you. We wanted to divide and conquer, and that's exactly what they did. They let Alita run away, ended everyone else, and they knew that a single Obsidia cannot stop three of us.
The final slash was used twice in the fight. That's how long the fight was, by the way, Leo. Like, we saw two final slashes, and the first one was so big. He was able to find 3 on the board, and they were all instantly knocked up by the Lord. So there was a say by the Lord. There was a neutral objective say as to who won that team fight. The instant follow from Lord from the final slash, it's so ridiculous. You play that over again, you're like, man, the Lord was practically wearing a YG jersey.
Yep. Lord says, thanks. I love purple. And that's where we are now. Again, you cannot orchestrate these things. This means Yangon Galacticos is showing us amazing improvisational ingenuity. All right, through their draft, they're capable of playing Hellcurt. They're able to, you know, bring back Akaja and use it on a psychological level, you know, to trip up the positioning of their opponents here in AI. And then even in these little bonus things that the map gives you, you're like a big knock up. All right, says Ying, let me hit that final slash real quick, and then it moments like this, I could have sworn we were gonna go 1-1. I could have sworn it was gonna be a ball game, but
yeah,
alas, here we are. AI one loss away from dropping to the lower bracket.
It can't be true. There's no way we get through 2 reverse sweeps in
like
a day
this.
for MSL. This, oh man. Or Leo, I think we need to take a break after that one.
Yes, we do, and our teams need to as well. They need the breather to be able to figure out if we're gonna go all the way or it ends here. All right, you guys are watching the upper bracket semis here in the playoffs day 1 of MSL Myanmar. His name is Mirko. My name is Leo. We'll be right back.
စဈေးနှုန်းပြခက်စရာစတိုင်များအခါတော့မဆုလက်ဆောင်ကြီးရိုက်လိုက်ပါအနေဆုံးဈေးပြအကောင်းဆုံးအကျိုးခစားခွင့်များ
Welcome to MCGG Rising Stars. From September 12th to October 19th, take part in the regional contest, open to all players. Step up and prove your strength.
Division finals will run from October 24 to November 2. The top 16 players in each division may advance to the next stage of MRS. Check your in-game mail for information. The S3 Finals group stage kicks off from November 8 to November 9. The top 6 players from each group will qualify for the S3 Finals semi-finals.
The semi-finals will be held on November 15. The highly anticipated grand final arrives on November 16. The champion will earn a direct qualification for the first MCGG World Championship. The battle is on and the world is watching.
Debate 11 ကနေကြိုဆိုပါရစေအားသစ်စရာဈေးနှုန်းပြအားသစ်စရာစတိုင်များအခါတော့မဆုလက်ဆောင်ကြီးရိုက်လိုက်ပါအနေဆုံးဈေးပြအကောင်းဆုံးအကျိုးခစားခွင့်များ
Welcome to MCGG Rising Stars. From September 12th to October 19th, take part in the regional contest, open to all players. Step up and prove your strength.
Division finals will run from October 24 to November 2. The top 16 players in each division may advance to the next stage of MRS. Check your in-game mail for information. The S3 Finals group stage kicks off from November 8 to November 9. The top 6 players from each group will qualify for the S3 Finals semifinals.
The semi-finals will be held on November 15. The highly anticipated grand final arrives on November 16. The champion will earn a direct qualifications for the first MCGG World Championship. The battle is on and the world is watching.
Double 11 ကနေကြိုဆိုပါရစေအားသစ်စရာစိမ်းလုံးပြအားသစ်စရာစတိုင်များတော့မဆုလက်ဆောင်ကြီးရိုက်လိုက်ပါအနေဆုံးစေးမြအကောင်းဆုံးအကျိုးခစားခွင့်များ
Welcome to MCGG Rising Stars. From September 12th to October 19th, take part in the regional contest, open to all players. Step up and prove your strength.
Division finals will run from October 24 to November 2. The top 16 players in each division may advance to the next stage of MRS. Check your in-game mail for information. The S3 Finals group stage kicks off from November 8 to November 9. The top 6 players from each group will qualify for the S3 Finals semifinals.
The semi-finals will be held on November 15. The highly anticipated grand final arrives on November 16. The champion will earn a direct qualifications for the first MC.
This has to end. And some way, somehow, it might actually do so now. 2-0 for Yangon Galacticos because of their innovative approach to MLBB. Can AI Esports' fundamentals put a stop to that? Welcome to the upper bracket semis. Back from a break. At your service, my name is Leo, here with the handsome and dashing Mirko. You're still watching day one of the playoffs of MSL Myanmar Season 2. What does AI need to do, man? How do they get on the board?
I think they did what they needed to do in game 2 to get on the board, man. It's just YG have that clutch factor, and this is why I think for me YG are just so scary, right? They have proper fundamentals. They know how to play the game. They got that cheese, but they got the clutch factor when they lose the game as well. They still know how to play with the composition that was built around for them, right? Like, I think I gotta give props to the coaching staff as well. Gotta give props to every single member here. Han, bro, is ridiculous on the Fredrin, right? And then you have Ying, who knows exactly what to do on the Arlet as well. We were talking about how the Arlet is a pick that you kind of need a snowball on, but he lost early game. He was down on gold against the Uranus, lost in tempo, lost in everything, still provided the clutch element in that final slash 3-man on towards Lord knockup, and that turned the game around completely. So I think right now AI, they're probably frustrated. It's so far the same script from match number 1, Leo. A stomp in game 1, a comeback in game 2. And if it's anything like match number 1, we're seeing another stomp here.
Yep, Stitch. You failed to mention Stitch and, of course, Blink out of Yangon. These are the two players that have been dictating the pace ever since they got a chance to clap back in game number 2. But it's not like AI are short in stars. You know what I mean? Like, you still have the play-ins MVP, Alita. Alita almost single-handedly took control of game number 2. Was helped set up by everyone on that roster, but they gotta lock in. They gotta close up all the gaps. Draft-wise, good call on banning the Helker. Gameplay-wise, slow him down. You know, halt the snowball. I don't know what else is missing. Like, what is step 3? What is the game 3 adaptation? Watch
Composure.
out for the mental. You know, like cover all your angles. Like, you know what I mean? Like, put your head. Get a pair of eyeballs on the back of your head? Like, is that what's needed?
There's not much more that they can add to their game, man. I think it's just composure right now. Like, from game number 2, the way that they kind of panicked around the first, or that big Lord turn, was the real world manipulation being utilized way too early in the fight. Got baited in, right? Those little things for them, they need to stay composed. They need to not panic in those situations. Very, by the way, much easier said than done, but it is something that you need if you want to beat Yangon Galacticos, who just look too good right now.
For sure. We can start from map choice, right? Like, this is it. Like, no more speculation, no more what ifs or hows. This is where game 3 begins. The chance for AI to clap back and the continuation of the dominance of M God and Coach Marv. A lot on the shoulders right now of Hiccup and Ice. We're going to Expanding Rivers, sir.
Oof. Even faster than before, man. Oh, how's this gonna play out, man? This is already looking very scary, man. Knowing how the snowball is so good for both the teams, now we might actually be seeing a full-out double down on the early game, man. Or maybe for Yangon Galacticos, it's a triple down, because they did already rely on early game, and now 3 utility bans! Bro, they know how good Han is on utility. What do they pick now? The Lance is gone. No Gwyn, no Fredrin, no Baksha. CC's open for the first time in the series.
Go CC in the EXP? No.
Wow.
Again, they did this in game 1. They did this in game 1. Prio Uranus. Why not? We'll figure out the whole jungler situation later on. There is still an Akai. Sir, it's not over. It's not out. There's still an Akai.
There's still an Akai. All right.
If it comes down to it, right? I'm looking at Yangon's recent history. They did not play an Akai. They did run into an Akai in Team 7, who also played in Expanding Rivers. But, yeah. There's the CC and the Zushin for AI. All eyes are on Galacticos, by the way, right now. How far can they take this momentum?
How far can they do it? I don't know. Because, like, with the CC and Juicin here, the Uranus already kind of deals with the CC, right? The Juicin as well means that the Kimi can come through from Yangon Galacticos. They can even just go for Lane Kingdom here by picking up the Yves, winning out in that matchup to set forward that early game control, but they go for an even bolder pick here. They go for the Farsa. That does the same thing. You have that range advantage against the Juicin. Once you get level 4, you can really start to poke these guys out. But for me, the question is, I was gonna say, what utility jungle are you gonna go for? They don't go utility at all. They go for the Joy pick against
gonna
AI
fight.
Esports.
They're gonna fight out of it, dog. They're gonna fight out of it. They are gonna win fights and then go from there. Again, not the expected MO for a team like Yangon, at least what we've known from them here in the playoffs today. But the answer from AI, the Hayabusa. So now it's fair MLBB. What if we just run both sides out fair MLBB?
Do we just go fair MLBB? It does seem like there's not going to be any cheese here, Leo. The Hellcurt, a bit far-fetched, I would say, against this composition, especially considering you already have a Joy, right? It usually comes out when you have utility jungle, utility mid as well, so I'm going to take that out of the board already. It does seem like we are going to be seeing classic MLBB. Let's see who's better at just MLBB.
Just pressing buttons. All right, there's the Granger ban. Good combo between the Granger and the Farsa. Like that's been another good duo core pickup. Want to block that out. And we're expecting a, at least in my opinion, we should be expecting a normal or traditional gold laner from AI, right? Like this has to be like a Harith or something, unless Yangon Galacticos bans it out.
For me right now, I'm thinking of like the Harith ban. Do they still ban it out here, Yangon Galacticos, because it's again a good pick against the Joy, or do you think you have enough with the Farsa already to deal with the Harith? I think that's the big question for me right now, because AI Esports, that's something that they can definitely get right now with the Hayabusa, Jusin, and the CC. A Harith would just be, you know, the cherry on top for their composition. But we'll have to see their ban first. What other pick do you want to take away from YG? Because it's Farsa and Joy. That means you should still be looking, if you're YG, to get a gold laner, right? It shouldn't be a fighter gold. Unless... Do you think it's enough? Do you think that the Farsa and Joy is enough for you to pull off like a Ruby here?
I'd rather not. I think... wait, let's look at the history. They take out the Kalia, so yeah, a roamer choice. Still no fixed roamers for Yangon Galacticos. Yeah, no, in their history, they've always really just played a solid traditional gold. The one time they tried to play a fighter gold, it was a Cho and they lost.
So what else is available right now?
Okay, there's the stolen Harith, and it was going to be good for them anyways. Esmeralda gold? Is this what we're looking at? And then a roamer?
Is it the Lunox? How crazy would a Lunox be? I think the Lunox is actually pretty solid, no? It deals with
Lunox
Harith.
gold.
Yeah, you're very magic damage reliant, yes, but if you're already winning the lane, and again, if you snowball, there's not much to... Oh, they do it again!
Oh!
I thought there was no way. I didn't think there was a way for them to pull it off again, but they do.
Mirko, I said it to you. It came out of my lips, sir. It left my lips from my throat down to my lungs. I said Esmeralda, and then we doubted Hellcurt. It was a little too much to say Hellcurt, but here it is.
What? Well, there you go. Never. Yeah, I guess you don't doubt the Hellcurt, brother.
Mirko, game one, we said, I don't think there's enough of a front line between these two tanks. But now they have an Esmeralda and a Uranus, and it's the same kind of like trio of damage. And it's the same thing, right? It was a Hellcurt, the single source of physical damage. Everyone else was magic. This is very game one coded.
It really is, man. And game one was a 13-0 win to Yangon Galacticos. So right now the big question is it going to be a sweep? Yangon Galacticos already 2-0 up in this series. AI Esports, they go for the Khalid, something that you wanted to see in game number one, Leo. Shows up in game number 3.
So this is adaptation. I think the Khalid is an effort for them to just pick up the pace, you know, get some prio, put it in the hands of Black. And looking at the lineup on Yangon, there really isn't any ways for them to kind of like on demand stop the quicksand guard. Because you need, you know, some level of hard CC to stop him from healing up. So they don't have that right now. But what they do have is just wonton damage. So let's see if Yangon Galacticos can pull this off twice in the same series. From 1 and 3, can they get the sweep over AI, or will AI finally find their stride and get on the board? Welcome to Game 3. Match point for Yangon Galacticos.
Here we go, boys and girls. Will it be a clean sweep for YG, or will AI finally get a game today? It'll be the first opposition game, because again, earlier we saw a 2-0 straight to a 3-0. Now, another possible sweep. Could be a full sweep day as the Hellcurt makes its way into the game again. Despite all of our doubts, hey, you never diadem the Lina. Way too aggressive against the Juicin and the Khalid. You got to put the respect on him, man. Mid Prio is definitely controlled by them.
Interesting how Lina just walked into that. He was at level 1. How often does that happen? Was it really just he did not expect Yori to come around and to get jumped by Black like that?
I think so. I guess they thought they had enough.
It happened too fast.
I think they had enough. That's it. Like, they were thinking, okay, Han's gonna be coming in. There's no way that they would have enough to take him down. But here in the lane, this is an interesting angle. Instead of rotating up top, he rotates down below on the CC.
And the no dice, that there really wasn't much that Blink got there. Han jumps on the Black.
Ooh.
Again, look, watch. See, Black is just gonna hit that Grip Sandguard. No one to stop him. He gets away with it.
Easy escape for him. Up top, Stitch should be able to get this dub on the matchup, but again, giving over the gold over to Ying so that he can get that tempo control against the CC. So they should be able to rotate onto Turtle first. Up top, though, look at the Hellcurt ganking already without Esmeralda. Whoa! Alita, again, the flicker burned, but this time with his HP bar as well. As Han goes in, does a bit more damage.
Blink!
And now it's a Turtle. What? He gets it again, and the Turtle is sorted up by Yori, but I think YG are okay with it.
Yep, they compromised the gold lane. They compromised the one lane that AI wanted to invest in for the long haul. And the first turtle, yes, goes to AI, but at the cost of Alita. And Alita blinked. Look, Alita flickered, rather. It's on a 90-second cooldown right now.
And he can just back away as Stitch gets quite a bit of gold from that turret. But he will just walk back away. The gold lead still for AI as they've won out that turtle, but it's not by a lot. Whoa! Watch out, the last PX7! No! He flickers in, he gets the kill in the end, but it's a trade, and it's Lina on the far side who gets the kill.
All right. I'd say that's a 50-50. But the fact that PX7 had to commit his flicker to get that, and it was going to be a trade anyways, makes it more expensive. Oh, Lina. Oh.
Wow. That was great coordination, man. Blink, a really good Terrify right as Lina flickers out to peel for Lina.
Saving the hide of his soft mid laner. And now Blink has a level 4. Clicks the Dark Knight Falls, if I'm not mistaken. That's what's explaining the shade on your screen right now. Unless... No, he's not. It just triggered his passive. He did not click Dark Knight Falls yet.
Nope, not yet.
Huh.
Yeah. Now he's definitely gonna be look. Yeah, I thought the Dark Knight Falls got popped as well, man. I'll be honest with you. The screen got dark, but yeah, I don't know if it was a bug or I think it was just pure passive. Interesting though. I never really saw that like darkness from just the passive alone in the spectator view, but yeah, I guess it's new.
I think when you click on him and focus on him, when it's triggered is when it happens. That's just my hypothesis, my theory. Turtle spawning in the lower part of the map. Purple being secured here by Han. This is as close as it gets. In this 3-game series, like this is as 50-50 as we go. 700 gold up, 200 now on AI, like barely anything. As Ying spots the turtle about to get started. This is the second turtle. Just a second turtle, sir.
Wow, yeah. I mean, a lot of action this time around. Ying going to be able to take in that damage, and he should be fine here. Interesting targeting from AI. Quad coming down. Retry, though, on point from Han, even when he's not on utility.
Yep, 50-50 now. A turtle apiece. Both sides having their say in the neutral objective contest rate. And Blink is not letting Alita go. Like, Blink is living rent-free in the vicinity of Alita. That's why Black had to come in. And now Yori gonna try to take down Stitch. Oh, that's a flicker out.
Flicker out into Falling Star Moon in to try to take the gold crab. I don't know if he actually got it there. But hey, it looked cool. Got him out of a bad spot. Now Blink. Yep. Now this time, this is Dark Knight Falls. He does pop it.
Yep, confirmed. That's Dark Knight Falls. What are they rotating towards? Why did he click it? What's the use?
It was just to scare them away from the mid lane so that Lina can actually clear out the wave. Or for Lina to just rotate down below with them being too scared of the Hellcurt.
or to mask the fact that maybe Ying was going all the way and cutting like this. Look, because there's no
Maybe.
response from Madzi. Madzi couldn't go like, oh, he's gonna go for the cut. I will too, because that's usually how the proxy war begins, and that unlocks Ying. Ying is like going around town, like just checking in. All right, purple's still here. There's rotation here. Oh, conceal from black. Rapidly, Sandstorm used up.
Man, that's a few resources burnt out. No Radiant Sandstorm, no Flicker, and no Crimson Beacon for a few seconds. YG.
No conceal. That's a triple whammy for black.
Uh-oh. Yeah, not good at all for AI here when it comes to the resource department, but they should have most of those skills. I mean, like just the skills, not the battle spell, up for the turtle when it spawns here in the game. 1 for 1, 1 apiece for both of these teams right now, and it's still 2-2, so we got a lot of action early, but not a lot of kills. It's been like a lot of just like feints and punches here and there.
Yep. It's a no contact sparring match for the first 6.5 minutes. Turtle spawning the same damn spot. 3 turtles, same corner of the map. Ying juggling 2 heroes from AI. This allows for the push by Stitch up top, and now they fully rotate onto the turtle. Less than half health.
Look at the prio up top, though. Now Dark Knight Falls coming down as well. That's going to be Han. Look for the angle. Pops it, electrifying beats. Gets all in. Knocked up by PX7. And will be taken down. But Blink is waiting in the bush. Goes in for the Stingers. Won't be able to find it now. Feather airstrike over to PX7. But he's able to flicker out. And it's clean. AI commit onto the turtle.
A moment of confusion. Maybe Yangon Galacticos' target acquisition could have been better. They were too spread out. I mean, I don't know if Stitch was communicating, I'd rather push, or I'm not so sure that's an all-in. The late trigger on the Dark Knight Falls, and then Blink thinking twice on who to jump. That's what led to the free turtle, plus the kill onto Han, and then nothing for Yangon Galacticos. A little bit of breathing room for the team that is yet to get anything on the board for the series. AI looking good going into the mid-game.
Madzi's on the lead, though. That's a red tree from Yori. Dark Knight Falls again, by the way. Like, Blink is really abusing the Dark Knight Falls to regain pressure around the map for the rest of the team. And it's actually such a good tool to utilize. It's pure utility. Because AI, even though they're ahead, they're still going to have to be cautious, right? They don't know who's possibly the target when the Dark Knight Falls comes through, even though it's just used while he's in his own side of the jungle. Quad Shadow doesn't land bottom lane. Stitch is able to flicker out of that one. And again, it's all about those feints as we wait for the next neutral objective.
Yeah, but Mirko, how you don't know? We have the gift of vision. We know where Hellcurt is when he presses it. For AI, he could be literally anywhere when he presses it. So that's what's slowing down their rotations. That's what's keeping them up despite the low action, the low intensity of the mid game. Here we see a pause real quick. Yangon Galacticos may have called for it. Looking at the cooldown of Dark Knight Falls, at this point, I think it's, if I'm not mistaken, still at about a minute. If not 55 seconds plus or minus, cooldown reduction. He just can't throw it out willy-nilly. So I think it still has to be with cause. There has to be a very good reason that you press that ult, and it has to lead to something.
Now that we're getting into the mid to late game, yeah, for sure. He definitely needs to get some conversions on the Dark Knight Falls, man. Can't just be using it for utility all the time because, yeah. I mean, right up for Young Galacticos, though. Oh, are we back? It seems like we're just going to be straight into the game here. All right, we're back in the game.
It's real.
The scaling is, I think, all right for both. Damage-wise, it definitely looks like AI should have a little bit more of an advantage. But the Farsa can deal a lot as well as Han. It's just they have a lot of CC to deal with Han walking up is the problem right now. He can get tied up as well by the CC with the curtain call. But lane prio on the far lane is so good for the Helker. It's just he has to be careful because Yori could walk up and kill him too.
Yeah. That's a quick choke on Ying. Flare him up. Serve up the Black and Madzi. Madzi just dropping down the DPS.
Look at Yori. Great position. Oh, he doesn't land the quad shadow, though. Lina is able to flicker out.
Okay. So that's a big jump.
Ooh.
But Yori didn't bite down, though. Yori did not force himself to use the shadow kill. And here we go!
Knows a Mon Force. That's a big resource. PX7 with the flicker out. Crimson Beacon as well. Look at the knock him, man. Kamikaze gets the kill. The shadow kill comes around as well. Blink goes for the Terrify, but won't be able to land it as Yori is too quick with the quad shadow. And now YG forced back without Han.
Second time that in a scrum, Han fumbles. Again, it's not his fault. There's only really so much a Joy could do. And again, the amount of crowd control that really halts her stampeding through softies in the back line puts AI at a lead now. 1,000 gold, free kill on that Joy, no retribution on the map. This ain't a dance, this is a trap. AI is waiting for Yangon Galacticos to overcommit. Look at the back line. Black is tracing down.
Yuri's
Lina.
low. Oh my god, they're gonna go over to turn 5. Blink! What a steal on the Lord! Pops in, Dark Knight falls. Lina in the back pops in for the airstrike, and that's the kill over to Black. How do they do this again and again, Leo? Falling Star Moon onto Yori. Quad shadows out.
They need to study this man. Blink's genes should be farmed for esports greatness. Put him in a lab, grab his DNA, and make clones of this man. Blink is amazing. Oh my god, in the absence of... Alright, I forgot what the setup was, but Han was nowhere near. Here's an instant replay
Lord.
brought to us by the Infinix Note 50 Pro. Alright, it happened so fast, but where... Yeah, no, Han was so far off. That was literally a one-man job.
Oh, whoa, Lina gets stunned up by the Terrify and instantly taken down by Han in the back line. Stitch, very low, gets away, gets the shielding necessary. Now Black's on and Falling Star Moon gets him out. Blink is looking for the play onto Yori. Dark Knight falls there, doesn't get the Terrify. Gets the Stingers, will get taken down by the Quad Shadow, but it distracts AI from the Lord up top and the Siege in mid.
Hey, there's also a turret, I think, that Stitch is dancing around in the bottom lane. And he gets that too! The singular death of the Hellcurt pushes 3 in turrets. 3 turrets in. Yangon Galacticos. What a roamer they got their hands on here in Blink.
3 games now. The impact is ridiculous. Game number 1, obviously on the Hellcurt. 13-0 game. Hard to really talk about his impact. But game number 3... he was non-existent, I think, for the most part of the game, mainly because AI did such a good job at neutralizing him, right? They didn't play it aggressive, they never stepped up forward, and the one time you saw that Yori was low, the follow-up from Blink, but mainly I think the setup from the rest as well, Ying and Stitch got him so low. They were able to dance around the Lord. The trap that looked like it was purely a trap for AI, it turned out to be a trap set up by YG.
Yep. Again, traps on traps. If you're talking about mind games, no one comes close to Yangon Galacticos in Myanmar. And now they're just 1 game away from the grand finals. And with this Lord spawning in about 40, the mind games, the traps get all the more deadly. I can't believe we've come to this. Another Hellcurt award-winning performance. Hey, you're talking about MVPs. You look at Stitch, you look at Han, amazing. But you're talking about impactful players? That's my VIP right there. Blink, very impactful player.
Because you blink and you miss it. It's like one really big play every single game that you find on him. And
all day, any day.
Yeah, it's just so quick. The Feather Airstrike. Oh, purple buff take. That's Grand Theft Purple, Leo.
Lina should watch his back. I don't think it's safe to walk around knowing that you did that to Yori. And now they begin to dance. Big presence here by AI. Big knockup by the Lord. Opposite side is where Blink is. And I think this is a clear signal for AI to just burst it. Can they? I think Blink wants to race him.
Uh-oh, Han's gonna go in as well. Dark Knight falls as well. That's the win on the red tree! Electrifying beats going through Yori. Black buys the immortality in time. That's the immortality from Black, trying to run away now as he pops into conceals. PX7 flickers it forward, but Blink goes into the back line. Alita's able to kite away, but Stitch is on him, and he gets the kill. Now it's Ying holding on to this position. Han already getting back to very healthy health.
He's so healthy. Yangon Galacticos. Again, every time they sacrifice Blink, he is worth more than the gold and the EXP he gives away. He's like 4 times the value of his own death. Now they're going to be pushing in, bottom lane in peril, mid lane too. Top lane is where the Lord is. Feathered Airstrike. I think YG can smell it.
They can do it, man. PX7 has a Crimson Beacon back up. That's going to be the Lord taking down the turret up top, and the bottom one falls to the minions with Han rotating earlier. They've gotten everything they need, Leo. They already have the advantage at side lane push because of the Hellcurt. Now that they have the slow push with the super minions, AI, they just have to bank on a team fight. The lead that they got early, it's all gone. All that build up, all for naught.
Mirko, pop quiz. Somebody asks you, name a roamer hero that has a global ult. Most people will say, oh, Angela, Florin. People are forgetting Hellcurt. The fact that he wasn't even part of that fight.
Lights off, baby.
Lights off, and then I think that's what compromised AI. That's what led to Han coming in, walking
They all
up.
panicked.
Yeah, they all panicked. Oh no! And then Han was able to do what he was trying to do all game long for about 14 minutes. He couldn't dive the perfect target, but because of the Dark Knight Falls, he was able to take down Yori.
Man, that was so beautiful. Seriously, Yangon Galacticos, man. They woke us up in game number 2, but in game number 3, they do it again. And to do it in this way, another comeback, another really good clutch play, back-to-back as well, right? There's something, man. They're special. YG, if you guys are watching MSL MM right here, and you're planning to watch M7, keep your eyes on YG as we get into the international stage later, because I have a feeling they might be it. They might be the MM qualifiers, or the team to qualify from Myanmar.
Yeah, not to jump to any conclusions, but if it comes down to preference, right? I would like for this to be the next identity of the Burmese region. Like if you say, oh, this is what Burmese ML looks like, just clutch plays left and right. Again, we eat upsets for breakfast and then clutch plays for dessert. Twice.
Man,
on a
that's
good day.
delicious meal.
This is what it looks like. 5,000 gold up about is Yangon Galacticos, a lord spawning in the upper quarter. Again, even map control becomes a challenge with this Hellcurt. Because you're thinking, all right, long lane, no more turrets, so we got to take care of that. We don't even have vision on our own side of the jungle after we use the magic sentries. So where do we pop the... Yeah, exactly. I got told Justin, Pauldron on Ying! What's he trying to stop? Yeah, he's trying to stop the Harith!
Yeah. It seems like it is going to be an answer to the Harith. If you guys, there you go, a little bit of information. If you're playing against the Harith, getting the Chastised Pauldron is really good to stop the Harith from getting those insta unlead dashes, because it's not going to be unlead dashes, only it won't be as instant because it's going to be quite a bit. But Black is not in the team fight. AI, I want to go for it.
Whoa, man-to-man defense by Black on the bottom lane, onto Blink, lured down to 5th of its health. Dark Knight falls!
All right, Falling Star coming down as well. Han gonna go for the red tree, wins it out again. Yori with a shadow kill there, and Stitch walks away. Han still able to go for the dashes. Now as the curtain call locks him down, but there's gonna be Lita flying away. Lita with a flanger, but Lita gets away in time. No Zaman Force on him, and meanwhile in the bottom lane, it is Blink who is able to distract them again. Alita isolated. Han again popping in electrifying beats. They're looking to collapse on Alita with a Falling Star Moon. Zaman Force baited again, as that's gonna be Ying Wallow following up, but the airstrike coming down, and Han gets the last shot on Alita.
Mirko, you know how bad this is for AI? Blink didn't even become a part of the fight. Like, he literally was playing so conservative, and now they're inside the base. They're down a man. Yangon Galacticos is ready for this.
Uh-oh, Ying taking a lot of damage. That's gonna be the Dark Knight Fall. He's looking for the play, goes in for the Terrified Stinger! And Yori gets locked up. Lina, no flicker. That's a kill back for Madzi, but Han stays true to his sights on the base. And it will be a full sweep day 3-0 as Yangon Galacticos secure a place in the grand finals.
Stitch, standing 8 feet tall, knows that his team is possibly the strongest team out of Myanmar right now. Give me that. Dap me up, brother. Dap me up. That's how it works. I can't tell you now who the MVP is, but I'll tell you who my favorite player of the day is. It's Blink, man.
I agree.
Blink put Burmese MVP on his back today.
Oh my lord. What a performance by Yangon Galacticos. Really, I am impressed. I think Leo is as well. I think everybody watching here on the English stream, on the Burmese stream, whatever stream, even the watch parties out there, they're all impressed.
No words. There are no words to describe how good Blink is specifically, but also how his team works around that. Yangon Galacticos,
man, it's so
is
good.
on a whole nother level. They are galactic
so good.
level. It's galactic level MLBB. this drops AI down to the lower bracket. AI Esports have to face off against the very hungry young bloods. That is Team 7.
Yangon Galacticos, bro. I mean, now I'm just excited, Leo. Like, I'm just excited to see, like, what do they... Oh, man. What do they have to show on the international stage later on? You know, again, not trying to jump into conclusions, but like Leo said, if you guys want to identify Burmese MLBB as a certain playstyle, I think this is like as good as it gets right now, right? We saw different iterations of Falcon, Mythic Seal, Phoenix as well in Burmese Ghouls. But I think it might be YG's time, the way that they are playing right now. They just need to lock in one more series away from locking in the M7 World Championship spot.
That's right. A best of 7 stands in their way. Who might it be? Tomorrow we'll find out. AI Esports will be facing off against Team 7 in the lower bracket. A best of 5, whoever wins, faces off against a very fresh Yangon Galacticos. And again, no power scaling in that bottom lower bracket anymore. Like, I can't tell. How does AI Esports take heartbreak like this? That's a question.
That's a good question, man. Team 7 just got a 3-0. You just got 3-0'd. Momentum's definitely on Team 7's side right now. AI,
yep.
Dude, I don't know. Like, how clutch 7 are as well. They were able to pull off a comeback in game number 2. I don't know. This is going to be a very fun lower bracket finals as well. On top of the grand finals, whoever makes it, I for sure know that they are going to make those reads, right? Right now, it almost looks like AI, they got fooled by YG. It's not going to happen twice, though. If they meet again in the grand finals, they know. All right, let's never let the Hellcurt go. Whatever draft they have, it's possible, dude.
Wait, did you say they got fooled? They literally got hoodwinked. They got bamboozled.
They got bamboozled for sure, man. Oh my lord, that Hellcurt pick was so out of pocket, dude. I did not expect that. I don't think anyone expected Hellcurt to come out that game, you know? Game 1, sure. Game 2 was banned out. Game 3, not banned out. On Expanding Rivers with an Assassin jungle and Farsa mid? Oh, hell no. No way y'all predicted that.
Confirmed. Hellcurt can win on all the maps. At least for Yangon Galacticos, right? Yangon can make Hellcurt work on anything. For a blink, on any map. Flying Clouds, check. Dangerous Grass, check. Broken Walls, check. Now Expanding Rivers. It doesn't matter. This young man does not care. This team will make it work. Now, with that said, we're going to see the post-game stats and we're going to have an MVP. Is it Blink?
I don't know. I think for me, I would give it to Blink, dude. Like, the 2 games that he performed, like, popped off on. Game 1, it's whatever. You know, it's like a 13-0 game, whatever. Anyone can get MVP in that game. But game 2, game 3, the clutch factor, the Dark Knight Falls.
Oh yeah. The Stolen Lord.
Gotta give it to Blink. The Stolen Lord that turned the game, yes.
The Stolen Lord, the Dark Knight Falls, where
the
I'm not even
kills
part of
on
this
Alita, the early burn on Flicker for Alita.
Yep. This is the Blink show. Game 3 has got to be the Blink show.
With the possibly the lowest KP I've seen for MVP today, by the way. Like, we've been seeing so many, like 80%, 100% teamfight participation. This probably is like a 40-30% teamfight participation. He wasn't there, and you don't get assists just by turning the lights off, Leo.
Exactly, which is weird because wait, no. If you Mountain Shocker, do you get kill participation?
Yes, you do, because it's vision. You get vision on him. But Dark Knight Falls, you just turn off the light, so you don't technically give your team vision. So you don't get the assist on him. But yes, I really think it should count, bro.
Right? That's gotta be in the next patch. Like, don't touch Layla, don't touch Alucard. They don't matter. Like, you gotta fix.
I think it's so OP though, Leo. Think about it. Isn't that like so OP? Because when you ult and you get the goal from assist from across the map.
Yeah.
Okay.
But wait, again, it's the same situation. Like, you have a global ult in Florence Blooms. No, like,
but it's a heal, right? Like, at least dude, turning the lights off.
We gotta reconsider. Let's see. Look,
yeah, we gotta think about it.
This is what a good player does. This is what an athlete like Blink does. He makes you reconsider the mechanics of the game and if it's in the right place where it should be. Because when was the last time that this happened, right? One way I'll tell you now is I can remember as far back as Onyx PH with Oh My Venus and the gang. Like they forced Moonton to change the mask mechanics. So that's one. Benny Cutie forced Moonton to make the base stronger because he kept on backdooring. Right? So
holy shields, holy shields.
Holy shields too, right? So who's to say now that maybe blink of Yangon Galacticos makes him go like, yeah, maybe we should adjust the way some assists work.
Oh man, I'm in love with Yangon Galacticos and the way they play, man. I am really excited to see again their grand finals performance later on against whoever it is, AI Team 7. That's gonna be a banger of a match. The best of 7 is gonna be a banger. I hope though we get rid of the full sweeps today so we get actual like full series tomorrow.
All right, good luck to you and Joseph then. Good luck to you and Joseph, who by the way right now is burning the midnight oil and holding on for dear life, solo casting the Rising Star MCGG. Yeah, dude, he's on that go train right now. But yeah, no, back to Yangon Galacticos and AI. Let's paint this picture. What if, all right? What if whoever wins in the lower bracket finals moves on to the grand finals?
What if what? Sorry, can you say that again?
What if whoever wins in the lower bracket finals moves on, gets into that best of 7, and then suddenly Yangon finds difficulty. Yangon struggles. What happened? That would be the bigger question. But right now, there's no question that Stitch held it down. All right, despite whatever happened,
he did.
Stitch is still the same player. Stitch is still that 8-foot-tall Burmese gold laner. And he called the shots, man.
8 foot tall. How'd you get that, man?
Dude, you see whenever the match is over, he stands up. He's like, yo, he's like 2 feet taller than everybody.
He's a tall dude, man. And yeah, he was tall in the game as well, for sure. He was towering.
Yeah.
Towering on these opponents as well. Man, what a phenomenal performance. Towards the end, he actually bought the winner crown. I don't know what he sold it for in the end because, again, you don't see it in the inventory. But that was such a good pickup.
I think he juggled it for the Rose Gold, dog.
Ah, yeah. Maybe he went Winter Crown, Immortality, Rose Gold, actually.
Yep. He just all the way, triple juggled.
But it's really a really good answer against the Harith in late game. Usually on the Esmeralda, you do win in the laning phase, right? You do really well up until the mid game. And then once the Harith starts doing damage, that's when you actually struggle. You go in, you don't deal enough damage. The Harith is actually able to out-sustain you. But if you win a crown, that really stops the big chance of like Harith using some on-force one cycle to burst you down. So that's what we saw earlier. The Harith wasn't really able to get much on the board despite going up against the Joy. And mainly, it's because they already have an answer in the Farsa, right? That's why they were so confident in picking up the Joy and leaving the Harith open towards the end. They didn't ban the Harith at all because the Farsa was already there. And if it wasn't just Farsa, Esmeralda, Helkert, they have all the answers for the Harith.
And it looked good to a point, right? It looked like AI was taking control. It's just Blink is around. Blink is there. And I think that's why Stitch is the MVP at the end of the day. Is like the game would not be winnable if Stitch did not hold it down. If the rest of Yangon Galacticos kind of threw away the chance that Blink got them, this would not be the ending. So I think, it's still a team effort. Despite our glazing of Blink, this is still a team effort. It's Yangon Galacticos all the way.
Good job, man. Really good job. The carry is still... Actually, it's Madzi on the CC. Doing so much damage in the game, but unfortunately unable to do enough onto the frontliners, to do enough onto the real targets of the game, where, again, it was Lina. It was all up to... It was all really just like they needed to go and dive, right? And CC isn't that type of hero, man. Very unfortunate stuff, but it is what it is here. And it's a 3-0. I still can't believe that we're going to say it's a 3-0 here today. Back to back.
Twice. Yeah. I was expecting it to be a long day. And if we were going to get back and forths, sure. But I'm just as happy to see this kind of MLBB reign supreme, at least in the early stages of the playoffs, in the first day, in the first best of fives. So tomorrow, definitely, there has to be lessons learned, right? Like there has to be more of a priority on Helkert, a focus on locking that down, more a focus on keeping your composure and not falling for traps. Because I think those are the two main things that kind of, dug in for the teams that lost today.
For sure. Let's take a look at this though. The highlights for game number 3, this final game.
Yep. Again,
Yeah.
it was mostly an AI game. Like, it was AI up until it wasn't.
Yeah. They were in the early game doing a
there's
really good
leads.
job fighting, but then this happened. The big steal from Blink through the retribution, man. It all happened so quick. I didn't even get to see the health bar, but I wonder if it's like if the Stinger still dealt more damage than the retri, or if the retri was off.
Might be a combination of both. But yeah, confirmed Yori did press retry. So,
Then
yeah,
after
Blink
that, they were just
played-
panicking.
Yeah, Blink played into a very small window of opportunity, and he found it. Some way, somehow, he found it. And it's at this point that they're already in total control, and it was very fast. Actually, that I expected for that turnaround moment to happen later on, but it happened at about 10, 11 minutes. Oh, look at Blink.
Look at that.
Look at Blink.
Again, yeah, the Terrify onto Alita, and then Ying going in, Stitch with the Falling Star Moon following through. Man, Uranus Esme is such a disgusting combo. And look at the way Ying dragged Yori away from the Lord right as the Shadow Kill came through. He was like, oh, nope, you're coming with me, friend. And he just took it every single time. Lina also as well, man. The flicker timing was beautiful because Alita should have actually taken him down just a second off or a millisecond off, and he would have been dead.
Oh yeah, I love how Ying also maybe deserves some flowers. Ying is able to dictate where
Yes.
AI is allowed to go, and you can kind of go hand in hand and comms that with Hellkurt and with the Esmeralda. So you're basically controlling the box without having a real box.
Yep.
And you already have a Farsa anyways, so that's ultimate zoning. So it's a masterpiece in drafting and of course in gameplay, mostly in gameplay, because this wouldn't usually work in a fundamental like fair MOBB theoretical matchup. But that's what makes Yangon Galactico so special. Again, amazing work, 3-0. Definitely going to be a long night for AIE Sports and their fans. I'm pretty sure them and all the fans who are on their way out of the arena now are left speechless. Like their jaws dropped, and they have this to look forward to. The brackets for what we witnessed today. Tomorrow, you'll witness the lower bracket finals, a best of 5 between AI and Team 7. And then the grand finals waiting is Yangon Galacticos.
We're waiting there all alone, man. Gonna have a good read as well on Team 7 and AI, because if there were any hidden strats today for Team 7, it'll probably come out tomorrow, man. AI are definitely a team that you don't want to hide strats against. And then Yangon up top, waiting there. Again, a possible 12-game day for one of these, for the winner of the lower bracket final match, because they're going to go straight from a best of 5 in the lower bracket finals to play in a best of 7. Stamina, their endurance definitely going to be tested here in day number 2 of MSL MM playoff season number 2.
Here we see our Burmese counterparts, our talents on site. That is going to be a big day tomorrow. Again, tomorrow we finally get to lock in who represents Myanmar. What a blessing. Today, it was more of just showing what these teams are capable of. And tomorrow, we get a conclusion. Tomorrow, we get the finish.
We'll see. How will it finish, boys? Will it be YG standing on top just like they did today with a 3-0? Or perhaps will Team 7 be able to carry on momentum to get into the grand finals and perhaps get a read on this Hellkurt mania that is YG, on this cheesy mania with the Esmeralda goal, with all these different components? Really just... It looks like random components that they found, but it all works together so well. They've crafted an amazing composition every single game, and like you said, Leo, execution. The execution is sublime.
That's the genius of Yangon Galacticos. So to most, it seems random. To most, it seems unorthodox or cheesy. But to them, it's what works. Again, this is their identity. This is the play style and the dynamics that was built in by their coaches. Again, Coach Marv's a Filipino import who's been working around the Myanmar region for quite a while now, and MGod. I'm excited to see what they'll bring out tomorrow, because just as true as in the lower bracket finals you cannot hide strats, what more in the grand finals? What more in your one chance to finally lock in for the World Championships, right? I'm pretty sure Yangon Galacticos has more in the pocket than just the Helker. There's got to be more in there.
For sure. So we'll see again, boys, for Yangon Galacticos, AI and T7. T7 with a win against favorites of the tournament, Falcon. I think the Falcon fans are just as shocked, or even more so, compared to AI, right? Because AI, I think the AI fans who came over, they knew that there was a chance that their team would go down against Yangon Galacticos. But for Falcon, with their stellar record 9-0, I think a lot of people were thinking, man, this is going to be a good road for Falcon to make it all the way to the grand finals and to finally represent Myanmar again at the M7 World Championship. But again, Team 7 just shut that dream down. We are confirmed to get a new representative for Myanmar in M7. Confirmed with YG, AI, and Team 7 never making it to the international scene before. This is their time.
Yep. This is a future that I think, what was that? Ken, you were talking to Ken, right? Ken said, I think it's AI's turn. But Yangon Galacticos have also been just around the periphery. It's been a long time coming for them too. Yeah. And then, yeah, you're right. See, so all three of them are just as valid. All three of them have just as good a shot to represent Myanmar and, you know, just inject a new energy into the one region that was good enough to step up to the Philippines and Indonesia. Again, they are the only other country to get that high in the M Series.
That's true. There's only been 3 regions in the grand finals of the M Series. Again, Philippines, who've won most, and then Indonesia and Myanmar at the M2 World Championships with the classic, the good old, the legendary Burmese Ghouls lineup.
Yep, and a quick history lesson before we say goodbye and good night to all of y'all. The Burmese Ghouls were first. The Burmese Ghouls were so good in M2 that they were first at the grand finals, and Brenny Sports had to crawl their way through the lower brackets. So that's how good Myanmar was in the height of their run. So who's to say that maybe Yangon Galacticos or AI or Team 7 could bring in and usher in a new era of Burmese supremacy? Who knows? Tomorrow, it'll be Mirko and our good friend Joseph Rezabek, Naisu, bringing you the conclusion to that storyline. But hey man, it was an honor and a pleasure to have worked with you.
Thank you,
Any
Leo.
final thoughts?
Likewise. Not much, man. Just catch the video, or catch both the matches tomorrow, the lower bracket finals and the grand finals. And I'll see you guys tomorrow with Brother Joseph.
The big man himself, all right? On behalf of Cal, our producer on the back end, and everyone who makes MSL Myanmar Season 2 possible, good night and thank you. Come back tomorrow for the final day of the playoffs.
Live from MSL Myanmar, Season 2 is powered by Moonton. Official gaming phone by Infinix. Official beverage partner by VCode. Official ISP partner by AGB Communication. Authorized by Myanmar Esports Federation.